Chapter 907. Immediately, Fan Yuan did not hesitate. He used fixed immortal travel to Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land's appearance had changed greatly. On the vast sea, the three continents looked at each other. In the sky, there was a fourth continent made of cloud soil. The blessed land that had been destroyed during the intense battle had been restored to its original state by Tai Bai Yunxing. Even though Tai Bai Yunxing did not participate in the battle, he had reaped a lot of rewards from the restoration work. Of course, because some of the immortal goo that made up Refinement Cauldron were lost, the space inside the blessed land shrunk. Tai Bai Yunxing did not have the ability to restore these lost spaces and the related losses. The 12 cloud buildings had been rebuilt by Land Spirit of Langya. They were evenly distributed on the cloud soil continent. Furthermore, around the 12 cloud buildings, many hairy man goo masters were building more buildings. I intend to use the 12 cloud buildings as the center to build 12 cloud cities. This cloud soil continent in the sky will be the new habitat for hairy man elites. Land Spirit of Langya explained to Fan Yuan after seeing him. Fan Yuan nodded, expressing his agreement. Because Langya Blessed Land lost many immortal goo, the space inside shrunk by a lot. But the hairy man population inside was huge, reaching the upper limit of the 3 continents. In this situation, there needed to be new places to accommodate more hairy men. But Land Spirit of Langya's next words shocked Fan Yuan. Other than this, I have also created Langya Sect. The sect system is based on the current central continent. I am the first supreme elder of the sect. The hairy man goo immortals are the other supreme elders. My previous self was too inflexible. He used these precious goo immortal battle strength to refine goo. Humph. I want to realize the grand plan of hairy men ruling the world. There will definitely be bloodshed. Next, I will conduct collective training for these hairy man goo immortals, to nurture their battle strength. When they have the ability to protect themselves, I will send them outside the blessed land. I will make them complete all sorts of sect missions. Also, the 3 continents in the sea will go to war under my influence. 3 monarchs would be chosen, and 3 continents would be formed. The countries would then compete with each other. Every year, our Langya sect will be in these 3 hairy man nations. Recruit the most elite hairy men and bring these hairy men to live on Cloud Cover Continent, forming the foundation of Langya sect. Furthermore, he would choose a rank 5 peak stage hairy man goo master as the sect leader of Langya sect. The new Land Spirit of Langya was completely different from the previous one. Perhaps it was also stimulated by Qin Baixing's forceful attack. The Land Spirit of Langya was determined to reform the entire Langya Blessed Land with iron and blood. His methods were forceful, and he had the appearance of a formidable emperor. Because of the change of the Land Spirit of Langya, the hairy men living below were going to be tortured and tested by the flames of war. The peaceful life of the past was going to be gone forever. The Land Spirit of Langya uses a cruel method like war to pick out the most outstanding hairy man seeds. But there was no such method. Isn't that a little too extravagant? Fan Yuan felt it was a pity. There were many people who died in the war. This loss made him feel heartache. It was better to leave it to him to refine goo. But Fan Yuan only muttered this in his mind. He would never say it out loud. In the eyes of the Land Spirit of Langya, hairy men were the most outstanding species in the world. Humans and other variant humans were inferior. Fan Yuan raised hairy men as goo refinement slaves. The Land Spirit of Langya knew about this situation. He would never accept it. He would even fall out with Fan Yuan. Thus, even though Fan Yuan lacked the business experience of raising hairy men, when they were discussing the compensation for Langya Blessed Land's battle earlier, he knew that the Land Spirit of Langya definitely had the most precious experience in raising hairy men, but Fan Yuan did not raise this request. But at this rate, Langya Blessed Land will go through this iron and blood transformation. The hairy man goo immortals will work hard and their battle strength will rise rapidly. Maybe in my previous life, Langya Blessed Land also went through such a transformation. That was why it survived 7 waves of attacks. But Langya Blessed Land's situation is very complicated. Even though 2 hairy man goo immortal spies jumped out, It is hard to say that there will not be a third or fourth spy among the remaining Gu immortals. Qin Bai Xing and the rest were actually able to develop such spies. Their methods are simply unimaginable. Fan Yuan pondered inwardly, while talking to the land spirit of Langya about the purpose of his visit. The land spirit of Langya was a little shocked. He brought up an old topic. "Oh? You want to borrow my set of immortal Gu to relocate your blessed land? I remember I told you that this set of immortal Gu would not be cheap. Even in consideration of the fact that you helped me defend against the enemies, you will need to pay 2,000 immortal yuan stones, right?" Fan Yuan took out 2,000 immortal yuan stones and handed them to the land spirit. "Look, I have already prepared them." The land spirit of Langya was extremely shocked. He received the immortal yuan stones while sizing up Fan Yuan, his gaze faintly changing. He knew about Fan Yuan's foundation. He was very surprised. This kid has only advanced for a short period of time, but he already has so many immortal yuan stones. Thinking back to the time when he transacted with the previous owner, deducing immortal Gu recipes to earn immortal yuan stones, it shows how dire his situation was. It seems that most of these immortal yuan stones are borrowed. This is not good. He owes a huge debt and also favors. It will be hard to repay them in the future. The land spirit of Langya shook his head. He did not agree with Fan Yuan's actions. But he also understood. He knew that Fan Yuan's crime was too huge. Once the truth is found out, he would be finished. He would definitely be chased to the ends of the world. Thus, Fan Yuan had to relocate his blessed land. But this was also the main reason why the land spirit of Langya was prepared to gradually recruit Fan Yuan and attempt to turn Fan Yuan into his lackey. Precisely because of Fan Yuan's current situation where he was surrounded by enemies, he had no choice but to join a hairy man force and become a human spy. But the land spirit of Langya did not know. He was completely wrong. These 2,000 immortal yuan stones were truly Fan Yuan's private property. Fan Yuan was rich now, very rich. The first batch of Guts Gu he transacted with Spirit Affinity House gave him 180 immortal yuan stones. After the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, Fan Yuan displayed powerful refinement attainment. Feng Yan personally invited him to Crane Gate to take a look. This was a clear change in the attitude of Crane Gate towards Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was now in control of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, sandwiched between the two superforces, Spirit Affinity House and Crane Gate. He could be said to be benefiting from both sides. After the external environment became unprecedentedly relaxed, and considering the dangerous situation of being chased, Fan Yuan increased the production of Guts Gu. This decision caused his monthly profits from just Guts Gu to rise to around 300 immortal yuan stones. Don't forget, after Fan Yuan subdued Langya Blessed Land, he also inherited Star Lord Wan Xiang's 4 main sources of income. Furthermore, he personally made a deal with Western Desert's Shao clan for regretful spiders. A total of 6 projects allowed his monthly earnings of immortal yuan stones to break through the 1,000 mark. There were also dragonfish and eerie fire dragon pythons that had not been put into the market. If these two were included, Fan Yuan estimated that his monthly profits could reach 1,500. 2 months had already passed since Fan Yuan became the owner of Starform Blessed Land. He naturally had more than 2,000 immortal yuan stones in his hands. Thinking back, from when he had just ascended to Gu Immortal, he had to haggle over every penny and even had to carefully calculate half an immortal yuan stone. But now, with a monthly earnings of 1,000, he had ample funds. Fan Yuan had successfully taken a huge step forward. This step was so huge that even though Land Spirit of Langya did not know the details, even though he thought highly of Fan Yuan, his guess was still wrong. Even though Fan Yuan had the lowest cultivation level and was still an immortal zombie, his earnings from immortal yuan stones had already reached the level of ordinary rank 7 Gu immortals. After paying 2,000 immortal yuan stones, Fan Yuan and Land Spirit of Langya used an information path immortal killer move to set up a contract. Finally, Fan Yuan mortgaged 10 immortal Gu to the Land Spirit to borrow a complete set of immortal Gu, a total of 16, to relocate the Blessed Land. Fan Yuan did not stop. He used fixed immortal travel to return to Starform Blessed Land. Star-formed blessed land had 3 desolate beasts spine-fin star dragonfish. Fan Yuan had already inspected them. He did not hesitate and chose the strongest one. He first circled around the spine-fin star arowana, constantly using various methods to observe the spine-fin star arowana's shape, bones, flesh, and other aspects. After confirming that the spine-fin star dragonfish was in good condition, Fan Yuan sat cross-legged in the air, facing this desolate beast and closing his eyes. The spine-fin star dragonfish had already been tamed. It obediently floated in the air, not moving. A pair of carriage-sized dead fish eyes flickered with starlight, reflecting Fan Yuan's figure. Fan Yuan's mind was calm, but his mind gradually became excited. Countless star thoughts were like the stars in the sky, moving like fireflies as they danced and circled in his slightly narrow brain. These star thoughts soon split into 2 groups. One group occupied the right half of his mind, forming the 3-dimensional image of the spine-fin star dragonfish. The other group occupied the left half of Fan Yuan's mind, forming the entire view of star-formed blessed land. After completing this step, Fan Yuan breathed in deeply, activating his immortal essence and pouring it into a certain wisdom path immortal goo. He started to deduce according to the method that the land spirit had given him. The 2 star thoughts rapidly moved forward, colliding fiercely and creating a starry cloud storm. In the storm, countless star thoughts flickered, some were merging, while others were disintegrating. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, in star-formed blessed land, after a full 7 days and 6 nights, the exhausted Fan Yuan slowly opened his eyes. The star thoughts in his mind reached 160,000 beads. Activating the wisdom path immortal goo also consumed 66 beads of green grape immortal essence. After paying such a huge price, Fan Yuan obtained 2 sets of goo formation diagrams. These 2 sets of goo formation diagrams, one large and one small. The large goo formation diagram corresponded to star-formed blessed land. It had 8 formation cores. The small goo formation diagram corresponded to the spine-fin star dragonfish. It had 4 formation cores. Each formation core required a specific immortal goo to control the formation. The 2 large and small goo formation diagrams together required 12 immortal goo. Chapter 908. Fan Yuan started to set up the formation. Swoosh. According to the goo formation diagram, under star-formed land spirit's lead, he found the 8 formation cores in star-formed blessed land, and set up the corresponding immortal goo. Star-formed blessed land lacked space path Dao marks. The land spirit could not teleport. The 8 formation cores were in strange locations, some were near and some were far away. Fan Yuan spent a lot of time on them. By the time he finished, half a day had already passed. After completing this step, the meticulous and vigilant Fan Yuan inspected the 8 formation cores again. After confirming that there were no problems, Fan Yuan returned to his original location, and kept the spine-fin star dragonfish into his immortal aperture. Under his command, star-formed land spirit opened the blessed land's entrance. Fan Yuan walked out, arriving at Earth Abyss. The blessed land's entrance emitted light that could only illuminate the surroundings. Earth Abyss was very dark, it was silent. This was the depths of Earth Abyss. Even Ancient Soul Sect, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, had not explored this place. But even though there were no humans here, there were countless desolate beasts, and even ancient desolate beasts. It was very dangerous. Without further ado, Fan Yuan let out the spine-fin star dragonfish. The spine-fin star dragonfish was the size of a whale, but it looked like a carp. Its body was covered in a layer of blue scales. On its back, there were bone spikes growing out of its body, rising up and extending out. Fan Yuan placed the 4 immortal goo in different parts of this spine-fin star dragonfish's body according to the small formation diagram. One was in the fish's mouth, one was in a bone spike on its back, and one was in the fish's left eye. The last one was in the depths of the fish's stomach. Even though the spine-fin star dragonfish was big, it could not compare to star-formed blessed land. Thus Fan Yuan's arrangement this time. He only spent a moment to complete it. After inspecting it carefully again, Fan Yuan confirmed that all 12 immortal goo had been set up. He started to scatter countless mortal goo around him. Even one or two immortal goo flew out, forming a powerful goo formation. Next, it was time for the most crucial part of moving the blessed land. Fan Yuan followed the method strictly, activating the remaining 4 immortal goo in his hands. The gate of star-formed blessed land closed tightly and disappeared into thin air. Fan Yuan's entire body began to emit a pale yellow radiance. Although the radiance was bright, it wasn't the kind that was blinding. Instead, it was very gentle. The radiance lasted for a full 17 breaths. Then, it slowly converged and finally condensed into Fan Yuan's pupils. Fan Yuan breathed in deeply and willed. In the next moment, a weak yellow beam of light shot out from his right eye and hit the whale-like spine-fin star arowana. The spine-fin star dragonfish shook intensely. The small-sized immortal goo formation on its body activated and burst out with a red halo. The spine-fin star arowana was enveloped by this layer of red light. It was as if he was wearing a close-fitting red armor. The entire spine-fin star arowana was as stiff as a stone, motionless like a statue. Fan Yuan breathed heavily, before shooting out a yellow beam of light from his left eye. It hit the hidden area of star-formed blessed land. Under the guidance of the beam of light, star-formed blessed land was actually extracted, turning into a blue lump of light. The blue lump of light was only the size of a broad bean. It formed a sharp contrast with the whale-like spine-fin star arowana. The moment star-formed blessed land was extracted, the green grape immortal essence in Fan Yuan's immortal aperture started to be expended at a terrifying speed. Fan Yuan's left eye moved with difficulty. It moved the yellow beam of light. The yellow beam of light moved the blue lump of light slowly. And that spine-fin star arowana that was like a stone statue was also moving towards the blessed land under the guidance of Fan Yuan's right eye. Rumble. The earth shook and the mountains shook. Roar, roar, roar. Countless beasts roared in fear in the darkness. The movement of the blessed land naturally caused intense turbulence in the heaven and earth chi. An intense earthquake was already unavoidable. It started to erupt in the abyss. Fan Yuan did not care about these minor details. He placed all his attention on the spine-fin star arowana and star-formed blessed land. The huge rocks that came crashing down from above were also blocked by the means that he had set up earlier. Even if desolate beasts attacked, Fan Yuan was confident he could buy some time. He created a temporary and undisturbed environment. Like moving 2 mountains, Fan Yuan moved the 2 pupils in his eye sockets. At this moment, be it his body or his soul, they were using all their strength. Not much time had passed, the 2 finally made contact. But in Fan Yuan's eyes, it felt like a year had passed. The moment star-formed blessed land and the spine-fin star dragonfish came into contact, Fan Yuan suddenly relaxed, as if a huge weight had been lifted off his shoulders in an instant. The 2 immortal goo formations that Fan Yuan had meticulously set up played a crucial role at this moment. Star-formed blessed land was like a wanderer returning home. It was placed on the spine-fin star arowana's body, turning into its immortal aperture. This was the method land's spirit of Langya used to relocate the blessed land. It had to use a desolate beast or an ancient desolate beast to transform the blessed land into an immortal aperture and transplant it into the body of an ancient desolate beast. Then, when the ancient desolate beast moved, it could move the immortal aperture around. However, time was very limited during the process of this transfer. The ancient, desolate beast that contained the immortal aperture could not be kept into other immortal apertures, and could not use any other immortal goo, otherwise, the immortal goo formation on its body would be affected. The specific situation was, Fan Yuan could not keep this spine-fin star arowana into his immortal aperture, and quickly move it. At the same time, he could not use other immortal goo or immortal killer moves to help it. He could only rely on the spine-fin star arowana's own strength to float and move to other places. After all, even though the immortal aperture was stored in the spine-fin star arowana's body, it was only forcefully connected by the 2 immortal goo formations. Any external influence would cause the goo formation to shatter. Not only would the relocation of the blessed land fail, the immortal goo inside would also be destroyed. But even with such a huge disadvantage, It could not conceal the huge value of this method. The person who created this relocation method was not Long Hair Ancestor. But in history, he was as famous as Long Hair Ancestor. His name was Old Immortal Kong Ju. In the long river of Gu immortal history, one of the three refinement path great grandmasters, a legend of the remote antiquity era. He had research and knowledge of apertures and immortal apertures that surpassed the current era. Because of his hard work, the 10 extreme physiques could undergo immortal ascension and become 10 extreme Gu immortals, creating a high-grade blessed land. This immortal killer move was named Immortal Aperture Transplantation by Old Immortal Kong Ju. This was the immortal killer move that involved the most core immortal Gu that Fan Yuan had seen so far. However, this immortal killer move that involved 16 core immortal Gu was only an incomplete move. Old Immortal Kong Ju's initial idea. It was to perfectly transplant a Gu immortal's immortal aperture into a desolate beast or an ancient desolate beast's body. It was not like this, using the large and small Gu formations and the intense expenditure of immortal essence to forcefully merge the two together. After Long Hair Ancestor obtained this portion of Old Immortal Kong Ju's inheritance, he made many attempts based on Old Immortal Kong Ju's achievements, but they all failed. Under the guidance of the Inkman Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Yen, Long Hair Ancestor found that this incomplete move already had shocking value. Gu immortals could use it to relocate the immortal apertures of those dead Gu immortals. Time elapsed, and the world changed. Countless years had passed, and now, it was Fan Yuan's turn to benefit from this. Let's go there. Fan Yuan directed the spine-fin star dragonfish to move. Because of the disadvantage of immortal aperture transplantation, the spine-fin star dragonfish's speed was less than half of its original speed. The pressure on its body was huge, it felt like it was carrying a mountain. This led to this. Each time the blessed land was relocated, the distance was limited. Even if the land spirit of Langya had moved away from Langya Blessed Land. But it was definitely not far from the previous location. This was also one of the reasons why Fan Yuan did not relocate Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fortunately, the Earth Abyss is already an excellent hiding spot. In the future, when this layer of the Earth Abyss is exposed, carry out large-scale development. I can also use this blessed land as the most reliable frontline camp for timely supplies and recuperation. Furthermore, I know the drawbacks of immortal aperture transplantation, but others do not. When He Lulan discovered that the star-form paradise had disappeared, she would probably think that it had already been destroyed. After all, this kind of blessed land relocation is beyond the common sense of Gu immortals. Just like that, Fan Yuan led the spine-fin star Arowana deeper into the abyss. The route he took was naturally a map that had been meticulously drawn after a large amount of probing. He continued to venture deeper, avoiding many desolate beasts. In the narrow gaps between the territories of these desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, Fan Yuan slowly swam with the spine-fin star Arowana. Fan Yuan's destination was Starform Blessed Land's original location, a certain place in the Earth Abyss 3 layers below. But after going down 2 layers, Fan Yuan's luck was terrible. He encountered a desolate beast, the one-eyed giant monkey. This one-eyed monkey was very lively. It often roamed around in the depths of Earth Abyss. After discovering the spine-fin star Arowana, it excitedly chased after it. Fan Yuan engaged in an intense battle with this one-eyed giant monkey, strenuously maintaining the safety of the spine-fin star Arowana. But in the end, Fan Yuan suffered a disadvantage because he did not have a battlefield killer move. He could not stop the one-eyed giant monkey's movements effectively. In the end, halfway through, the one-eyed giant monkey heavily injured the spine-fin star Arowana. The spine-fin star Arowana that carried the immortal aperture was very fragile. In order to swim, it had already used all its strength, thus it could not retaliate at all. Fan Yuan finally chased away this damned one-eyed giant monkey, but the spine-fin star Arawana's injuries were too severe, it could not move anymore. Thankfully, the immortal Gu are not in danger. Otherwise, if the immortal Gu were lost, wouldn't I have to pay for it? After Fan Yuan inspected it, his heavy mood finally eased. This was a blessing in disguise. Since the situation had already turned out like this, Fan Yuan could only settle for the next best thing. He placed this star-formed blessed land nearby. The moment the immortal aperture left the spine-fin star arowana, the latter completely disintegrated, turning into a pile of rotten flesh and blood. Even its beast soul dissipated. This was a necessary sacrifice for immortal aperture transplantation. Fan Yuan already knew the price of using this method. Even if the spine-fin star arowana was not injured, it would still die of exhaustion after reaching its destination. Eventually, star-formed blessed land was successfully relocated, hiding in a new location. Chapter 909. Fan Yuan entered star-formed blessed land. After star-formed blessed land was relocated, heaven and earth shook. An earthquake occurred in star-formed blessed land. Only when star-formed blessed land landed again did it absorb the endless earth chi and stabilize. The earthquake gradually stopped. At this time, Fan Yuan looked around, only to see that the vast land was covered in cracks. Flames burned, black smoke curled up. Fan Yuan's heart sank, he sighed deeply. There was no other way. Because he needed to transplant the immortal aperture, he could not interfere with the two immortal goo formations. Thus, even if Fan Yuan had immortal goo and methods, he could not protect and defend star-formed blessed land. Land spirit of Langya had told Fan Yuan about this. Langya blessed land's losses were much greater than Fan Yuan's star-formed blessed land. Thus, normally speaking, blessed lands would not be relocated. Where is the land spirit? Fan Yuan summoned the land spirit. Star-formed land spirit's eyes were red. He could not understand why his master was moving. Under star-formed land spirit's lead, Fan Yuan started to inspect star-formed blessed land. First, he had to inspect star-formed blessed land's four main sources of income: arrow bamboo forest, broken star lake, meteorite pit, and star fragment grass field. Broken Star Lake's water had already flowed out of a huge crack. There was a lot of seaweed at the bottom of the lake. There was still some water left at the bottom. It had not dried up completely. Landscape as before. Fan Yuan took out an immortal goo and injected his immortal essence into it. Landscape as before. Immortal goo let out a white light that swept across the Broken Star Lake. Immediately, the ground in Broken Star Lake healed, the lake water filled up. It had returned to its previous state. It was just that a lot of seaweed had been lost, and for some time to come. For some time in the future, the production of Star River goo would be affected. There was nothing in the lake, only seaweed, and seaweed were floating. The original palace at the bottom of the lake. It was completely destroyed. This man-made structure could not be affected by landscape as before immortal goo. But in this lake, the fish groups, insect groups, and goo groups did not die in the earthquake. Instead, it was moved to Hu immortal blessed land by Fan Yuan a long time ago. Fan Yuan's immortal aperture was filled with the dead land. Living beings could not be kept inside for long. After that, Fan Yuan went to the arrow bamboo forest, the meteorite sinkhole, and the stardust meadow. To Fan Yuan's surprise, the forest of arrow bamboo was unscathed. Beside the arrow bamboo forest, there were two long ravines and crevices. He almost brushed past the forest of arrow bamboo. It was a close shave. The arrow bamboo forest was star-formed blessed land's largest breeding ground. Fan Yuan had already collected most of the resources there, and stored them in Hu immortal blessed land. He did not expect the arrow bamboo forest to be able to escape this calamity. It was a pleasant surprise. However, the meteorite craters and the few star detritus meadows were not so lucky. The meteorite crater was so badly damaged that it was almost beyond recognition. As for the stardust pasture, some of it was burnt to ashes due to the earth fire. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but ashes. Under the effects of landscape as before, the meteorite crater was completely restored. The stardust meadows terrain was also restored. Landscape as before immortal goo is really useful. With it, my losses have been reduced by at least 80%. And because most of the resources were moved out earlier, star-formed blessed land, which was heavily damaged, is now only slightly damaged. Fan Yuan had an overview in his mind. He went to many places and used landscape as before to restore star-formed blessed land's terrain. He spent a lot of green grape immortal essence. Not all areas were restored, Fan Yuan purposely left some cracks. He had a sudden inspiration. Maybe I can use this chance. These cracks in the ground would be expanded and fixed into river channels. In the future, Starform Blessed Land would have a system of rivers and lakes that would cover the entire Blessed Land. But Starform Blessed Land's terrain is special. I will need to use the light of wisdom to think about this. Next, Fan Yuan used fixed immortal travel to Langya Blessed Land and returned the immortal goo he borrowed to the land spirit of Langya. The land spirit of Langya also returned the immortal goo that were mortgaged to Fan Yuan. Before leaving, he said, "If you need to relocate, you can find me." Needless to say, he had made a huge profit this time. In less than a month, he had earned 2,000 immortal yuan stones. The land spirit of Langya continued, "If you join my Langya sect and become one of the supreme elders, when you relocate your blessed land, you will be able to borrow goo at a discount." "I will think about it." Fan Yuan brushed it off. He only wanted to extract benefits from the land spirit of Langya. He had never thought of being on the same side as these hairy men. Once he joined, he would lose his freedom and be unable to leave. He would not do such a stupid thing. Next, Fan Yuan used fixed immortal travel to Tai Bai Yinxing's immortal aperture, returning landscape as before immortal goo to Tai Bai Yinxing. Inside the immortal aperture, Fan Yuan asked Tai Bai Yinxing about Eastern Sea's information. Tai Bai Yinxing told him that Song Yishur and the rest were searching for him all over the world. Someone had already found Tai Bai Yinxing because of this. "At this rate, our relationship will be exposed soon," Fan Yuan muttered. "I suggest you contact Shark Demon now and join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Then rely on Zombie Alliance to resolve this matter," Tai Bai Yinxing said. Fan Yuan was not anxious. He was not shaken by external pressure. He shook his head. "The time is not right yet. There are still over 10 days before the next attack on Yulu Blessed Land. Let's wait and see." Hu Immortal Blessed Land, tens of days later. Underground cave. Fan Yuan, who was bathed in the light of wisdom, slowly opened his eyes, letting out a breath of turbid air. "I still failed in the end," he muttered, standing up slowly. He was originally sitting down, sitting directly on a short Jilin, using it as a stool. But this kind of short Ji forest was already very rare. Right now, the underground cave was filled with Ji forests. These Ji forests were very different from before. Not only were they tall and sturdy, they were also blood red in color. It turned out that after Hu Immortal Blessed Land's 7th blood begonia earthly calamity, the probability of encountering that ordinary Ji forest had turned into a blood Ji forest. Hu Immortal Blessed Land's soil was originally not suitable for Ji forests to grow. But after turning into a blood Ji forest, it was like a fish in water. But for this blood Ji forest to slowly expand, pushing away the soil and rocks to form a vast underground forest, it would take at least 1 to 200 years. Fan Yuan did not have any expectations for this blood Ji forest, so he would not invest in it. These last days, Fan Yuan did not sleep or rest. He was focused on developing Starform Blessed Land. Once his identity was exposed, everyone would know that he was the culprit behind the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower. Hu Immortal Blessed Land would have to be abandoned. Starform Blessed Land would become his only base of operations. At that time, if Fan Yuan had not broken free from his immortal zombie status, Starform Blessed Land's value and significance to Fan Yuan would be even greater. Thus, Fan Yuan's focus had already shifted from Hu Immortal Blessed Land to Starform Blessed Land. As for Starform Blessed Land's construction plan, Fan Yuan had already used the light of wisdom to think of it a few dozen days ago. According to his previous inspiration, he would build a huge river system in Starform Blessed Land. After some calculations, the plan became even grander. The entire river system was not only on the ground, it also encompassed the sky, forming a huge 3-dimensional river system. This made use of Starform Blessed Land's unique terrain. Starform Blessed Land was protruding on the outside and concave on the inside. The terrain was high on the outside and lower towards the center, forming a bowl shape. If it was just a river system on the ground, it would cause the water to accumulate in the center of the Blessed Land. But if it was a three-dimensional river system, the water in the center could be drawn into the sky, and after flowing, it would fall to the edge of the blessed land, forming a grand circulation of water. As for how to carry the river system in the sky, Fan Yuan had already deduced the cheapest and most effective method, that was cloud soil. Cloud soil was also used by the land spirit of Langya, forcefully creating a cloud-covered continent in Langya blessed land. Fan Yuan planned to use the cloud soil to build a river system that could carry the river system. The fertile cloud soil on both sides of the river system would be used to plant countless star fragment grass. The best soil for star fragment grass was cloud soil. Star Lord Wanxiang had no choice but to plant them in the blessed land's black soil. He did not have the financial resources to purchase large amounts of cloud soil. But star-formed blessed land's environment was very suitable for star fragment grass to grow. As a result, the growth of star fragment grass in star-formed blessed land was much better than in Hu Immortal blessed land. Fan Yuan's plan was huge and beautiful, but the reality was harsh. Fan Yuan lacked funds. The 2,000 immortal yuan stone that he had just accumulated were all given to the land spirit of Langya. Thus, these last days, he could only repair the 4 resource points in star-formed blessed land. The arrow bamboo forest had returned to its peak state of being covered in mist after being irrigated by a large amount of moonwell water. The meteorite pit and broken star lake were completely restored. The star fragment grass field was a little troublesome, but after being irrigated by Fan Yuan's spring star rain several times, it was growing well. Ever since he inherited the star path inheritance and obtained star shoot immortal goo, spring star rain had already turned into an immortal killer move. Its effect was dozens of times better than before. As for the dragonfish, eerie fire dragon pythons, regretful spiders, and Dang Hun Mountain in Hu Immortal blessed land, they had not been moved yet. Firstly, he needed to construct the river system first. It would be best to move these dragonfish and others after that. Secondly, star-formed blessed land was facing a heavenly tribulation. Why was Star Lord Wanxiang so anxious to explore starry sky grotto heaven? It was because the heavenly tribulation was approaching. He was a rank 6 rank 1 Gu immortal. He was facing his second heavenly tribulation. Because in the battle with Song Zixing, his foundation was injured and he lost the confidence to pass the tribulation, he had no choice but to expose the secret of starry sky grotto heaven and bring Shi Lei along to explore starry sky grotto heaven. Fan Yuan was still hesitating. Should he move these resources before the heavenly tribulation arrived? Coming out of the underground cave, Fan Yuan returned to Dang Hun Palace. Guyue Fangjing, who had been imprisoned by him, seemed to have accepted his fate. His eyes were dim as he sat paralyzed in the cell, not moving. Evidently, the truth behind the Crane Gate's attempt to kill him and his Master Tenchure's attempt to possess him was a huge blow to him. As per usual, Fan Yuan stood in front of him and said a few words. Chapter 9-10. Fan Yuan was not anxious. As long as Guyue Fangjing could eat prison food, it meant that he had the will to continue living. As for how to change his mindset and view of the world to get closer to Fan Yuan, that was a long process. There was no need to be anxious. Next, Fan Yuan went to another secret room to check on Dongfang Naganori's soul. He had many immortal souls: Dongfang Naganori, Featherman Gu Immortal Xingling, Snowy Mountain Shuaisong Zi, and Eastern Sea Lone Cultivator Yao Gapai. These last days, other than constructing star-formed blessed land, he had been plundering these immortal souls. At present, he had already thoroughly searched through their souls and memories and obtained a lot of benefits. What truly left Fan Yuan with endless aftertaste was still Dongfang Naganori's soul. Every once in a while, Fan Yuan would search his soul. This time was no exception. After the soul search, Dongfang Naganori's soul suddenly spoke. "My memories have already been searched by you, but recently, you have been searching my soul again every once in a while, and each time, you are looking at the memories of deciphering battlefield killer moves in my soul. It seems that you have encountered an inheritance or a strong enemy, and need to decipher battlefield killer moves." Towards Dongfang Naganori's sudden words, Fan Yuan was slightly surprised, but he answered frankly, "That's right. These last days I have been studying your wisdom path inheritance, the contents of deciphering battlefield killer moves. Combining my experience and looking at your memories, I have gained more insights each time. Soul searching could be understood as reading a book, it was looking at the memories in the soul. However, it was impossible to remember every detail clearly when reading a book. Soul searching was like reading the book from beginning to end. One would at most know the contents of the book. So one had to review the old to learn the new. When it came to the specific content, one had to read it again. That way, one could learn more. Dong Fang Naganori's soul smiled. Have you ever thought that I can help you? You are only a wisdom path novice. No matter how much he practiced, no matter how much he saw, the temporary effects were extremely limited. And my wisdom path attainment is much higher than yours. As long as you give me a body, I can use my mind to help you deduce and think of a solution. Wasn't that a good thing? You can use information path methods to restrict me and I will treat you as my most capable assistant. That's a good suggestion. Fan Yuan nodded and smiled. But I won't do that. You should just give up on it. You've already become a soul, yet you're still so restless. It seems like I haven't taught you enough lessons. The faint smile on Fan Yuan's face slowly turned into an evil grin. Dozens of goo worms were activated according to his will. Dong Fang Naganori's soul twitched violently, and his miserable howls filled the cell. This punishment would last for 2 hours, and the pain in his soul would be even more intense than before. He believed that it would teach Dong Fang Naganori a good lesson. Fan Yuan naturally would not waste time here. He left early and went to the other 2 secret rooms. In one of the secret rooms, it was the soul of the rank 7 Featherman Gu Immortal Jingling. The other room was Shui Songzi's soul. Even though these 2 Gu Immortals were not Wisdom Path Gu Immortals when they were alive, they had memories of facing battlefield killer moves. Even though they did not have Wisdom Path methods, they had Wind Path and Snow Path. They had their own unique methods and achievements in unraveling battlefield killer moves. These memories were of great value to Fan Yuan. They had great reference value. What was worth mentioning was that these 2 souls had already been searched by Fan Yuan several times. From Shui Songzi's soul, Fan Yuan learned that he had left behind a fortune in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. On his snowy peak, there were also many snowmen and many cedar trees. But Fan Yuan did not dare to take them. Old ancestor Shui, who was unfathomable, Fan Yuan did not have much confidence in vaguely familiar face. He could not tell Fairy Li Shan about Shui Songzi's death either. Why? Because Fairy Li Shan and Shui Songzi were both part of Snowy Mountain, they were allies. Knowing that Fan Yuan caused Shui Songzi's death, even if Fairy Li Shan did not deal with Fan Yuan, she would inform old ancestors Shui who due to the alliance agreement. And in Zhengling's soul, Fan Yuan had great gains. He obtained a complete Wind Path inheritance from Jingling, the immortal killer move Heavenly Wish, as well as many precious information about the immortal Gu House Sacred Feather City. There was also the Green Heaven Fragment world that the Feathermen relied on to survive. This world was huge, the resources inside were rare and abundant. After learning about it, Fan Yuan almost started drooling. Even though he already knew the scenery of the Green Heaven Fragment world, Fan Yuan could use fixed immortal travel to go there. But that place was already occupied by White Sea Shatuo and other Gu Immortals. It was a tiger's den. Fan Yuan would not take the risk. Walking out of the secret room, Fan Yuan received Tai Bai Yinsheng's letter. It told Fan Yuan he had already met up with Shark Demon and the rest. Fan Yuan used fixed immortal travel to teleport into Tai Bai Yinsheng's immortal aperture, before coming out. At the next moment, Xing Xiangzi appeared in front of Shark Demon and the rest. Come, let me introduce you, this is the famous Xing Xiangzi. Shark Demon laughed, introducing passionately. Fan Yuan showed a bitter smile. Lord Shark Demon, please don't tease me, ugh. As he spoke, Fan Yuan's body started to crackle, like firecrackers exploding on his body. Fan Yuan's expression did not change. His body shook lightly as the hundreds of mortal goo that were living in his body fell out. Not a single one of these mortal goo survived, some were even shattered into pieces. He, Xingxiangzi, you offended Song clan, this wisdom path mortal killer move is far from being able to conceal your traces. Behind Shark Demon, an elderly Gu immortal spoke. Another thin middle-aged female Gu immortal had a cold and arrogant expression, she said with a trace of disdain. That's right. Right now, among the 3 publicly recognized strongest wisdom path immortals in Eastern Sea, one of them is Song clan's Song Jiadan. If you only have these methods, he will deduce you sooner or later. The final unfamiliar face was a man wearing a golden robe. He was fat like a rich man. He smiled as if he was showing goodwill towards Fang Yuan. Dual polar plate armor Dan, Huan is hidden in Nangong, and Dragon Head Tortoise is hidden in Adversity Sea. He was talking about the 3 publicly recognized wisdom path experts of Eastern Sea. Among them, Song Jiadan was ranked first. He was willing to sacrifice himself for his clan, fusing himself into Eastern Sea. As long as it is someone or something in Eastern Sea, he can deduce them accurately. He is very terrifying. Even if you hide in someone else's immortal aperture, you will only be stalling for time, you will be deduced sooner or later. Xingxiangzi nodded, cupping his fist towards the 3 Gu immortals. I have learned a lot, thank you for your guidance. These dead mortal Gu on him were wisdom path defensive methods, they were used to prevent others from deducing him. But the moment Fan Yuan stepped into Eastern Sea, these defensive methods self-detonated. From this, one could see how terrifying Song Jiadan was. Alright, brother Xingxiang, let me introduce them to you. Shark Demon gestured to the elderly Gu immortal who spoke earlier. This is the demonic path Gu Immortal 9 Ghost Finger. He cultivates Soul Path and Wisdom Path as a secondary path. Shark Demon gestured to the cold and arrogant middle-aged female Gu Immortal. This is the Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Xie Shufang, Master Xie. Finally, the smiling fat Gu Immortal introduced. This is Big Bag Lu Tan Xian. He cultivates Space Path and has Wisdom Path attainment. It is my honor to be able to meet all 3 of you. Fang Yuan cupped his fists again, showing a humble attitude. The middle-aged female Gu Immortal Xie Shufang said coldly, It is my misfortune to meet you. You offended Song clan, don't think you can escape. You are still at large now because Song clan is going all out to fight for ascending Heaven Plane. They are ignoring you for now. I advise you to turn yourself into Song clan. It is a small matter if you implicate me. But if you implicate everyone else and cause Yulu Blessed Land's invasion to be obstructed, you will be in big trouble. These words were said without mercy. Many Gu immortals heard it, and their expressions changed. They were not worried about what Xie Shufang said, but they were worried that Xingxiangzi would lose face and cause internal strife. Tai Bai Yunxing's expression sank, while Budan saw Fang Yuan set back and was secretly happy. Fang Yuan sized up Xie Shufang, thinking that this Gu immortal was not fond of him. She was probably from the righteous path. Fang Yuan was not angry, he was happy instead, following Xie Shufang's words. Master Xie is right, Song clan is a super force with huge assets, how can I resist such an existence? Thus, I came here after thinking it through. Lord Shark Demon, I need your help. If I join Zombie Alliance, will I be able to avoid this calamity? Xie Shufang was stunned. In her impression, Northern Plains Gu immortals who like to fight should have a strong will. Why were they so soft? Shark Demon was the first to react, he laughed. Of course. Brother Xingxiang has great talent, joining Zombie Alliance is the best choice. I can guarantee you that you can join Zombie Alliance smoothly. Don't worry, as long as you do not do anything to Song Yishur, Zombie Alliance can support you and negotiate with Song clan. Then I will have to thank Lord Shark Demon. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly and helplessly. Lord Shark Demon, don't worry, I entered the underwater volcano by mistake and saw Fairy Yishur bathing. In the end, I caused this storm. Sigh. Fang Yuan sighed deeply, he had a bitter expression as if a calamity had fallen from the sky. Budan's expression became extremely gloomy. Shark Demon laughed loudly. I trust Brother Xingxiangzi. Let's go and destroy the Fighting Soul battlefield first. After entering Yulu Blessed Land, the immortals fell into the Fighting Soul battlefield again. In a dark and empty space, dark clouds covered the sky, a thunderstorm was approaching, intense winds blew and sand filled the sky. Soul beasts formed in the sand, their numbers increased rapidly. Without any pause, they immediately attacked Fan Yuan and the rest. The moment Fan Yuan, Budan and the rest entered, they had already started to destroy it, using their own methods and abilities. Because of the probing earlier, they were already clear that there was no difficulty or trap in destroying the hidden goo worm. It was just a race against time. Chapter 9:11. This was a race against time. If Shark Demon and the rest could not defend against the Soul Beast's attacks, this plan would end in failure. Greater than or equal to if the Goo Immortals unraveled the battlefield killer move before that, they would obtain victory. Boom! Fan Yuan waved his sleeves. A Wisdom Path Mortal Killer move was thrown out, blasting 7 to 8 hidden goo worms into smithereens. Earlier, when he unraveled the battlefield killer move Battle Soul Battlefield, he could only destroy 5 to 6 hidden goo worms, but now, he could destroy 7 to 8. This showed that during this period of time, he had been holed up in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, practicing and studying. His Wisdom Path methods had improved. But Fan Yuan was still not satisfied. This kind of self-training has limited improvement. To increase my ability to unravel battlefield killer moves, I need Immortal Goo. Unfortunately, even though I have a Wisdom Path Immortal Goo, Unravel Mystery, I cannot use it to unravel battlefield killer moves. Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo's effect was to help Goo Immortals think and solve puzzles. If battlefield killer moves were treated as riddles, then Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo was very close to unraveling battlefield killer moves. Just using Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo had no help in unraveling battlefield killer moves. Fan Yuan used the Light of Wisdom, using Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo as the core to deduce a simple Immortal Killer move to unravel battlefield killer moves. But it was a pity that Fan Yuan had been working tirelessly. In the end, before Fan Yuan came to Eastern Sea, he did not succeed. It was very difficult to deduce an Immortal Killer move. Normally speaking, even if a rank 8 Goo Immortal wanted to design a brand new Immortal Killer move, they would need years as the unit of measurement. And most of the time, there would also be a lack of thinking and a lack of foundation. As a result, the Goo Immortal would not be able to complete the Immortal Killer move even at death's door. Thus, Fan Yuan's inheritance contained so many incomplete Immortal Killer moves. Even though Fan Yuan's Star Path attainment level was ordinary, he used Wisdom Goo to perfect some incomplete Immortal Killer moves, creating Star Fire Escape that reflected Star Thoughts. But now, he had to create a Wisdom Path Killer move on a blank foundation. It was beyond Fan Yuan's capabilities. Even with the help of the Light of Wisdom, his Wisdom Path attainment level was only ordinary. This shortcoming, which he lacked the most, was a huge burden on him. Actually, Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo is very similar to Unravel Battlefield Killer moves. As long as my Wisdom Path attainment reaches Master level, I will be able to design a brand new Wisdom Path Immortal Killer move to counter Battlefield Killer moves. Fan Yuan had already calculated it in secret. But at this moment, although he felt regretful, he was not anxious at all. Since Shark Demon had already promised him in front of everyone to bring Fan Yuan into the East Sea Zombie Alliance, the possibility of him going back on his words was extremely small. Even if he managed to break the soul of the warring battlefield this time, it was still a failure, and it had little to do with Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan had already achieved his previous goal, which was to join the East Sea Zombie Alliance. From a certain point of view, it's to reflect my future value. If I can keep Shark Demon busy and use him, I can use battlefield killer moves similar to Battle Soul Battlefield. The later the better. If these battlefield killer moves were all deciphered, they would be able to conquer Yulu Blessed Land. Fan Yuan would not gain much benefits. It would be better to stall for time and wait for Fan Yuan's strength to grow. He wanted to see if he could get a bigger share in the future. Fan Yuan's hands did not stop moving, but his mind was calm and leisurely. He used the corner of his eyes to observe the surroundings. Budan did not need to observe anymore. He was still the same as before, using all his strength to decipher the killer moves. But each attack could only destroy one hidden goo worm. In terms of contribution to the overall situation, it was better than nothing. Fan Yuan focused on observing the three new Gu immortals. These three Gu immortals all had wisdom path methods. They were specially invited by Shark Demon. The one closest to Fan Yuan was that elderly Gu immortal, the demonic path Gu immortal 9 Ghost Finger. At this moment, he lowered his head to look at his hands. He had 10 fingers on both hands, but when he rapidly formed seals, there were only 9 finger phantoms. His wisdom path inheritance was unique, it only lacked 1 finger, which was one of the most elusive heavenly secrets. 9 ghost finger formed seals as his 9 finger phantoms danced around. He muttered some incantations. It was unknown what he was saying. At the same time, all sorts of mortal goo flew out of his immortal aperture. These mortal goo flew into the air and self-detonated, destroying the nearby hidden goo worms. Some mortal goo could only destroy one spot, while others could destroy 7 or 8 hidden goo worms. On average, his speed was slower than Fan Yuan, but his wisdom path attainment level was definitely higher than Fan Yuan's. Fan Yuan looked at Big Bag Lu Tan Xian. This Big Bag's name was very special. Fan Yuan guessed that since the other party was a space path Gu immortal, did Big Bag mean that this person was proficient in storage methods? But normally speaking, space path Gu immortals had more space path Dao marks. Their immortal apertures would be bigger and more spacious than ordinary Gu immortals' immortal apertures. Right now, Lu Tan Xian's eyes had turned into vertical slits. Like a cat's eyes, he was scouting. His fat hands were shining with a golden luster. The aura he exuded told others that this was a top-tier mortal killer move. Lu Tan Xian observed for a few breaths of time before attacking. He stretched out his golden hand and pointed in a certain direction. This action seemed to expend a lot of his strength. Soon, he was covered in sweat. He was gasping for breath. But with every finger, a large number of hidden goo worms would be destroyed in the corresponding direction, turning into golden sand that drifted in the air. Every time Lu Tan Xian attacked, at least 8 hidden goo worms would be destroyed. But his attack frequency was low. His attacks needed scouting, they needed a few breaths of time to prepare, and he was very tired. He was getting more and more tired, his attack frequency was falling. Thus, overall, Lu Tan Xian was below 9 Ghost Finger. It could be seen that Shark Demon's evaluation was on point. When Shark Demon introduced Lu Tan Xian to Fan Yuan, he said that he had wisdom path attainment. And when he introduced 9 Ghost Finger, he said that 9 Ghost Finger also cultivated wisdom path. Then, the person that Shark Demon introduced, the wisdom path Gu immortal Xie Shufang, was undoubtedly the strongest among the three. Fan Yuan looked at Xie Shufang. As expected, Xie Shufang stood proudly in the air. 2 streams of light, one yellow and one white, were being breathed out continuously. The yellow and white streams of light were extremely fast. They tore through the air and destroyed 100 hidden mortal goo. After destroying these goo worms, the yellow and white streams of light weakened, but when they returned to Xie Shufang's nose, they regained their vigor, and when they breathed out again, they had a majestic aura. A solemn light flashed in Fan Yuan's eyes. These 2 streams of light had extraordinary power, they were clearly immortal killer moves. The power of immortal killer moves was truly different from Fan Yuan's mortal killer moves. Fan Yuan sighed internally. My wisdom path attainment level is not high enough. Unravel mystery immortal goo cannot be used properly, so be it. Attainment level is something that needs a long time to accumulate. But if I had Star Thought Immortal Goo, according to Dongfang Naganori's Wisdom Path inheritance, I would have at least 3 Wisdom Path killer moves that can break the battlefield killer move. 2 of them are at least 5 to 6 times stronger than this yellow and white stream of light. The Wisdom Path inheritance that originated from Dongfang Naganori was clearly more outstanding than the Wisdom Path inheritance that Xie Shufang had. What Fan Yuan wanted the most now was Star Thought Immortal Goo. On one hand, he had a huge need for Star Thought itself. Fan Yuan's stone nest in Hu Immortal Blessed Land had been refining Star Thought Mortal Goo for many years. If he had Star Thought Immortal Goo, this stone nest could be used to increase the production of Air Sac Goo. Fan Yuan's Immortal Yuan Stone would earn more. On the other hand, Star Thought Immortal Goo was one of the two cores of the Immortal Killer move Star Fog Concealment. Star Fog Concealment had a similar effect to Immortal Goo Dark Limit. It could allow the Goo Immortal to resist other people's deductions, causing others' deductions to be vague and unclear. Dong Fong Naganori's Wisdom Path Inheritance also had many top-tier Mortal Killer moves. Fan Yuan had used them before, but against the deductions of people like Song Jiadan, they had almost no effect. Fan Yuan's true body stepped into Eastern Sea. The mortal goo that he had set up on his body self-detonated. The defense of the Mortal Killer move crumbled. Evidently, in the future, if Fan Yuan fled to the ends of the world and was chased by the entire world, all sorts of forces and people would try to deduce his whereabouts. Then, he would need at least one Immortal Killer move to protect himself and defend against other people's deductions. Facts had already proven that Mortal Wisdom Path Killer moves, even if they were top tier, were useless no matter how many there were. There was a qualitative difference between immortals and mortals. But there are many difficulties in refining Star Thought Immortal Goo. Firstly, funds. I had just spent 2,000 Immortal Yuan Stone. My finances are limited. Even if I have enough funds to buy all the immortal materials, I will need time and luck. Moreover, the success down marks on me have already been used to refine change form Immortal Goo. No matter how much I prepare, if I am unlucky and encounter a failure rate, I will not be able to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo. As for other people obtaining Star Thought Immortal Goo in advance, the chances are very small. After all, Dong Fong Naganori detonated Star Thought Immortal Goo not long ago. Time passed, 15 minutes passed. In the Fighting Soul battlefield, ancient soul beasts appeared again. An endless army of soul beasts surrounded Fan Yuan and the rest from all directions. Compared to the dense army of soul beasts, the position that Fan Yuan and the rest occupied was like a sesame seed on a cake. However, Shark Demon and the rest did not despair. They still retained their fighting spirit and anticipation. That was because Fan Yuan and the rest had seen the light of success in unraveling the battlefield killer move. Fight! Shark Demon gritted his teeth. He knew that he had to go all out now. He activated the Remnant Profound Ice House without hesitation. The Remnant Profound Ice House enveloped everyone. It was like a white meteor that rampaged through the dense army of soul beasts. Along the way, countless soul beasts were crushed to pieces. Even desolate-level soul beasts could not block the collision of the Remnant Profound Ice House. Boom, boom, boom. But the ancient soul beasts had enough strength. They surrounded the Remnant Profound Ice House and attacked. Chapter 9:12. Persevere, persevere! Success or failure depends on this. As long as we persevere, we will win. Inside the Remnant Ice House, the immortals were shouting loudly. They had already lost their composure. Outside the Remnant Ice House, soul beasts were densely packed. They were like a swarm of ants, surrounding the entire Profound Ice House. How many more hidden points are there? Shark Demon shouted. 178! Budan immediately reported. Although he could not decipher it, at this moment, Fighting Soul Battlefield was close to collapsing. Soul beasts could no longer be produced. Budan's investigative ability was enough to see the whole situation. 178. Su Baiman muttered, although his expression was unsightly, his gaze was filled with hope. This number of hidden points seemed to be able to be easily destroyed. But the truth was, there were many difficulties. Firstly, these remaining goo worms contained core immortal goo. They were hard to decipher. Secondly, the immortals were inside the Remnant Ice House. Their methods were greatly restricted. They could not act freely like before. Immortal goo houses had comprehensive offense and defense. They could advance and retreat. They were like fortresses. They had their own specialties and had no weaknesses. As long as there were more goo immortals inside the immortal goo house, and their cultivation level was higher, they could provide more immortal essence to the immortal goo house. Thus the immortal goo house could erupt with greater battle strength. But there was a flaw in this. That was, the goo immortals were only providing power to the immortal goo house. The immortal goo house's offense and defense, advance and retreat, healing and investigative methods, all depended on the immortal goo and mortal goo used to construct the immortal goo house. Thus, Fan Yuan, Xie Shufang and the others' original methods could not be used because of the immortal Gu House's obstruction. From this point, ancient battle formations were much more outstanding than immortal Gu Houses. Even though ancient battle formations had been eliminated by immortal Gu Houses in the history of Gu cultivation, facts proved that ancient battle formations still had many outstanding aspects. For example, ancient battle formations had combat methods. They were much more flexible than immortal Gu Houses. The immortal Gu Houses' offense and defense, advance and retreat, healing and investigative abilities depended on the immortal Gu used to construct them. Their abilities were fixed, their strength would increase along with the amount of immortal essence. Thus, they were more inflexible. But ancient battle formations were different, because even though ancient battle formations were made up of Gu formations, the core was the Gu Immortals inside. The Gu Immortals were inside the ancient battle formation. He could use his own unique immortal killer moves. Like in the Battle of Langya Province, Fan Yuan and the Hairy Man Gu Immortals formed the second ancient battle formation, Heavenly Giant Solar. This silver giant would change its appearance according to the Gu Immortals' killer move. The killer move's power would also be amplified greatly. Anyway, if it was an ancient battle formation, the Immortals would have already destroyed all the hidden points and obtained victory. But now that it was an immortal Gu house, his movements were restricted. It was like climbing a mountain. There was only a short flight of stone steps left before he could reach the top. However, this short distance had become an obstacle that was difficult to overcome. In the eyes of the Immortals, time seemed to have slowed to a crawl. Every minute and every second was torture. "Are we going to fail again this time?" Subaiman muttered in disappointment. Shark Demon clenched his teeth and remained silent. His expression was one of defeat. At this moment, Xie Shufang stood up, saying to Shark Demon with a solemn expression, "I can get rid of these hidden Gu worms, but the price of my method is huge. If you can give me one of these immortal Gu as compensation, I can help." Shark Demon had an unhappy expression. He snorted coldly. Subaiman also had a fierce gaze. He had an unfriendly expression. Xie Shufang's actions. She was using the chance to extort him. But at this moment, they were already at their wits' end. If they wanted to get past this obstacle, they could only rely on Xie Shufang. But Xie Shufang immediately asked for immortal Gu as compensation. Immortal Gu were extremely valuable. This was an exorbitant demand. But Shark Demon quickly thought about it. He was silent for a while before agreeing. "You can only take one immortal Gu. That is my bottom line." He had gone through an intense competition in Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance to snatch this mission to attack Yulu Blessed Land. Other than a portion of the benefits that he would give to Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, the rest would belong to Shark Demon and Subaiman. This immortal zombie couple had invested more and more in the early stages. They were already suffering a huge loss. The immortal Gu in Yulu Blessed Land were part of their assets. It could be said that Xie Shufang's words were like digging a hole in their hearts. But undeniably, Shark Demon was someone who could do great things. He could adapt to the situation, and was able to size up the situation. He actually endured this and agreed to Xie Shufang's request. Fan Yuan praised him inwardly for this. Xie Shufang heard Shark Demon's concession and nodded without hesitation, smiling. "Sir Shark Demon, I am not such a greedy person. It is just that one of the immortal Gu in the battlefield killer move is very suitable for me. No matter how many immortal Gu there are, I do not dare to take them. I owe you a favor this time. Then let's ask Master Xie Shufang to make a move." Subaiman crossed his arms, speaking in a stiff tone. This immortal Gu was not so easy to obtain. Everyone was waiting. Xie Shufang's expression was solemn as her aura rose steadily. At the same time, a dazzling black and white light appeared on her body. The black and white light continued to revolve, quickly condensing into a huge ball. The huge ball used black, white, and gray to depict a vivid image of an intense battle. In the image, the remnant ice house was a white dot at the center, the surroundings were pitch black and filled with soul beasts. And the hidden Gu worm's location was in the middle of this soul beast army. It was like a star, flickering. Its location was clearly marked. Wisdom Path Immortal Killer Move, Clear Image. Xie Shufang breathed in deeply. She slowly stretched out her finger into the image. She used her index finger and thumb to pinch a hidden spot, then exerted a little force as the fingertips of the two fingers moved closer to each other. All the immortals could hear was a slight cracking sound, as if something had been crushed. After that, Xie Shufang twirled her two fingers, and when she retracted her hand, the goo worm at the hidden point had already been destroyed by her. At once, the immortals gasped in shock. Xie Shufang's Wisdom Path Killer Move could actually launch a profound attack through the remnant ice house, and it was so precise. The soul beasts outside could not disturb it at all. It was truly amazing. Even Fan Yuan felt like his horizons were broadened. This female immortal, Xie Shufang, might not have a friendly attitude towards Fan Yuan, but Shark Demon called her master. She was indeed skilled. Even though Fan Yuan relied on his outstanding Wisdom Path inheritance to surpass Budan, Lutan Xian, and Nine Ghost Finger, there was still a huge gap between him and a goo immortal like Xie Shufang who mainly cultivated Wisdom Path. Eventually, Xie Shufang used the killer move Clear Image to destroy most of the hidden goo worms, and successfully captured an immortal goo. When she took out this immortal goo from the split brightness map, the other goo immortals were shocked. After losing an immortal goo, Fighting Soul Battlefield quickly broke apart. The remaining immortal goo and a small number of mortal goo disappeared, retreating on their own. Countless soul beasts roared and growled as they launched their final frenzied attack. Remnant Ice House was an immortal goo house after all. It firmly blocked the final retaliation of the soul beasts. Eventually, the soul beast army dissipated along with the battlefield killer move. Shark Demon and the rest obtained the final victory with much difficulty. But soon, they fell into a brand new battlefield killer move. Oh heavens, how many battlefield killer moves are there in this Yulu blessed land? Budan held his forehead in dejection. After Fighting Soul Battlefield, the immortals fell into a brand new battlefield killer move, 8 Doors Labyrinth. In this battlefield killer move, the sky and ground were all orange. Other than the 8 huge doors, there was nothing else. But the strongest Wisdom Path Goo immortal, Xie Shufang, showed a troubled expression as she reminded the immortals. Be careful. This 8 Doors Labyrinth is used to trap people. Even though it does not have the killing intent of Fighting Soul Battlefield, it is harder to deal with. Nobody objected. 8 Doors Labyrinth was very famous in history. Goo immortals would have a huge sense of direction once they got inside. Moreover, these 8 doors could only allow one life form to enter. After entering, the open door would disappear. That was to say, the 8 doors in front of Shark Demon and the rest meant that there were only 8 chances to explore. After entering the door, the Goo immortals would have to fight alone. They would be isolated and without help. There would be no other Goo immortals to help them. It is said that after entering this door, the Goo immortal will enter a second space and face another choice of 8 doors. 8 Doors Labyrinth has a total of 8 spaces, each space has 8 doors. There is only one correct choice. Otherwise, they can only move around inside. This is a classic labyrinth battlefield. It is very powerful in trapping people. Without Wisdom Path Goo immortals skilled in deductions, there is no way to break it. Goo immortals skilled in fighting will find it hard to move forward. They might even be trapped to death inside. Xie Shufang sighed. Even though she was a Wisdom Path Goo immortal, she was not skilled in deductions. The immortal killer move map earlier had already exposed her background. She was a Wisdom Path Goo immortal who was skilled in reconnaissance and long-range attacks. She was more inclined towards fighting. Fan Yuan's Wisdom Path inheritance was skilled in deductions, but unfortunately, he did not even have the most basic star-thought immortal goo in the inheritance. Even the cleverest housewife could not cook without rice. His situation was very awkward. This is only the first space, there is still time to return, Xie Shufang reminded. The battlefield killer move earlier could still be used to probe. But against the 8 Doors Labyrinth, the Goo immortals probing would be throwing away their lives. They could not even probe. Yulu Blessed Land's battlefield killer moves are getting harder and harder. I think we are close to opening it. Shark Demon sighed. He wisely chose to retreat. Using the remnant profound ice house, the immortals forcefully left Ulu blessed land. In this trip, even though Shark Demon and the rest successfully unraveled the Battle Soul battlefield, they paid a huge price. It could only be considered a Pyrrhic victory. The one who truly benefited the most was Xie Shufang. She was very happy to obtain an immortal Gu as her spoils of war. Chapter 9:13. Even though they unraveled Fighting Soul battlefield, because of the battlefield killer move 8 Doors Labyrinth, Shark Demon's group had no choice but to leave Ulu blessed land. After parting ways with the other Wisdom Path Gu immortals, Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yinxing followed Shark Demon and Su Bai Man to Shark Sea, where they were entertained by Shark Demon and his wife. Brother Xingxiang, how confident are you in unraveling 8 Doors Labyrinth? During the banquet, Shark Demon asked bluntly. Fan Yuan's expression changed slightly. He shook his head with a solemn gaze. I am ashamed, I do not have any confidence. Even you do not have confidence? Su Baiman said in disappointment. Fan Yuan pondered. If I can refine a Wisdom Path Immortal Gu, I will have 30% confidence. Unfortunately, even though I have been accumulating immortal materials, I am still far from the Immortal Gu refinement standard. Refining Immortal Gu is too difficult. Shark Demon heard Fan Yuan's words and his eyes brightened, but soon dimmed. He had cooperated with Xingxiang more than once. He could see Fan Yuan's foundation. He indeed lacked a Wisdom Path Immortal Killer move. After unraveling the battlefield killer move, Shark Demon had a better idea. Big Bag Lutan Xian and the Demonic Path Gu Immortal 9 Ghost Finger could not compare to Fan Yuan in Wisdom Path methods. There was no need to mention Budan Xie Shufang was quite amazing, far surpassing Fan Yuan. But she was a Righteous Path Gu Immortal. Not only was she incompatible with Shark Demon's group, her appetite was also too big. This time, Shark Demon and the rest did not get anything, while Xie Shufang obtained an Immortal Gu, taking the biggest share. No matter how magnanimous Shark Demon was, losing an Immortal Gu still made him feel great heartache. Even though he unraveled Fighting Soul battlefield, he still had a huge grudge against Xie Shufang. He was just restraining himself. With Shark Demon's personality, he would sooner or later seek revenge. Fan Yuan observed his expression. Looking at the chairman, Shark Demon's eyes brightened and dimmed. He said slowly, I won't hide it from the two lords, my Wisdom Path inheritance is still complete. If I have that Wisdom Path Immortal Gu, I will be able to use several powerful immortal killer moves and my strength will rise greatly. Even if she's weaker than Xie Shufang, she's not that far off. Shark Demon nodded his head and changed the topic. He did not continue on this topic. Fan Yuan did not finish his words, he did not go overboard. But how could Shark Demon not understand what Fan Yuan meant? Xingxiang's words have a deeper meaning. He wants me to help him refine Wisdom Path Immortal Gu. However, in this kind of transaction, I will suffer the greatest loss. It's fine if I can refine it, but if I can't, I'll have wasted a large amount of my investment. That's one disaster after another. Shark Demon pondered and rejected the idea of funding Fan Yuan to refine Immortal Gu. In fact, he had been under a lot of pressure recently. In attacking Ulu Blessed Land, he and Su Baiman had invested a lot of effort and money, but so far, there was little effect. This time, they invited 3 Wisdom Path helpers. They even bled a lot. Even if Shark Demon and Su Baiman were veteran experts with deep foundations, they were showing signs of exhaustion at this point. Refining Immortal Gu. It might be a bottomless pit. Unless he had no other choice, Shark Demon would never choose this. Towards Shark Demon's attitude. Although Fan Yuan felt some regret, he had expected it. There was not even a trace of disappointment. In order to relocate the Blessed Land, he had spent most of his immortal Yuan stone. With his current wealth, it would take a long time to gather the standard immortal materials to refine Star Thought Immortal Gu. It doesn't matter if Shark Demon didn't take the bait, the important thing is to infiltrate Zombie Alliance. Fan Yuan did not forget his main goal. Shark Demon was also willing to let Fan Yuan join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Why? Because once Fan Yuan joined Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, he would be on the same side as Shark Demon and Subaiman. This way, with the restriction of Zombie Alliance, Shark Demon would be able to use Fan Yuan's help more easily when attacking Yulu Blessed Land. He would be able to use him more easily. This was very helpful to Shark Demon's current development plans. Helping Xing Xiangzi was helping Shark Demon himself. Thus, after the shark fishing banquet, Shark Demon brought Fan Yuan to Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters. 2 days later. In the air, Shark Demon and Fan Yuan were flying rapidly. "This is the Yellow Spring Sea area." Shark Demon pointed at the sea below as he introduced. In fact, even without his indication, Fan Yuan had already noticed the special sea area below. Yellow Spring Sea area, the seawater was an earthy yellow color. It was like a large river mixed with sand and sand. The waves were rolling and undulating. But in fact, there was no sand floating in the Yellow Spring Sea area. The seawater itself was a light yellow color. Yellow Spring Sea area is a very special sea area. The closer you get to the center of the sea area, the fewer living beings there are. This is the largest zombie farm in the 5 regions. Shark Demon introduced. Fan Yuan nodded, using his investigative method. His gaze pierced through the sea's surface and reached the depths of the sea. He saw countless corpses floating in the sea, large numbers of zombie fish, zombie cuttlefish, jellyfish, sea turtles, and others were swimming in the water, killing each other. At the bottom of the sea, there were gray-white rotting corals. They emitted an intense stench that polluted the surrounding seawater. The seaweeds were pale white bandages of seaweed. They floated with the currents like white silk used to hang people. These last 2 days, we used 4 undercurrents to fly for a day and a half, passing through more than 10 sea areas before arriving at Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters, the Yellow Spring Sea area. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance is indeed worthy of being the headquarters of the 5 regions, to be able to control such a huge territory in Eastern Sea. Fan Yuan sighed sincerely. Shark Demon laughed heartily. In the other 4 regions, Zombie Alliance is inferior, but in Eastern Sea, this is Zombie Alliance's headquarters. It is powerful and can suppress other super forces. Brother Xingxian, it was a wise decision for you to join such a powerful force. Different from Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's Dark Flow Giant City, Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters had a public blessed land as their headquarters. This public blessed land was called Undying Kingdom in Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal World. It was located at the center of Yellow Spring Sea area. Under Shark Demon's lead, Fan Yuan successfully entered Undying Kingdom Blessed Land. Contrary to Fan Yuan's estimation, Undying Kingdom Blessed Land was filled with birds and fragrant flowers. It was a scene of vitality. This was a stark contrast to the death, energy, and decay of immortal zombies. Immortal zombies are already living dead. Their immortal apertures are also dead lands. How can they gather such a large public blessed land? Is it a blessed land for living Gu immortals of Zombie Alliance? Fan Yuan was puzzled. Shark Demon chuckled. Xingxiangzi, don't worry. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance has never forced any living Gu immortal who joins Zombie Alliance to contribute a portion of their immortal aperture. Of course, Zombie Alliance encourages you to contribute your blessed land. There is a huge corresponding reward. You can see this when you look at the missions in the inner hall. Undying Kingdom is a public blessed land that mainly comes from immortal zombies. Or more accurately speaking, it comes from old Gu immortals who are about to reach the end of their lifespan, or for other reasons, they are preparing to turn into immortal zombies to prolong their lifespan. Do you know why this blessed land is called Undying Kingdom? It is because Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance has a unique method to allow the combined blessed lands to maintain their youth and vitality. Fan Yuan heard this and his gaze brightened, revealing an extremely interested expression. Shark Demon observed his expression and laughed. Xingxiangzi, you are also interested in this method? Hee, that's right. Our Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance has gone through countless predecessors' research and accumulation. We have already developed some results. How to maintain the vitality of the immortal aperture while maintaining the immortal zombie body. Fan Yuan was greatly moved. He had always wanted to revive and get rid of his immortal zombie body. Why? Wasn't it because the immortal zombie's immortal aperture was a dead aperture, it did not have the potential to advance further? But now, Fan Yuan heard Shark Demon's words and his thoughts towards reviving changed. The reason I want to get rid of my immortal zombie body and revive is so that my immortal aperture can survive and continue to raise my cultivation level. But if I can really become an immortal zombie while maintaining the vitality of my immortal aperture, there is a possibility of advancing further. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? Immortal zombies were living dead. They did not need to consider lifespan limitations. It could be considered a different kind of longevity. Fan Yuan used this advantage and continuously used the light of wisdom to develop and rise rapidly. But if Fan Yuan became a living person again, his lifespan would decrease sharply under the light of wisdom. How many times could he use wisdom goo? The immortal zombie body had its advantages and disadvantages. But even if Fan Yuan had wisdom goo, the disadvantages were greater than the advantages. Thus, Fan Yuan had to find a way to revive and get rid of the immortal zombie body no matter what. If there really is a method to maintain the immortal zombie body while reviving the immortal aperture and raising my cultivation level, that would be my best choice. But now, it seems that although Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's research results are outstanding, they are still far from perfection. If they really had such a method, Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance would have dominated Eastern Sea long ago, right? The 5 regions are no longer the same as they are now. After Fan Yuan calmed down, he also guessed the truth of Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Humans will die eventually. There will be a day when their lifespan runs out. Brother Xingxiang, after you join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, you can make contributions to Zombie Alliance. You can use these contributions to exchange for this research result. Shark Demon patted Fan Yuan's shoulder and said with a smile. Fan Yuan nodded, showing a fervent expression on his face. But he was calm inwardly. He knew that Shark Demon was tricking him. Fan Yuan had joined Northern Plains Zombie Alliance before. He already knew that to exchange for this level of research success, he would have to make huge contributions to Zombie Alliance. Shark Demon brought Fan Yuan to the center of Undying Country. There was a mountain range of corpses there. On top of dozens of mountain peaks were tens of palaces or halls. Shark Demon led Fan Yuan into one of them. Half a day later, Fan Yuan and Shark Demon walked out of the palace. Fan Yuan had an identity token in his hand, as well as information path Mortal Goo. He could use it to transmit all sorts of information in Zombie Alliance. With Shark Demon's guidance, Fan Yuan successfully became a member of Zombie Alliance. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 9:14. Compared to the first time Fan Yuan joined Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, Fan Yuan was much more relaxed when he joined Eastern Seas Zombie Alliance. Originally, Fan Yuan was worried that his identity would be exposed. After all, Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance had several rank 8 immortal zombies. Because of this, Fan Yuan had used the light of wisdom in Hu Immortal Blessed Land and expended a large amount of star thoughts to fuse Star Mark Immortal Goo into vaguely familiar face. With each strength, change form, and Star Mark as the cores, Fan Yuan could transform into a Star Path Goo Immortal or Star Path Desolate Beast. It would be much more realistic. But after joining Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, Fan Yuan did not see any rank 8 Goo Immortals. Even the investigation of his identity as Xingxiang Zi was just a formality. The reason for this, other than rank 8 immortal zombies having their own tasks, Shark Demon's status in Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance is not low. Living Goo Immortals cannot enter the higher-ups of Zombie Alliance. The main reason is that Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance is strong. They have sufficient confidence and a huge psychological advantage. Fan Yuan analyzed. 7 days later. BC. Countless bee groups flew out of the sea, landing on the boat Flowers on the sea surface. In Eastern Sea's May month, the waves of BC would cause countless boat flowers to flow towards it. These flowers were of all colors, they were as large as small boats, they were tightly intertwined like a huge painting, spreading out from the flower sea. BC was a sea area that was connected to the flower sea. There were large numbers of water bees living in the BC. This special bee group only had the ability to fly for a short period of time. They were more proficient at swimming in the sea. Every year in May, when countless boat flowers flowed along the sea. When they reached the BC area, it was the best opportunity for the water bees to collect honey once a year. Right above the sea, Fan Yuan, Shark Demon, and the rest set up their formation, engaging in an intense negotiation with Song Clan's Gu immortals. Finally, after the time it took for 2 incense sticks to burn, the two sides finally reached an agreement. Song Yishe and the rest would not pursue Xing Xiangzi's mistake. Even though it was an unintentional mistake on Xing Xiangzi's part, it was still a mistake. Not only did he have to publicly apologize, he also had to compensate Song Yishe with 600 immortal yuan stones. Xing Xiangzi currently did not have the ability to repay them all at once, but at most he could repay them in 6 installments. The first installment was 100 immortal yuan stone. The second time, he would have to pay 120 pieces of immortal yuan stone. The third time, 140 immortal yuan stone. According to the contents of the agreement, Fan Yuan would undoubtedly suffer a great loss if he were to compensate in batches. Therefore, after the agreement was reached, Fan Yuan borrowed a sum of immortal yuan stone each from Tai Bai Yunxing, Shark Demon and the others, making up a total of 600 pieces. He gave them to Song Yishe on the spot. With an ashen face, Song Yishe took the immortal yuan stone and glared fiercely at Fan Yuan. His tone was cold and stiff as he said, "Apologize." Fan Yuan was a flexible person. He smiled bitterly and apologized sincerely. "I did not mean to offend Fairy Yishe. It was rude of me to offend such a beautiful lady. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths, please forgive me." "Then why don't you go and die?" Song Yishe retorted. Fan Yuan smiled bitterly again. "If I had seen Fairy Yishe's face, I would have been hacked to pieces. But Fairy, you should understand. Back then, there was thick fog in the hot spring, and you used an isolated immortal killer move. How could I have seen it clearly?" Song Yishe snorted coldly. She remembered the situation clearly. In the underwater volcano, she was not vigilant at all. How could she have set up any immortal killer move? Even if there was some fog, Song Yishe had cleared it in advance. She did not like her vision being blocked. But Song Yishe did not refute Fan Yuan's nonsense. Even if this wretched old man in front of her really saw her naked, Song Yishe would deny it and not admit it. Song Clan's 2 Gu immortals had relaxed expressions. They even pitted Xing Xiangzi inwardly. Fan Yuan had explained it clearly earlier. In fact, after this matter was exposed, Song Clan had already investigated Li Clan village thoroughly. This undercurrent had only formed in the last few years. And because Song Yishe did not inspect the underwater volcano carefully, it was exposed. Xing Xiangzi only took a glance, and because of the fog, he did not see anything, but he had to pay 600 immortal yuan stones. This price was too high. In the end, Song Clan was a superforce. They had a lot of assets. If Xing Xiangzi had offended others, it would have been fine. But the problem was that he offended Song Yishe. Song Yishe was not a problem, but behind her was Song Clan's first supreme elder, Song Qiyuan. If not for Shark Demon representing Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance in this negotiation, if not for Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance being slightly stronger than Song Clan, Fan Yuan would not have had to pay 600 immortal yuan stones to settle this matter. "Xing Xiangzi, even though this matter is over, you better not appear in front of me again." Song Yishe said these words before flying away resolutely. The other 2 Gu immortals from Song Clan had a much more relaxed attitude. They cupped their fists politely. "Lord Shark Demon, Lord Subaiman, we will be taking our leave. Take care." Shark Demon returned the greeting. At this point, the storm finally subsided. Shark Demon invited Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing to visit Shark Sea again. But Fan Yuan declined. He told Shark Demon that he wanted to see if there were any missions in Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance that could give him good rewards. He could use them to earn immortal yuan stones to repay his debts. Shark Demon sensed Fan Yuan's dejection. He consoled him, saying that Zombie Alliance's structure was loose. It would not restrict his freedom too much. Fan Yuan's acting was on point. It really made Shark Demon believe that he was a rogue cultivator who valued personal freedom the most. Since Fan Yuan refused, Shark Demon and Su Bai Man did not insist. The couple also needed time to prepare for the next attack on Yulu Blessed Land. After parting ways with Shark Demon and the rest, Fan Yuan accepted some divination quests from the East Sea Zombie Alliance. He was cautious by nature. Even if he was going to put on an act, he had to go all the way. He would never leave any flaws in these minor details. Fan Yuan had the mission token and an information path mortal goo for communication. It was very convenient for him to take missions. He did not need to go to Undying Kingdom Blessed Land personally. In fact, Fan Yuan did not intend to personally enter the Undying Kingdom's Blessed Land. After all, there was a rank 8 immortal zombie guarding that place. In front of such an existence, Fan Yuan was not confident in his vaguely familiar face killer move. It was also because he lacked confidence. Even though I spent 600 immortal yuan stones, as long as I can successfully enter Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, I will be able to use them. It is worth it. Next, I have to wait patiently for Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance to give me some missions related to Northern Plains. For example, a mission to collect resources unique to Northern Plains. Or a mission to inspect Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's branch. Fan Yuan planned. Fan Yuan's plan was progressing smoothly. At this point, he only needed to wait. Next, Fan Yuan used fixed immortal travel to secretly return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Tai Bai Yunxing parted ways with him. He used landscape as before to make friends everywhere in Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal World. Using the light of wisdom, Fan Yuan only spent a short time to complete the Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance deduction quests. They were all completed. If it were in the past, these deduction quests would have taken Fan Yuan months. But now, Fan Yuan only used a few days. Fan Yuan gradually felt that his wisdom path attainment had increased by leaps and bounds. In his previous life, the 500 years of suffering, glory, and ups and downs had turned him into a person skilled in scheming and scheming. Thus, Fan Yuan's nature was very compatible with wisdom path cultivation. Adding on his excellent wisdom path inheritance and rank 9 wisdom gu, how could Fan Yuan's wisdom path attainment not increase by leaps and bounds? After completing these quests, Fan Yuan did not hand them over immediately. This speed was too shocking, it did not match his wisdom path attainment. As for the immortal yuan stone that he owed Tai Bai Yunxing and Shark Demon, Fan Yuan did not care about it. Tai Bai Yunxing's debt, Fan Yuan did not even need to pay it back. Shark Demon's debt, Fan Yuan would be able to pay it back in a few days. Guts Gu were in short supply, it was still very popular. His other businesses were also operating normally, even though Starform Blessed Land had been moved. As a result, the 4 great resources of Starform Blessed Lands were damaged. But Fan Yuan's monthly profit was still close to 1,000 immortal yuan stone. But even so, Fan Yuan still lacked money. Be it the large-scale reconstruction of Starform Blessed Land or the refinement of Star Thought Immortal Gu, they needed funds, a huge amount of funds. Besides that, there was the feeding of Immortal Gu. Fan Yuan had a large number of Immortal Gu that needed to be fed. If the Immortal Gu really starved to death, Fan Yuan's losses would be too great. Searching for lifespan Gu, teaching Fan Jing, interrogating the captives, constructing the 4th Fan Yuan stone nest, modifying immortal killer moves, cultivating wisdom path methods for the next attack on Yulu Blessed Land, purchasing Gu worms, purchasing strength path desolate beasts and desolate plants, the experience of raising hairy men, investigating the spring dream fruit tree. All these matters were complicated. Fan Yuan had to deal with them. Even though his immortal zombie body did not rest, Fan Yuan still felt that he did not have enough time. Fan Yuan was very clear about his situation. Maybe one day, the matter of him toppling 88 Jinyang Tower would be found out and exposed. Thus, he had to use this final opportunity to develop and get rid of his flaws. Fan Yuan wanted nothing more than to split time, or even split himself into 2 halves to use. While he was busy, Fan Yuan paid attention to the external situation. Fan Yuan paid less attention to Western Desert and Southern Border. Central Continent was still affected by the aftermath of the Refinement Path Convention. In northern plains, after old ancestors Shui who defeated Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, northern plains was very calm. But Fan Yuan had experienced the Battle of Langya Valley. He knew about Kenyang Lao Jun and these Central Continent investigators. Thus, the calmer northern plains was, the more Fan Yuan felt that there was a hidden vortex within. In Eastern Sea, the most eye-catching matter was Song Clan and the other super forces fighting for the supremacy of ascending heaven plane. A few days later. Western Desert. Fan Yuan had changed his appearance. He was transacting with Shao Clan's Gu immortals. These are the goods, check them. Fan Yuan threw out the regretful spiders he had brought. This time, Shao Clan's Gu immortal was Xiao Shirang. This person had a calm personality and was very astute. Together with Xiao Huqi, they were known as Shao Clan's civil and military duo. After Xiao Shirang inspected them, he nodded in satisfaction. There are no problems. Catch! He threw an immortal Yuan stone to Fan Yuan. But different from before, other than the immortal Yuan stone, there was also a token and an information path mortal Gu. This was Shao Clan's transaction token. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 9:15. It is a pleasure to do business with you. Our Shao Clan hopes to continue the trade of regretful spiders as much as possible. The token in your hand is Shao Clan's transaction token. With this token, you will be Shao Clan's trading partner. You can enjoy many preferential policies. The details are recorded in the information path Mortal Gu. Of course, you can reject this token, Xiao Shirang said. Fan Yuan received the transaction token, feeling joyful. In fact, his transaction with Shao Clan, other than selling regretful spiders to earn immortal Yuan stones, the other reason was this transaction token. Western Desert was the most developed region in the 5 regions. Every superforce would issue their own transaction token. However, the Shao Clan's trade token was the most valuable one among them. Because among all the superforces in Western Desert, Shao Clan and Tian Clan had the largest business, they had the most trading partners. If Fan Yuan wanted to enter Western Desert's market, he could easily do it with Shao Clan's transaction token. Especially with Shao Clan's other trading partners, he could get along well. Of course, there were pros and cons to this. Shao Clan and Tian Clan were the biggest competitors. If he accepted Shao Clan's transaction token, he would have to get closer to Shao Clan. Fan Yuan and Tian Clan, as well as the Gu immortals with Tian Clan's transaction token, would find it hard to do business. With this transaction token, I can officially sell Dragonfish and Eerie Fire Dragon Pythons. His monthly income of immortal meta stones would once again break through the 1,000 mark. When my other resources recover, my monthly earnings will be close to 2,000. Fan Yuan did not conceal his joy, he accepted the token with a smile. Xiao Shirang also had a smile on his face. Even though in Xiao Shirang's opinion, Fan Yuan was very mysterious, after Shao Clan appeared. Even after many investigations, they could not find out Fan Yuan's identity. But Fan Yuan did not hesitate, he accepted Shao Clan's transaction token. This was a move to get closer to Shao Clan. Xiao Shirang naturally had to show more goodwill. With the transaction token, Fan Yuan spent the next few days roaming Western Desert's Gu immortal world. Using the transaction token, even though it was his first time meeting, Fan Yuan successfully made several transactions of Dragonfish and Eerie Fire Dragon Pythons. These transactions were mostly short-term, only 1 or 2 were long-term. However, Fan Yuan believed that with the passage of time, he would not be able to do so. As the number of transactions increased, this kind of long-term trade would increase and become more and more stable. Filled with joy, Fan Yuan left the Western Desert. But just as he stepped into Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he received a shocking piece of news. What? Song Yishe was furious. They even razed the island of the Li family village to the ground? As it turned out, the contest for ascending heaven plane was getting more and more intense. Initially, only 3 forces were contending, but when the situation reached a stalemate, many other forces and Gu immortals saw an advantage and joined in. During this process, Song Yishe met the demonic path female Gu immortal, 7 Seas Snake Lady. She was ridiculed by the latter, saying that Song Yishu's worth was only worth 600 immortal yuan stones. Throwing dirty water at Song Yishu. After Song Yishu suffered a loss, in a fit of anger, she went to that nameless island and killed all the mortals and beasts on the island. Then, she caused a tsunami and flooded the entire island 5 to 6 times. On this nameless island. Naturally, no one survived. To other people, this was an insignificant matter. Thus, the shock in Fan Yuan's heart was not something ordinary people could understand. This way. What about Li Xiaoyao? Song Yishu and Li Xiaoyao were supposed to be a heroic couple, but because of me, Song Yishu killed 8 generations of Li Xiaoyao's ancestors. Is this the same as killing Li Xiaoyao? In his previous life, Li Xiaoyao, who had shaken the world, no longer had a chance to step onto the stage of history. It is a pity. I was preparing to use Connect Luck to contact Li Xiaoyao in the future. Speaking of which, he is a person with strong luck. Fan Yuan sighed inwardly. Because of him, Eastern Sea's future situation had undergone a huge change. And Fan Yuan had no idea how wide and deep the influence of this change would be. A few days later, something that shocked Fan Yuan even more happened. What? Starry sky grotto heaven shattered, countless grotto heaven fragments fell like meteors, causing countless forces and Gu immortals to fight over them? Fan Yuan was speechless. According to his previous life's memories, the shattering of starry sky grotto heaven should have happened hundreds of years later. Why did it happen so early in this life? Don't tell me. Because of me, I took advantage of Star Lord Wan Xiang and Immortal Monkey King Shirlei, causing Immortal Zombie 7-Star Child to wake up from his dream realm, causing Shirlei to fall into starry sky grotto heaven and have no choice but to seek help from Combat Immortal Sect. So, when 7-Star Child fought against Combat Immortal Sect, even though he had the terrain advantage, Combat Immortal Sect was too powerful, causing 7-Star Child to see that the situation was bad and detonate starry sky grotto heaven, causing them to perish together? Fan Yuan's guess was not wrong. In fact, it was exactly so. In Fan Yuan's previous life, 7-Star Child had been trapped in star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm for a long time, unable to wake up. Although Star Lord Wan Xiang died, Shirlei inherited this fortuitous encounter. He did not inform the sect, but instead sneaked in every time the crack opened and plundered it wantonly. But after 7-Star Child was awakened by Fan Yuan, tragedy befell Shirlei. He was chased around by 7-Star Child and had no choice but to abandon his pride and seek help from Combat Immortal Sect. In the end, Combat Immortal Sect did not forcefully suppress 7-Star Child. Since I cannot obtain it, don't even think of obtaining it. With such a thought, 7-Star Child detonated Starry Sky Grotto Heaven and separated from Combat Immortal Sect. Thus, the incident of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's fragment falling to the ground happened in Central Continent 2 to 300 years in advance. After receiving this news, Fan Yuan did not know what to say. Northern Plains has already been destroyed by me, 88-point Jinyang Tower has fallen, Imperial Court Blessed Land has been destroyed. Now, Eastern Sea has also changed, Li Xiaoyao is gone. Now, Central Continent has also experienced a huge change, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven has collapsed in advance. At this rate, Central Continent and Eastern Sea will also change beyond recognition. Right now, the whole of Central Continent was in chaos because of this matter. Countless Gu Immortals, Gu Masters, Super Forces, small and large forces, all flocked towards the Grotto Heaven fragment world. What Central Continent Refinement Path Convention? They were all thrown to the back of Central Continent's Gu Masters' minds. Regarding this, Fan Yuan smiled bitterly. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven had collapsed at the wrong time. If it had collapsed 200 to 300 years later, Fan Yuan would have benefited a lot. Because at that time, the 5 regions' chaotic war would occur, dream realms would manifest outside, heroes would emerge endlessly, the veteran super forces would not be able to fend for themselves. It would be most beneficial to a lone cultivator like Fan Yuan. But now, the 5 regions' chaotic war had yet to begin. Central Continent was ruled by the Celestial Court. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects firmly controlled the whole of Central Continent. Fan Yuan could completely foresee that the initial chaos would only last for a short time. The situation would soon be controlled by the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. The true beneficiaries would undoubtedly be the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, as well as the celestial court behind them. The following development was indeed within Fan Yuan's expectations. In fact, the situation changed even faster than Fan Yuan had expected. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects stabilized the situation and quickly came to an internal agreement, expelling all the other forces and Gu immortals. This made Fan Yuan deeply understand the enormous forces of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. What a pity for Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, what a pity for Seven Star Child, what a pity for that dream realm. Fan Yuan sighed in melancholy. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was one of his long-term plans, but now, after this change, this enormous benefit was no longer fated with him. But the following development was out of Fan Yuan's expectations. A letter from He Fengyang was sent to Fan Yuan through Whole Earth Gu. In the letter, He Fengyang represented Crane Gate and invited Fan Yuan to explore Starry Sky Grotto Heaven Fragment World. Don't tell me? Fan Yuan's eyes shined brightly. The guess in his heart made him stand up in excitement. He could not help but raise his head and laugh loudly 3 times. After laughing, Fan Yuan fell into deep thought. I cannot be careless, although the possibility of it being a trap is small. I need to investigate it before agreeing. 2 days later, Fan Yuan arrived at a valley in Central Continent. This nameless valley was lacking in resources. It was unremarkable, but because a huge fragment of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven had fallen here, this place was surrounded by the alliance of the 10 great ancient sects. The surrounding Thousand Li had become a forbidden zone. Once other Gu immortals stepped into this area, they would be killed without mercy. Fan Yuan did not dare to casually barge in. He Fengyang personally welcomed him into the valley. There were already over 10 Gu immortals guarding the valley. They were from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Lad, be careful when you enter. Look far ahead, young man. Seeing He Fengyang bring Fan Yuan in, the other Gu immortals' expressions turned ugly. They either threatened or advised him. Sir, you are Fan Yuan? A female immortal in white clothes walked out from the crowd. So it is Fairy Bai Qing. Fan Yuan's gaze focused. His expression did not change as he greeted her. Fairy Bai Qing nodded at Fan Yuan, speaking in a warm tone. You are someone my daughter often mentions in this contest for the Grotto Heaven fragment. I hope you can go easy on me. I will definitely repay you in the future. Even though Fan Yuan had traded Gutsgu with Spirit Affinity House many times, he had not met Fairy Bai Qing. But now, this matter concerned the safety of her daughter, Feng Kim Hong. Fairy Bai Qing had no choice but to appear and talk to Fan Yuan. She wanted Fan Yuan to give her face. Fan Yuan had his own plans. He agreed without hesitation. It has been a pleasant cooperation with you, Lady Bai Qing, you can rest assured. Fairy Bai Qing nodded in satisfaction. Many other Gu immortals snorted coldly. He Fengyang, who was at the side, had a cold light flickering in his eyes. Go in. The others have already entered. You have the highest cultivation level, you are the last. He Fengyang said solemnly. Fan Yuan nodded, walking forward. Inside the valley, there was a peculiar scene. It was like a mirage. The small valley that was originally filled with bushes was now a sea blue ripple. The scenery did not match. It was like a broken painting that was forcefully embedded together. This was naturally not a mirage. It was a shattered Grotto Heaven world. The entrance was open for anyone to explore. Seeing that Fan Yuan was about to enter, He Fengyang was worried. He reminded, Don't forget the place I gave you. You must occupy it. Don't worry. Fan Yuan waved his hand. He did not turn around. Under everyone's gazes, he entered the Grotto Heaven fragment. Chapter 9:16. Fan Yuan looked over and saw that the lake in front of him was sparkling. The surface of the lake was wide and blue. After he entered this Starry Sky Grotto Heaven fragment world, he had been in this blue lake. The blue lake was huge. There were several small islands in the center of the lake. They were verdant and lush. Looking even further, at the shore of the blue lake, there was a mountain range. It was like a trace of green, gently blending with the sky. Fan Yuan was standing on the surface of the water. It was like he was standing on flat ground. From the perspective of a mortal Gu master, this method of standing on the surface of the water would be very impressive. But now, this mortal thing was insignificant to Fan Yuan. Before entering this fragment grotto heaven, Fan Yuan took a final glance behind him. Behind him, the blue lake suddenly broke apart. It was as if there was a polished mirror that had cut the surface of the lake in half. Fan Yuan looked through the mirror and could see outside. It was indeed that nameless valley in central continent. There were also the figures of those Gu immortals in the valley. They seemed to be looking at Fan Yuan with all sorts of complicated gazes. Fan Yuan chuckled inwardly. He turned around and stomped on the lake water, flying away. The Gu immortals of central continent's 10 great ancient sects did not know, but the truth was, this was not the first time Fan Yuan had entered this starry sky grotto heaven. Starry sky grotto heaven was very special. It had 7 subspaces that were isolated from each other. It was not like ordinary grotto heavens. Evidently, starry sky grotto heaven had a lot of space path down marks, and they were quite unique. There were many desolate beasts in starry sky grotto heaven. There were even ancient desolate beasts, the zombie dragon that guarded the 8th star hall, the walking meat tree, and so on. They left a deep impression on Fan Yuan. But after the intense battle and the plunder of combat immortal sect, there are also losses from the destruction of starry sky grotto heaven. There are very few desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts left in this grotto heaven fragment world. Right now, in this grotto heaven, there are only 2 desolate beasts and 1 desolate plant. As Fan Yuan flew through the air, he recalled the information He Fengyang had given him. These 2 desolate beasts and desolate plants were a desolate beast dragonfish, a scripture concealment turtle, and a netherworld grass. Dragonfish, as long as one was a Gu immortal, it was a common food used to feed immortal Gu. For most mortal Gu, if the specific food was not enough, dragonfish meat could be used, replacing the missing parts to feed the immortal Gu. Of course, immortal Gu were unique, their food was rare and strange. The dragonfish's effect was much lower. Even if it could replace part of the food, it could only be the desolate beast dragonfish meat. Among the dire beasts, the weakest is the dire beast dragonfish. According to the legends, dragonfish did not exist in this world, it was created by the Food Path sect. As for the scripture concealing turtle, this was a rare wisdom path desolate beast. Its habits were very strange. Ever since it became an adult, it had been fixed in a certain place, not moving at all. Day after day, the scripture concealing turtle's body would be covered in moss and turn into gray stones. It turned into a huge fake mountain. In addition, it was good at restraining its aura and hiding its tracks. It was not easy to find. Only when it sensed a huge calamity would it move. It would not stop until it found a suitable place to rest. Next, it would stop and shrink back into its shell, relying on wind, rain, frost, and snow to survive. If this desolate beast could be subdued, it would be more useful than killing it. The scripture concealing turtle was a pure wisdom path desolate beast. It was naturally close to wisdom path. It was a wisdom path spirit beast. It had the ability to find a safe and secluded place to live. Many wisdom path Gu immortals would use the scripture concealing turtle to help them when making deductions. Fan Yuan had inherited Dong Fang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance. There was a method to use the newly killed scripture concealing turtle's shell to help him deduce. Evidently, subduing this scripture concealing turtle was more beneficial to the Gu immortal. Moreover, it did not move and had strong defense. Combat immortal sect was not in a hurry to make a move. And the nether grass was the same, it was rooted in the ground and could not move. As long as one did not get close to it, the threat was low. A stalk of nether grass was especially beneficial to soul path Gu immortals, because the nether grass contained a large number of soul path down marks. As time passed, it would affect the surrounding environment. The surrounding hundreds of li around the nether grass would gradually become a breeding ground for soul path Gu worms. Nether grass had a powerful effect on modifying the environment of blessed lands and grotto heavens. Similarly, it was not convenient for combat immortal sect to take this nether grass, so they left it until today. But who could have expected Seven-Star Child to have such a huge temper? He would rather destroy Starry Sky Grotto Heaven and cause it to fall. This situation was far beyond combat immortal sect's control. This fragment world of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was discussed and agreed upon by the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent to collect the resources inside. He Fengyang represented Crane Gate. Before entering the Grotto Heaven fragment world, he had given Fan Yuan several missions. Among them, there were 3 regarding the dragonfish, nether grass, and the scripture concealing turtle. If you can capture these 3 alive, that would be the best. According to the agreement, you will get 1/3 of their value. He Fengyang told Fan Yuan clearly. Although Fan Yuan was Crane Gate's subordinate on the surface, that was not the case. He Fengyang was the person involved. He knew this clearly. Thus, he knew that to motivate Fan Yuan, he could only tempt him with benefits. Although Fan Yuan was only a rank 6 immortal zombie, he had a huge advantage against these 3. Because Fan Yuan not only had his own immortal goo, he also had the immortal goo that Crane Gate had lent to him. Having immortal goo and not having immortal goo, battle strength was 2 completely different concepts. Although the dragonfish, the scripture concealing turtle, and the nether grass were powerful life forms, they did not have immortal goo. If they had immortal goo, they would have already been attacked by goo immortals because of their greed. If it was not Seven-Star Child immortal zombie, it would be combat immortal sex people. How could they still be here? Normally speaking, in blessed lands and grotto heavens, there were basically no wild immortal goo. Because once wild immortal goo were produced, they would be taken away by the goo immortal for their own use. After all, wild immortal goo were not only useless to the management of the blessed land, it would also cause the goo immortal to have insufficient control over the blessed land. If the desolate beasts went berserk in the future, it would be troublesome. Moreover, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's owner, Seven-Star Child, was awakened by Fan Yuan long ago. He was also the owner of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. He knew that there were no wild immortal goo in the Grotto Heaven. How could he not know? Even if Seven-Star Child was occupied, and Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was taken over by combat immortal sect, there were no wild immortal goo. Unless it was an extremely special immortal goo that could conceal itself, it would not exist until now. According to the map, the dragonfish is in this blue lake, near the small island at the center of the lake. Fan Yuan flew in the air, his gaze shining. Among the dragonfish, nether grass, and the scripture concealing turtle, he was most interested in the desolate beast dragonfish. Of course, dragonfish lived in groups. Beside the desolate beast dragonfish, there were large numbers of ordinary dragonfish. These, to Fan Yuan, were not a small amount of tempting wealth. To think that I would have a second desolate beast dragonfish so quickly. Since I can take away 1/3 of the harvest, I will choose this group of dragonfish. Fan Yuan thought of this. He could not help but feel happy. At this time, on the small island at the center of the blue lake, a group of goo masters from Heaven's Envy Manor was looking at the lake in front of them. They were in deep trouble. This group of goo masters had 5 people. Almost all of them had rank 5 cultivation level. Only one young goo master had the lowest cultivation level. But he also had rank 4 peak stage cultivation level. This young man's name was Wei Wushang. He was the leader of this generation's elite disciples in Heaven's Envy Manor. Because he loved Fairy Bai Lian. He had once sparred with Fangjing, but lost. Fangjing gave him a way out. It was a draw. Wei Wushang saved his face. He felt some gratitude towards Fangjing. He felt that he owed Fangjing a favor. He was originally rank 4 middle stage, but because of this competition for resources, Heaven's Envy Manor specially raised his cultivation level to rank 4 peak stage. On one hand, it was to train the rising stars of the sect. They were the hope of the future. On the other hand, they were lacking manpower. This time, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent had started an intense competition for the fragments of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Seven-Star Child was very sinister. He self-detonated Starry Sky Grotto Heaven with great propriety. Goo immortals could not enter the fragment worlds. They could only rely on the disciples of the sect to explore them. As mentioned earlier, these grotto heaven fragment worlds had sparse Tao marks. They were like dilapidated houses on the verge of collapse. They could only last for a short period of time. And Gu immortals with Tao marks were like giants. Forcefully entering these fragment worlds was like a giant squeezing into a small house. The result would be the house breaking and the resources inside would be destroyed. In his previous life, Fan Yuan became a blood path Gu immortal and created the Bloodwing Demon sect. When Starry Sky Grotto Heaven shattered and fell, he commanded the demonic sect's mortal Gu masters to enter the fragment worlds in his place and plunder resources. But now, why could Fan Yuan enter? Speaking of which, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Because Fan Yuan had the lowest cultivation level among Gu immortals, he did not have many strength path Tao marks, and because of vaguely familiar face, he was constantly losing strength path Tao marks. One of the core immortal Gu of vaguely familiar face was Eat Strength Immortal Gu. Using Eat Strength Immortal Gu in reverse, expending strength path Tao marks to change the Gu immortal's regional aura. There were pure strength path desolate beasts like the large horned sheep, whose flesh and blood could increase Fan Yuan's strength path Tao marks. But because of his frequent disguise recently, even after adding and subtracting, the increase in strength path Tao marks was limited. Thus, Fan Yuan could enter while other Gu immortals could not. He had just reached the upper limit of the fragment world. There were very few Gu immortals who had such a miserable cultivation level like him. Most importantly, his identity allowed Crane Gate to make use of him. This was the competition and plunder of the 10 great ancient sections. If Fan Yuan did not have the status of a subordinate of Crane Gate, as an outsider Gu immortal, he would never be acknowledged by the 10 great ancient sections. This was the righteous path. They paid attention to rules. Unlike the demonic path, where it depended on whose fist was bigger, they fought head-on or were sinister and vicious. The greatest rule of the demonic path was that they did not follow rules. Chapter 9:17. This damned ancient soul sect, they actually alerted the desolate beast Dragonfish to stop us. At this moment, on the island in the lake, Heaven's Envy Manor's group was trapped, their path was blocked. In front of them, the lake water was rumbling, creating huge waves. The water was huge and dangerous. Heaven's Envy Manor's 5 Gu masters frowned deeply. They looked at the lake with anger and helplessness. Through the lake water, they could vaguely see that in the depths of the lake, there was a huge monster's body swimming around like a mad demon. Every time it swung its tail, it would create a turbulent undercurrent and set off monstrous waves. Sometimes, the sturdy fish head would even hit the bottom of the island. Boom, boom, boom. Every time the dragonfish hit, there would be an intense explosion. The island below them shook again and again. Heaven's Envy Manor's group was trapped on the island. They looked at the huge waves with pale expressions. They were helpless and helpless. The desolate beast dragonfish had a gentle nature. It rarely went crazy. But earlier, ancient soul sect's Gu masters used a method to make this desolate beast dragonfish go crazy. It entered a berserk state. It lost all rationality and nature. Heaven's Envy Manor's Gu masters might have the ability to walk on water, but they were mortals after all. They had limited primeval essence. In this situation, it was like a heavenly moat. They could not get past it. Ancient soul sect can actually influence the desolate beast dragonfish. They must have used an immortal method given by the sect. Our Heaven's Envy Manor is also one of the 10 great ancient sects. We cannot lose to ancient soul sect. Elder Zhu Ning, let's use an immortal method too. Just when they were at a loss, a Gu master from Heaven's Envy Manor suggested. Hearing an immortal method, the other Gu masters' expressions shook, their eyes shining. Elder Zhu Ning, who had the method, frowned. He sighed bitterly. If I could use an immortal method, I would have done it long ago. Why would I wait until now? He continued to explain his difficulties to everyone. It turned out that before Zhu Ning came here, his sect's supreme elder had given him an immortal Gu and some immortal essence. It was a pity that this immortal Gu could be used defensively, but it could not be used here. To solve the problem of the dragonfish, it was not suitable. Master gave him an immortal Gu? What does an immortal Gu look like? I have never seen one before. Quick, take it out and let us broaden our horizons. Zhu Ning's confession made everyone curious. For a moment, they forgot about the problem in front of them. They all wanted to see the glory of the immortal goo. Zhu Ning smiled bitterly again. I won't hide it from everyone. I only took a glance at this immortal goo before Supreme Elder planted it in my body. Right now, even I do not know where the immortal goo is in my body, not to mention taking it out. Everyone was greatly disappointed. He sighed deeply. Only Wei Wuxiang's eyes shined brightly as he said with yearning, If I can have my own immortal goo one day, that would be wonderful. The other 4 old goo masters looked at Wei Wuxiang. He would either shake his head or smile bitterly. Wei Wuxiang was too young. It was normal for young people to dream, but only with enough experience. For example, these 4 old goo masters would understand the difference between reality and dreams. Who did not want their own immortal goo? Who didn't want to become a high and mighty immortal? However, the difference between immortals and mortals was like a chasm. The cruel reality. Countless people's youths were destroyed, countless people's dreams were shattered. How many people could truly become immortals? The leader Zhu Ning sighed. There is no good solution now, we can only wait. When the dragonfish calms down, we can set off. But this way, the good things will be taken away by the other 9 sections. We will only be left with leftovers. A goo master said worriedly. What else can we do? Zhu Ning shook his head, but he did not forget to raise morale. But this is not entirely a bad thing. Let them fight for it, we can use this chance to conserve our energy. Even though immortal goo are powerful, they need immortal essence to activate them. Immortal essence is limited, let them exhaust each other. Later on, the strength we have left behind will be even stronger. Once he said this, everyone's expressions eased up, they regained some of their morale. However, there is one thing that I have to seriously remind you of. Zhu Ning's expression turned solemn. No matter how much strength we have left behind, there are 2 parties that we should not provoke. One is Spirit Affinity House's Feng Kim Hong, the other is Crane Gate's Fan Yuan. Why? Even though Feng Kim Hong and Fan Yuan are elites of my generation, they are only one person. Right now, our 10 sects have 5 people each. Their immortal methods are all mysterious and unfathomable. Why should we be afraid of them? Wei Wuxiang did not know the truth, he retorted with some dissatisfaction. That is because you do not know the inside story. Zhu Ning's gaze was solemn as he looked at the 4 goo masters around him, saying, I only learned of this shocking news from the sect before we left. Feng Kim Hong was born into a noble family. Her parents are both goo immortals, and they are extremely powerful existences among immortals. How shocking do you think the immortals' methods would be on someone like this? So it is like this. Wei Wuxiang was shocked. The others also showed expressions of shock. Zhu Ning continued. However, compared to Feng Kim Hong, that Fan Yuan is even scarier. Could it be that his background is even more noble than Feng Kim Hong? Everyone was bewildered. Zhu Ning frowned. I am not sure about the specifics. But this was specially told to me by the sect. Fan Yuan is much scarier than Feng Kim Hong. We should avoid him and not fight with him. Even though Fan Yuan is the #1 genius of our generation, he shouldn't be so terrifying, right? Wei Wuxiang said in a doubtful tone. Could it be that he has the immortal method that Immortal Crane sect gave him, and it is the strongest among the 10 sects? The other goo masters tried to analyze. Zhu Ning shook his head. I only know that Crane Gate only sent Fan Yuan this time. Think about it, what does this mean? It seems that Crane Gate is very confident in Fan Yuan, and thinks that he alone can deal with all of us. Arrogant. They are looking down on us. Crane Gate is not a fool. The sect also told us to avoid Fan Yuan. It seems there is a reason. I think we should follow the sect's instructions. That might not be the case. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot fight against 4 hands. If Fan Yuan is the strongest, the other sects will definitely join forces to resist him. The result is still uncertain. The goo masters discussed. One word, one word. One word, one word. Some were conservative, some were indignant, some wanted to ally with other sections. At this time, a sharp sound could be heard from the sky. Everyone frowned, Wei Wuxiang even covered his ears. The 5 Gu masters raised their heads and saw that in the sky, a figure was flying across the sky. This figure was extremely fast, directly piercing through the air. A long sound could be heard. In just a breath's time, it had flown over from afar. When he arrived above the small island, his figure suddenly stopped. From extreme movement to extreme stillness, the 5 Gu masters of Heaven's Envy Manor felt extremely abrupt. Who is it? He's actually flying at such a high altitude. He's so fast. Is he a human or a ghost? Judging from his appearance, he seems to be Fan Yuan? Everyone was shocked, and their mouths fell open subconsciously. A strong gust of wind blew over. It poured into their mouths and even forced them to close their eyes. This wind was formed by the impact of Fan Yuan's rapid flight. Fan Yuan stood in the air. He swept his gaze across the crowd. The huge wave, the island, the dragonfish, the Gu masters, the surrounding situation, everything was under his control. He immediately focused his attention. They focused on the arowana. The 5 Gu masters trapped on the island were of no value to him. The wind was just a gust. It came and went quickly. The 5 Gu masters quickly opened their eyes. Looking at Fan Yuan in the air, they were very nervous. It seems that this arowana went berserk because it was hit by some soul path or wisdom path method. Fan Yuan guessed as he looked at the direction and stretched out his hand, grabbing downwards. Boom! Under everyone's shocked gazes, a strength path giant hand tore through the air, smashing into the lake with great force. But strangely, when the strength path giant hand entered the lake, it did not create huge waves. Instead, wherever the giant hand passed, the water split apart, as if the lake water was cooperating with Fan Yuan. This was the effect of the strength path immortal Gu pulling water fusing into the strength path giant hand. The lake water did not obstruct Fan Yuan from capturing the arowana, it helped him instead. Adding on the fact that the arowana had gone berserk and lost its rationality, it did not try to escape, it made it easier for Fan Yuan to capture it. Roar! The arowana opened its mouth, letting out a dragon-like roar. On both sides of the fish's mouth, there were long dragon whiskers that moved like whips. The entire body of the fish struggled intensely, but the strength path giant hand was as steady as a mountain, like it was made of steel, it did not move. Under Fan Yuan's will, the strength path giant hand struck, capturing the raging arowana and bringing it out of the lake. Heaven's Envy Manor's 5 Gu masters were stunned. They watched in horror as Fan Yuan captured the arowana and stored it in his immortal aperture. After capturing this desolate beast arowana, Fan Yuan was not satisfied, he turned his attention to the other ordinary arowanas. Arowanas were social animals, there were arowanas everywhere in this lake. This time, Fan Yuan used pulling water immortal Gu, pulling up lumps of lake water that carried countless arowanas into his immortal aperture. Heaven's Envy Manor's group was dumbfounded. They would never forget this scene for the rest of their lives. Only after Fan Yuan finished harvesting and flew away for a while did these Gu masters regain their senses. All of them were covered in cold sweat. Wei Wuxiang's legs went limp as he sat on the ground. They finally understood the sect's intention in instructing them, as well as the helplessness behind it. Such a person is not someone we can deal with. Oh heavens, I was just trying to ally with others to deal with Fan Yuan. With such overwhelming power, has he already become an immortal? Everyone was shaken. The arowana was gone, they could set off now. But the scene earlier was too shocking, there was no intense movement, they were just watching, but Heaven's Envy Manor's Gu masters were breathing heavily, feeling extreme fatigue in their body and mind. Chapter 9:18. Close to 600,000 ordinary dragonfish, and one desolate beast dragonfish. Ethel. Fan Yuan flew rapidly as he paid attention to his immortal aperture's gains. He had come to this fragment world of starry sky grotto heaven, and the first time he made a move, he had great gains. The only flaw was that many ordinary dragonfish died. Because the desolate beast dragonfish was violent, and could not differentiate between friend and foe. Many ordinary dragonfish around it died. Otherwise, Fang Yuan's gains would have been even greater. But this time, Fang Yuan was satisfied. Back at Dongfang Tribe's headquarters, he had only collected over 900,000 ordinary dragonfish, and one desolate beast dragonfish. Now, his gains were more than half of that. If they were replenished to Hu Immortal Blessed Land's Dragon Scale Lake, the original Dragon Scale Lake would not be big enough to contain these dragonfish. In the future, when the truth of 88-point Jinyang Towers collapse is exposed, Hu Immortal Blessed Land will have to be abandoned. There is no need to expand the Dragon Scale Lake anymore. It seems that after I return, I need to reconstruct Starform Blessed Land first. At least I need to place these dragonfish inside. Fang Yuan thought as he looked around. He had unlimited primeval essence, he had many mortal investigative methods, and recently, he even had an investigative immortal killer move, Star Perception. Thus, he did not need to worry that he would miss out on anything along the way. But along the way, Fang Yuan rarely made a move. When Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was still intact, it had already been plundered by Combat Immortal Sect many times. Right now, the remaining resources that could catch Fang Yuan's attention were few and far between. Moreover, he still had to hand over 2/3 of his gains to Crane Gate. He could only get 1/3. This dealt a heavy blow to Fang Yuan's enthusiasm. This time, the 10 sects will send their disciples to compete. There is limited time to compete for the resources inside. There are only 7 days and 7 nights. After this time, the resources inside will be split up. The 10 sects will start their own plundering. There is nothing left for me to do. Thus, during this period of time, I only need to collect the Desolate Beast Dragonfish, Hidden Essence Turtle, and that nether grass. Most of my energy and time will be used to explore that dream realm in the central area. As soon as he thought of the dream, Fang Yuan's eyes lit up and his heart burned. Before leaving, Fengyang had told Fang Yuan to stay. Let him occupy the central area as soon as possible. In the center of this fragment world, there was an external dreamscape. The 10 great ancient sects had already started researching Great Dream Immortal Venerable's prophecy. Feng Kim Hong had Dream Wings Immortal Gu, it allowed Spirit Affinity House to hold the lead. More importantly, this dreamland had a great origin. It was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. Even though Crane Gate's Dream Path research was far behind Spirit Affinity House, as long as they snatched this dream realm, they could stop Spirit Affinity House's development. They could even use this dream realm in their hands. Negotiate with Spirit Affinity House and exchange benefits. In the entire fragment world, the most precious resources were not desolate beasts or desolate plants. Instead, it was this small piece of externally manifested dream. Therefore, before Fengyang left, he specially reminded Fang Yuan of this matter. But how would he know? Where was the excitement in Fang Yuan's heart? Fang Yuan did not have a Dream Path Immortal Gu like Feng Kim Hong. But he had the Wisdom Path Immortal Gu, Unravel Mystery. And the Dream Path Killer move that was formed, Unravel Dream. Fengyang invited Fang Yuan to represent Crane Gate. It was like opening the door to a thief. Bringing the weasel into the chicken coop. Crane Gate did not have enough strength after all. They sent me out this time, but the other 9 sects resisted strongly. Even though Crane Gate got what they wanted, I set off far later than the other 9 sections. I need to hurry and occupy the central area to prevent any problems. Catching dragonfish was just something he did on the way. The most important thing was the external dreamscape in the central area. However, when Fang Yuan arrived at his destination, someone had already arrived. Fang Yuan, I have been waiting here for a long time. Feng Kim Hong led the 4 Gu Masters of Spirit Affinity House, protecting the beautiful dream realm behind them. She looked at the greatest enemy of this trip. Her features were picturesque. Her skin was white as snow. She smiled sweetly and seemed very confident. Fang Yuan was not anxious, he also smiled. According to the rules set by the 10 great sects, if your Spirit Affinity House wants to occupy this area, you will have to face the challenge of any sect. Only after winning 2 out of 3 rounds can you remove the right to occupy this area. The 10 great ancient sects were the righteous sects of Central Continent. They had the same origin, celestial court. Thus, even though there was a competition, it was not as cruel as the demonic path, it was more gentle. Feng Kim Hong shook his head. Even if I have the immortal goo and immortal essence left behind by my mother, I cannot defeat you, Fan Yuan. I waited for you to make a deal. Oh? Fan Yuan's brows rose, he said coldly. You want to make a deal with me again? Last time at the Refinement Path Convention, you cheated me quite a bit. The method you told me to get rid of an immortal zombie was actually immortal ascension from one of the 10 extreme physiques. You still want to make a deal with me this time? Feng Kim Hong quickly said. Deals are always mutually beneficial, Fan Yuan. You have obtained a lot of benefits from my Spirit Affinity House. Don't worry, I will not let you suffer a loss in this deal. Chapter 9:19. After Fan Yuan flew far away, he landed on the ground. He let out a large number of rock men from his immortal aperture. Be it who immortal blessed land or starform blessed land, they both had a group of rockmen. Fan Yuan took most of them and brought them with him. He let them out now to act as subordinates. We pay respects to Upper Immortal. When the rockmen saw Fan Yuan, they knelt on the ground in unison. Fan Yuan grunted. He had a cold and aloof expression. After ordering these rockmen to collect resources, Fan Yuan left, concealing his figure and secretly returning to the dream realm. These rockmen were elites. They had many goo worms on them. These were specially prepared by Fan Yuan. These rockmen were equipped by Fan Yuan. Their battle strength rose greatly. They moved in groups of 10, thus, even if they encountered other sex groups, Fan Yuan was not worried that the rockmen would be at a disadvantage. In the worst-case scenario, even if the rockmen were lost, Fan Yuan would not feel any heartache. This was just a disguise. The manifested dream realm was the size of a small hill. Fan Yuan concealed his figure. He cautiously went to the back and entered the dream realm. Previously, Fan Yuan had almost died when he reached the boundary of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm and the 8th star hall of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. He had to detonate his bat wings before struggling out. This time, he took the initiative to enter. Because he had the killer move Unravel Dream, his strength had risen sharply. He was no longer the same as before. His vision changed. Fan Yuan had entered Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. Dark night. A huge bonfire was burning. Countless tall and sturdy beastmen surrounded the huge bonfire. They were jumping and dancing. Howl, howl, howl. Howl, howl, howl. Some of these beastmen had tiger faces and human bodies. They opened their bloody mouths and roared at the sky. Some had eagle beaks that resembled iron. They roared loudly. Some had leopard tails on their backs. They danced wildly, creating a series of afterimages. This is the beastman race that went extinct during the Olden Antiquity era? Fan Yuan regained his senses. He recognized the origin of these beastmen. Beastmen were a branch of the mutant race. During the Primordial Era and the Primordial Era, they were known as the strongest of the variant humans. The beastmen were very powerful. They worshipped ferocious beasts, and their folk customs were fierce and savage. Especially since they could attract wild transformation path goo worms to live inside them, allowing them to transform into a half-human, half-beast appearance. It possessed a portion of the beast's talent and strength. However, as time passed, the human race gradually rose. In the remote Antiquity era, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable appeared. They led humanity to resist the rule of variant humans and establish the human regime. In the ancient times, 3 human demon sovereigns emerged one after another. They expanded their war achievements and completely exterminated the beastmen race, confirming the ruling position of the human race. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was a rank 9 goo immortal of the remote Antiquity era. At that time, it was the time when the human race and countless other races fought fiercely for supremacy. This is indeed Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan could not help but feel slightly excited. He looked around. Soon, he realized that he had become a human boy in this dream. He was tied up by a hemp rope, and one end of the rope, one end of the rope was tied tightly to a tree trunk. More than 10 other humans were tied up together with Fan Yuan. They were all young children. Oh no! Beastmen were bloodthirsty. They were also known as cannibals. According to history, beastmen's favorite food was the flesh and blood of human children. Beastman tribes treated the surrounding humans as food. They would go out to hunt once in a while. After hunting successfully, they would hold a grand celebration of the flames. Fan Yuan sensed the situation and struggled, but the hemp rope became tighter and tighter. His whole body was covered in blood marks from the ropes. The intense pain spread throughout his body. It is useless. The more you struggle, the more pain you will feel. We are finished. We are dead. Sob, sob, sob. I don't want to be eaten. The surrounding human children saw Fan Yuan struggling. Some advised him coldly, while others cried in despair. Just as the celebration of the flames was going on, the Beastman leader suddenly shouted, "Men, bring out our most delicious food!" Howl, howl, howl. The other beastmen raised their heads and shouted in unison. A 2-meter-tall elephant man who was sitting on the ground stood up. He stretched out his long and powerful trunk and uprooted the tree trunk that was tied to the hemp rope. The tree trunk was raised high in the air. The children tied up by the hemp rope were like a string of tiny beads, and they were hung up amidst panic screams. The beastmen shouted again. The elephant man who had successfully displayed his valiance laughed loudly, loosened his trunk, and smashed the tree trunk onto the ground. The children couldn't help themselves and fell to the ground. Some unlucky children were smashed to death by the tree trunk on the spot. The stench of blood spread out. Some beastmen could not suppress their bloodthirst and jumped into the field, fighting over the corpses of the children and chewing them. Delicious! The flesh of human children is so tender and smooth, ha ha! Their words revealed the savagery of the beastmen race. The bonfire crackled and burned fiercely. The orcs around them opened their blood-red eyes and looked excitedly at the children who had survived. Some growled, some bared their jagged fangs, and some stuck out their scarlet tongues and licked their lips. Sticky saliva flowed down their mouths, reflecting amber light in the fire. The children screamed in fear, and some fainted on the spot. But Fan Yuan discovered that only one of the girls was expressionless. Although her body was trembling, and her face was as pale as paper, she pursed her lips tightly, and did not make a sound. Don't tell me she is. Fan Yuan had a flash of inspiration in his mind. Before he could catch this light, the beastman leader walked towards Fan Yuan and the others with an intense stench of blood, looking down at these weak children at his feet from a high vantage point. The fire swayed, and under the terrified gazes of many children, the beastman leader's face was pitch black, and he bared his fangs. He spoke slowly. According to our tribe's tradition, those who untie the wind-knot grass, those who receive the blessings of heavenly deity will be spared from death. They cannot untie the wind-knot grass. Gagaga, they will have the honor of becoming our great beastman's food. As soon as he said that, the beastman leader swung his tail. A bright light flashed in the fire. The ropes were cut, and the human children regained their freedom of movement. Wind-knot grass? Looking at the pile of dried grass brought by the beastmen, Fan Yuan's interest was piqued. The wind-knot grass was shaped like a lantern. It was round in the shape of a grass cage. It was rarely seen in the modern era. There was no wind-knot grass in the 5 regions. This was the green heaven of the immemorial 9 heavens. Only grass could be found. Renzu's 10 children destroyed the immemorial 9 heavens, causing the immemorial green heaven fragments to scatter all over the 5 regions. During star constellation Immortal Venerable's era, there were many immemorial heaven fragment worlds scattered all over the 5 regions. Beastmen worshipped heavenly deity. They had tribal beliefs. They believed that whoever untied the wind-knot grass would receive heavenly deity's favor. They could not offend heavenly deity's beloved children. So, as long as I untie the wind-knot grass, I can avoid death? Fan Yuan thought rapidly. He entered this dream realm and turned into one of the children. He was not even 13 years old. He had not even opened his aperture. He was unarmed. He wanted to escape this dangerous situation. It seemed like he could only follow the rules of the beast men and untie a wind-knot grass by himself. Even though he knew it was a dream, dying tragically in a dream realm was not a good thing. This meant being devoured by the dream realm. Every time it was devoured, even though it would not result in true death, the soul would be heavily injured. If the soul was injured too many times, the soul would weaken. When it reached the limit of endurance, the soul would dissipate. Even if it was still alive, the person would die. This was the danger of exploring dream realms. Soon, every child received a piece of wind-knot grass. Knowing that this was their only chance to save themselves, the children opened their eyes wide. They used every second to untie the wind-knot grass in their hands. The surrounding beast men either laughed coldly, or bared their teeth, or licked their lips, or sharpened their claws. They surrounded Fan Yuan and the rest, looking at them with ferocious expressions. The human children were surrounded in the center, surrounded by layers of brutal beast men. In this bonfire, the children held their breaths and focusing all their attention on the grass cages in their hands. Fan Yuan observed carefully. These grass cages were made up of all kinds of grass stems, roots, and leaves intertwined together, forming a strange grass ball. Only in the immemorial green sky, the wind blows all year round, and the direction of the wind changes. Countless plants are either uprooted, or have their branches cut off. These roots, branches, and leaves, under the stirring of the wind, gradually formed this spherical grass cage. Because time was limited, the surrounding children had already started to untie the wind-knot grass. Only Fan Yuan, it was his first time seeing the wind-knot grass. He quietly looked at it, and did not immediately take action. His uniqueness not only attracted the attention of some beast men, it even attracted Feng Kim Huang's attention. Feng Kim Huang also entered the dream realm. Like Fan Yuan, he turned into one of the children. Fan Yuan looked very calm. He gave off a confident aura, and because he was covered in dust and could not be identified as male or female, Feng Kim Huang could not help but misunderstand. What's going on with this kid? Is she star constellation immortal venerable? Roar! Right at this time, a tiger-headed beast man suddenly roared in excitement. He stretched out his monstrous claws, quickly grabbing a human boy and throwing him into his mouth. Crack, crack. He opened his bloody mouth, chewed a few times, and swallowed a large half of a child. What are you looking at? He destroyed a wind-knot grass stalk. He has already failed. It is only right and proper for me to eat him. Seeing the malicious gazes around him, the tiger-headed beast man growled. As he spoke, the boy's flesh and blood could still be seen between his fangs. With this provocation, the surrounding beast men became restless. The fierce light in their eyes intensified as they looked at the other children. Daddy, Daddy, where are you? Come and save me. A girl broke down on the spot, holding the wind-knot grass and wailing loudly. Damn it, why is it so difficult to get this wind-knot grass? No, I must succeed. I can do it. I often play with this wind-knot grass toy. The surrounding beast men were naturally not willing to see the children successfully untie the wind-knot grass. They gradually moved closer and closer. They had evil intentions, purposely shouting, threatening words, or rough breathing to disturb the children. Bastard, stay away from me, you stink! Feng Kim Huang was furious, shouting at the crocodile-tail beast man behind him. The crocodile-tail beast man growled angrily, his blood-red eyes staring at Feng Kim Huang. He could not believe that this food in front of him had such an arrogant attitude. Feng Kim Huang was not afraid. What are you shouting for, you bastard? Bam! Chapter 920. Once Feng Kim Huang died, her soul flew into the night sky, giggling. On the back of her soul, there was a pair of rainbow-colored wings. It was the scene of Dream Wings Immortal Goo activating. I have Dream Wings Immortal Goo. I can enter and exit dream realms freely. Even if I fail this time, I can just wait for the next cycle of the dream realm and start again. Feng Kim Huang snorted in her heart. She had tried earlier, but the wind-knot grass in her hand was already messed up by her. The knots in the grass roots were even more complicated than before. But when Feng Kim Huang was about to flap her wings and fly away, an eagle-bodied beast man pounced down from the sky. Feng Kim Hong screamed in fear. She wanted to dodge. But the usual rapid flapping of wings seemed especially sluggish in this dream. Feng Kim Hong had underestimated the difficulty of star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. Before she could escape, her soul was crushed by the eagle-bodied beastman's claw. Just this attack heavily injured Feng Kim Hong's soul. At the next moment, Feng Kim Hong left the dream realm, her soul returning to her body. G.U.H. The moment she opened her eyes, she coughed out a mouthful of blood. Spirit Affinity House's Gu masters were pale with fright. They hurriedly came to reinforce her. Such an amazing dream realm! If I had taken that attack a second time, I would have died in the dream. Feng Kim Hong's gaze was filled with shock and fear. Cold sweat flowed down her face. I was careless! Although I have dream wings Immortal Gu, against an Immortal Venerable's dream realm, it is far from safe. But thankfully, I prepared a lot of Guts Gu for this trip. I brought them with me. With Guts Gu, my soul can rapidly recover. In half a day, I will be completely healed. Feng Kim Hong wiped the cold sweat off her forehead. She cherished every bit of time she had. She quickly started to recuperate. In the dream realm, Fan Yuan's gaze landed on the wind-knocked grass in his hand again. The appearance of Feng Kim Hong earlier. This allowed Fan Yuan to obtain a lot of information. The scale of this dream realm is not big. This is only the surface of the dream realm. But this is an Immortal Venerable's dream after all. Even rank 6 Dream Wings Immortal Gu cannot escape immediately. Now, it seems that the key to this dream lies in the wind-knocked grass in my hand. Fan Yuan's mind flashed with realization. After his observation, he began to dismantle the wind-knocked grass in his hand. Starting from the surface, Fan Yuan carefully peeled it off. He felt as if he were facing the devil. It was a complicated ball of tangled threads. He needed to find the ends of the threads and pull them out one by one. When he reached the third layer, Fan Yuan found it hard to continue. The small hole in front of him was a mess. The roots were entangled with each other, making it impossible for him to remove it. Don't use brute force to destroy it. If you want to dismantle the wind-knocked grass, not only do you need confidence in your observation, you also need to use your brain to calculate. You also need to be patient, and more importantly, have enough time and some luck. Fan Yuan sighed to himself. A small hole appeared on the wind-knocked grass in his hand. However, this small hole was stuck at the third level. The only path in front of him was to retreat to the first 2 layers and find other openings. Then, he would continue to dismantle it. If it were anyone else, they would have to do the same. But there was an exception. Fan Yuan looked around. Soon, he noticed the girl who seemed to be star constellation Immortal Venerable. She had dismantled it to the 7th layer. The wind-knocked grass had shrunk by more than half in her hands. Without using any wisdom path Gu worms, she can reach such a level with just her brain power? Fan Yuan was inwardly shocked. Even though he had started to dismantle the wind-knocked grass after some time, the gap between the two was too huge. Fan Yuan squinted, concealing the bright light in his eyes. In terms of dismantling ability, Fan Yuan was only above average among all the children. In terms of progress, he was at the middle to the back. And more than half of the time had passed. According to the progress of all the children, the only one who had a chance of escaping was probably that girl who seemed to be star constellation Immortal Venerable. But Fan Yuan had ample confidence. He believed that not only could he dismantle it, he could even surpass everyone and obtain first place. What gave him confidence was none other than the Immortal Level Dream Path killer move, Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream activated. The tangled roots in front of him slowly melted, breaking apart on their own. Many of the surrounding beastmen saw this, especially the snakemen behind Fan Yuan, who had witnessed the entire process. But they did not say anything, nor did they make any strange movements. This was the effect of Unravel Dream. It was not a pure offensive killer move, but a specific transformation that was produced according to the dream realm. For example, when Fan Yuan fought in the dream realm, Unravel Dream was a powerful offensive method. If the dream realm was weak, it could directly dismantle the enemy. For example, right now, The dream realm's rules required Fan Yuan to dismantle the wind-knot grass. Thus, Unravel Dream's effect was to help Fan Yuan dismantle the wind-knot grass. This dismantling was done according to the rules, it was not done through brute force. In the eyes of the surrounding children, as well as the beast men who were observing Fan Yuan did not cheat at all. Instead, he used his brain and succeeded in removing the third layer of the wind-knot grass with his bare hands. Thus, they did not move. Even the snakeman who wanted to devour Fan Yuan only had a slightly surprised expression. He felt that Fan Yuan breaking the third layer was somewhat unexpected. Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream. Fan Yuan did not stop at all. The wind-knot grass in his hand was quickly dismantled, reaching the center. At the center of the wind-knot grass, there was a seed. This was the self-preservation method of plants in immemorial green heaven. It was also a method to use the wind to reproduce. Fan Yuan took out the seed, standing up and raising it in his hand. He succeeded. This is too fast. Please help me, can you? The surrounding people became restless. Even the little girl who was suspected to be star constellation Immortal Venerable cast a surprised gaze. You are free, little thing. I will give you 3 days to escape. Get lost. The tribe's beastman leader snorted angrily, kicking Fan Yuan away. Fan Yuan's small body flew across the air. He flew for more than 10 steps in the air before crashing on the ground. What surprised Fan Yuan was, he was kicked. Even though he felt suffocated, there were no injuries on his body. Even though the beastman leader was strong and straightforward, his martial arts had already reached the level of combining strength and gentleness. Since Fan Yuan dismantled the wind-knot grass, the beastman tribe had really let him go. Fan Yuan took a glance at the little girl. The latter had already focused on the wind-knot grass in her hand. Fan Yuan hesitated for a moment before turning around and leaving. He left the bonfire and walked into the dark forest. He only walked for a dozen steps. A trace of light shone in the darkness. The further he walked, the brighter the light became. Eventually, all of the darkness was pushed aside, there was complete light. The light gradually faded, revealing the scene of reality. Fan Yuan realized that not only had he opened his eyes, his body had unknowingly walked more than 10 steps away, leaving the manifested dream realm. Looking at the dream realm behind him, Fan Yuan frowned deeply. He was very puzzled. What happened? I left the dream realm for no reason. He carefully sensed his surroundings. This time, he did not fail in exploring the dream realm. His wisdom path attainment level had risen by a level. This shouldn't be. According to the scale of this dream realm, there should be at least 3 acts. I successfully passed the first act. Why didn't I enter the second act? Fan Yuan stood on the spot, falling into deep thought. The radiance of the manifested dream realm shone on his face. He left the dream realm. He went back the way he came. Through the dream realm, on the other side. It was Spirit Affinity House's group, as well as Feng Kim Hong who was urgently healing himself. Thus, Fan Yuan was still not exposed. But if he could not figure out the reason for leaving the dream realm, he could not guarantee that the next time he left the dream realm, he would return to Spirit Affinity House. If others found out that Fan Yuan was exploring the dream realm, it would be troublesome. After a long while, Fan Yuan's frown gradually eased. He walked forward again, letting the dream realm devour him. His vision changed. Fan Yuan entered star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm again. Dark night, bonfire, beastmen, children, wind-knot grass, the same scene repeated. Using Unravel Dream, Fan Yuan cheated and was the first to unravel the wind-knot grass. But this time, he did not leave directly. He walked towards the girl who was suspected to be star constellation Immortal Venerable, wanting to help her unravel the wind-knot grass. The beastman leader did not object. He said, "Little rascal, you still want to help others? Humph. You can help, but if you can't unravel it, you will have to pay with your life. It seems I guessed correctly." Fan Yuan was overjoyed. He unraveled the wind-knot grass within the time limit and escaped with the girl. What? Or did I escape? Fan Yuan looked back in surprise. The second attempt ended in failure. Fan Yuan did not enter the second scene. Like the first time, he was thrown out of the dream realm. Dream realms had all kinds of strange rules. Because every dream realm was unique, it was hard to accumulate experience in exploring dream realms. Even with Fan Yuan's previous life's experience, his advantage was still very small. This time, after saving the girl, my wisdom path attainment level increased more than the previous time, Fan Yuan muttered. He fell into deep thought. Looking at the current situation, there were two possibilities. One was that the girl he saved was not the real star constellation Immortal Venerable. The second was that he had to save more children. After reaching a certain number, he could enter the second scene. Before entering the dream realm for the third time, Fan Yuan rested for a while. He took out Guts Goo and healed his weakened soul. Even though he successfully left the dream realm and explored it, his soul was not unharmed. He still expended a lot of energy in the dream realm. Of course, Fan Yuan's soul expenditure was much better than Feng Kim Huang's injuries. The former was a success, the latter was a failure. The two could not be mentioned in the same breath. Third time! Fan Yuan encouraged himself as he entered the dream realm again. Everything in the dream was repeating itself. The moment he distributed the wind knot grass, Fan Yuan activated Unravel Dream. After a few breaths of time, the wind knot grass in his hand was split. Fan Yuan grabbed the seed in the center of the grass and raised his right hand, shouting, "I succeeded!" At once, be they beast men or children, they stared at Fan Yuan with wide eyes. Chapter 921. Let me help you! Fan Yuan untied the wind knot grass in his hand and walked to the nearest child. Hee, little bastard, you want to save the others? You can! But you! The beast man leader sneered. But before he finished, Fan Yuan interrupted him. I know. If I cannot save them, I will not leave, just eat me. Fan Yuan waved his hand and said casually. The beastman leader choked. He could not say anything. The surrounding children looked at Fan Yuan as if he was a hero. They looked at him with hope and admiration. Little bastard, if you can save everyone, I will not be the leader anymore. The beastman leader laughed sinisterly. But after a while, he could not laugh anymore. Fan Yuan did not play by the rules. He continued to use Unravel Dream at an astonishing speed. The captured children were saved one after another. If he had to untie the wind knot grass by himself, he would not even be able to save himself. But after using Unravel Dream, the difficulty fell to the extreme. For example, it was like playing mahjong. Others would grab the tiles one by one, but Fan Yuan would directly turn the tiles into the ones he wanted. But this kind of blatant cheating, in the eyes of the surrounding people, was Fan Yuan's fingers flying. No matter what kind of wind knot grass it was, after spinning it a few times in his hands, it would be cut down at a visible speed, eventually reaching the core, and the seeds would be extracted. Easy as pie. Easy as pie. This was the power of Dream Path Killer move Unravel Dream. The children's eyes shone with tears. Looking at Fan Yuan's figure, they were filled with endless gratitude and admiration. The beastmen opened their mouths wide. They were dumbfounded. Unbelievable. They are all saved, I succeeded, Fan Yuan said calmly to the beastman leader. After a while, the children seemed to wake up from a dream. They erupted in cheers. Some were crying tears of joy, some were jumping around. The beastman leader was speechless. He stared at Fan Yuan with bloodshot eyes. The surrounding beastmen were either growling or baring their fangs. They were restless. Fan Yuan was not worried that the orcs would go back on their word. Generally speaking, this kind of primitive tribe was quite strict with their beliefs, customs, and traditions. Of course, everything can't be generalized. In reality, there was also the possibility that the beastmen would go back on their word. But here, it was a special dream. It was not reality. As expected, just as Fan Yuan expected, no matter how angry and unwilling the orcs were, they could only watch the delicious food right in front of their mouths and leave leisurely. Passing through the gloomy forest, Fan Yuan led a rather large group of children, leading the orc tribe and the bonfire behind them. The children clustered around Fan Yuan. As they walked together, they gradually became silent. In the darkness, the ray of light continued to expand. Finally, it filled his field of vision again. Fan Yuan's soul returned to his body, and he opened his eyes. Taking a closer look, Fan Yuan had a surprised look on his face. He looked at the external dream behind him in shock, and his heart was full of doubts. How is this possible? I've already saved all the children and done my best. But why was I still thrown out of the dream and didn't enter the second act? Fan Yuan frowned deeply. Could it be that my previous guess was wrong? Untie the wind knots and save these children. Is it not the correct way to pass the first act of the dream? What other clues did I miss? Fan Yuan pondered and racked his brains. The exploration of the dream world was just that difficult. Even if Fan Yuan had the experience of his previous life and had the advantage of being ahead of this era, it was not easy to grasp when exploring dreams. Every dream was unique. The methods of exploring dreams were almost all different, and it was difficult to sum up the experience. Right now, Fan Yuan could only keep guessing and then try one by one. Only by perseverance and patience could there be a possibility of passing through the dream. Of course, in Fan Yuan's previous life, there were many examples, such as people exploring dreams for decades without any results. Fan Yuan's head was aching from thinking about it. He had some new guesses, but even he did not have much confidence in them. In that case, I should go somewhere else and subdue the hidden essence turtle. Fan Yuan hit a wall in this dream realm, but he did not persist. Even though this dream realm of star constellation Immortal Venerable was his main target, the dragonfish, hidden essence turtle, and that desolate plant were all things that he had to obtain. With a thought, Fan Yuan decided to leave this place and go somewhere else. 2 hours later, Feng Kim Huang's pale face finally turned rosy. She opened her eyes. His clear eyes shone with a bright light. Guts Goo is too helpful in healing soul injuries, it works so quickly. She felt a sense of relief. Seeing that she was safe and sound, the 4 Goo Masters of Spirit Affinity House let out sighs of relief. They were here to accompany the Crown Prince. If anything happened to Feng Kim Hong, they would not have a good time when they returned to the sect. Feng Kim Hong looked at the desolate beast shark fin wolf left behind by Fan Yuan. Her gaze focused, she asked the other Goo Masters and found out that no Goo Masters came here while she was healing. She relaxed slightly. Finally, she checked her condition and confirmed that she was completely healed. She stood up and faced the dream realm again. Earlier, I used Dream Wings Immortal Goo to show off and gained refinement path attainment. But this time, I am facing an Immortal Venerable's dream realm. The difficulty is like heaven and earth. I cannot make the same mistake again. Why does the dream realm seem to have shrunk? Feng Kim Huang's expression suddenly focused, suspicion flashed in her eyes. Once the dream realm was successfully explored, it would vanish completely. Even though Fan Yuan did not succeed completely, she gained a lot and her wisdom path attainment rose sharply. As the saying goes, there are gains and losses. Fan Yuan gained something, but the dream realm naturally lost something. Externally, the dream realm's size had shrunk. It has indeed shrunk. How could this be? Feng Kim Hong confirmed it again and again. She became increasingly suspicious. Is this the special aspect of the Immortal Venerable's dream realm? It will continue to shrink as time passes? Feng Kim Hong did not guess anything else. In this era, people's understanding of dream realms was still at a primitive stage. And Feng Kim Hong was deeply convinced that her unique Dream Wings Immortal Goo had an early advantage in the aspect of dream path. Even though she was suspicious, Feng Kim Hong could not verify it. Eventually, she shook her head, ignoring her suspicions and the feeling of uneasiness. She entered the dream realm again. Not long after Feng Kim Hong entered the dream realm, Fan Yuan used the information He Fengyang left for him and arrived at the location of the hidden essence turtle. This wisdom path desolate beast. It was as huge as a mountain. Right now, the hidden essence turtle's limbs, head, and tail were all inside its shell. Most of its body was hidden in the mountain rocks. Fan Yuan chuckled. He moved like an eagle, pouncing down rapidly. Bam bam bam. The violent explosions were continuous, like bursts of muffled thunder. Fan Yuan and the hidden essence turtle started fighting. At once, rocks flew and dust rose. The hidden essence turtle tried to retaliate at first, but it had no immortal goo and was only a desolate beast, not an ancient desolate beast. How could it be the match of Fan Yuan, who had rank 7 battle strength? After a few rounds, the hidden essence turtle could only hide inside its shell and take a beating. This turtle's shell is really thick. Fan Yuan attacked for a while. Seeing that he could not do anything to the hidden essence turtle, he laughed helplessly. He did not use his full strength, he did not even use immortal goo. He had used myriad self-giant hand in many places, he did not want to expose it. Who knew if other sects had prepared investigative immortal goo? Bring it with him? Fan Yuan needed to conceal his strength as much as possible. Thus, after the hidden essence turtle hit its head, Fan Yuan was not anxious at the moment. He split his attention. On one hand, he fought intensely while on the other, he savored the dream realm's gains. As he savored it, countless inspirations appeared in his mind. It was like a window was opened in front of him, he could see the vast scenery outside. This feeling was amazing, Fan Yuan was intoxicated by it. Originally, my wisdom path attainment level was extremely ordinary. After all, I had only tried to cultivate wisdom path not long ago. But now, my wisdom path attainment level has reached quasi-master. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm is truly amazing. With such progress, if he cultivated normally, he would need decades of accumulation. Even though the dream realm was dangerous, once he successfully explored it, even if it was only a partial success, the gains would be huge. It saved Fan Yuan a lot of effort. Why is there thunder? Fan Yuan and the hidden essence turtle's battle attracted groups of goo master groups to investigate. Fan Yuan? How can he be so powerful? No wonder the elders in the sect instructed us to avoid this monster Fan Yuan. This is simply cheating. It is too unfair to us, how can we fight such a monster? Eventually, Fan Yuan spent a day and a night to subdue the hidden essence turtle, keeping it in his immortal aperture. During this period, many goo masters were attracted, but after investigating for a while, they all left in panic. 36th attempt failed. Feng Kim Hong opened her eyes tiredly. Ever since she was heavily injured, she had been very careful. Unfortunately, she did not have unraveled dream, she had never come into contact with the wind not grass before. 36 times, she did not succeed even once. Successfully saving herself was the lowest requirement for exploring dream realms. If she failed to disassemble the wind not grass, she would not be able to save herself, that would be a failure. Thus, every time Feng Kim Hong explored dream realms, the damage to her soul was far greater than Fan Yuan's. She needed to spend a lot of time to recuperate and recover. Thus, after 2 days and 1 night, she only explored 36 times. The Immortal Venerable's dream realm is actually so difficult. I have Dream Wings Immortal Goo, but it is still like this. Not to mention others. Feng Kim Hong looked at the dream realm in front of her with a bitter expression. She was filled with a deep sense of defeat. Whenever she thought about the appearance of the wind not grass, this genius would have the urge to vomit. At this moment, Fan Yuan was secretly approaching the dream realm. He had already kept the hidden essence turtle and the nether grass. The rest of his time and energy was spent on the Immortal Venerable's dream realm. After thinking for a while, Fan Yuan had a new guess. Chapter 922. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm once again appeared in front of Fan Yuan's eyes. Night time. A huge bonfire. Surrounding the bonfire, beastmen were dancing wildly, letting out wild beastly roars. This was a carnival. A bloody celebration after the hunt. Fan Yuan looked around calmly. He once again transformed into a human child, who was tied up with his hands behind his back. Many boys and girls were in the same situation as him. Oh no, we are dead! Sob, sob, sob. I don't want to be eaten. The children cried, their faces were pale and filled with despair. Fan Yuan's eyes shined. He suddenly stood up and shouted, I want the wind not grass! The Beastman's celebration was at its climax. Fan Yuan's voice suddenly interrupted. At once, the beastly roars stopped. All the beastmen stared at him with bloodshot eyes. The enormous pressure caused the human children to go silent like cicadas in the winter and shiver, and some even wet their pants on the spot. Fan Yuan was expressionless. He shouted again. The beastman leader snorted angrily, ordering with surging killing intent. Give it to him! Little brat, I will keep an eye on you. As long as you accidentally damage the stalk of the grass, I will use my nose to crush your delicate body into meat paste. An elephant trunk beastman walked over, handing the wind-knot grass to Fan Yuan, threatening him in an evil tone. Fan Yuan smiled lightly. Looking at the wind-knot grass in his hand, he raised his head. One? How can that be enough? Give me as many wind-knot grass as there are human captives here. I want to remove all the wind-knot grass and save them all. Immediately, gasps could be heard, be it the beastmen or the children around Fan Yuan. They opened their eyes wide, looking at Fan Yuan with different expressions. After a short moment of shock, the beastmen started to laugh. The faces of the children, who had just been filled with hope and excitement, were now filled with worry and despair. Soon, all the wind-knot grass was piled up at Fan Yuan's feet. The height of the entire pile was several times that of Fan Yuan's current height. It was an impossible task to use one's own strength to remove all the wind-knot grass in an extremely limited amount of time. Other than Fan Yuan, no one believed that he would succeed. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Fan Yuan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and began to dismantle the wind-knot grass. Dream unravel. Dream unravel. Dream unravel. This unique immortal killer move used the Wisdom Path Immortal Goo Unravel Mystery as the core, with many Dream Path Mortal Goo as supplementary. When Fan Yuan used it now, the effect was extremely good. But even though Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo could be used repeatedly, the other Dream Path Mortal Goo would be expended as the killer move was activated. Fortunately, Fan Yuan had never slacked off before. Basically, he would squeeze out some time every day to explore his dreams. He painstakingly refined Dream Path Mortal Goo one by one. These Dream Path Mortal Goo were accumulated, they could be used now. As the saying goes, opportunities are left to those who are prepared. I finally entered the second stage of the Dream Realm. Fan Yuan was secretly excited. This time, he was not thrown out of the Dream Realm, he finally entered the second stage of the Dream Realm. So, to pass the first stage of the Dream Realm, he had to save all the children. Even though Fan Yuan had tried earlier, he was too late. In the original Dream Realm's trajectory, a portion of the children were killed by the Elephant Trunk Beastman. The Elephant Trunk Beastman obeyed the Beastman leader's orders and brought the children here. But he purposely made a mistake. He smashed the tree trunk on the ground. The tree trunk crushed many of the bound children to death. Their flesh and blood were snatched by the Beastmen. They were all devoured. Even though this was not in accordance with the Beastman tradition, it was still an exception. The Elephant Trunk Beastman was a famous warrior in the Beastman tribe. The Beastman leader and the rest tolerated his actions. When Fan Yuan subdued the Hidden Essence Turtle and Nether Soul Grass, he understood this and saved all the human children. He finally succeeded and entered the second stage of the Dream Realm. After passing the first stage, my Wisdom Path attainment level is likely to reach Master level. Earlier, I used Unravel Dream frequently and expended a lot of Dream Path Mortal Goo. I need to save them carefully. It is a pity that I went to that spring dream fruit tree based on the information I obtained from Mo Yao's will. But half a year ago, this tree was cut down by an ignorant mortal. Otherwise, with this tree, I would have at least 10 times more Dream Path Mortal Goo now. The first stage should be derived from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's childhood memories. It might have been a regret in her entire life. By saving all the children, I have made up for this regret. Thus I successfully passed the first stage. Then, what will happen in the second stage? Fan Yuan suppressed his thoughts as he looked at the dream realm around him. This was a mountain. In the silent night sky, sparse starlight shone. It was like summer, warm winds blew gently, bringing with them the fragrance of the lush forest. The sound of the mountain stream, the rustling of the wind, and the singing of the nightingales mixed together, forming a heavenly melody that could not be described with words. Compared to the bloody, cruel, and dangerous first stage, the second stage was gentle like water. It was like a gentle breeze and drizzling rain. Let's go, what are you waiting for? As long as we make it past 6 steps in the starboard chessboard, we will obtain Lord Immortal Venerable's personal inheritance. If we become Lord Immortal Venerable's disciples, we will learn skills and become experts. At that time, we will take revenge for our loved ones and kill all of those damned beast men. The surrounding children saw that Fan Yuan had stopped and urged him to hurry up. The surrounding children saw that Fan Yuan had stopped and started to urge him. There are records of this in history as well. The first rank 9 Gu Immortal in human history, known as Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. He knew the drawbacks of the tribe system. In order to create a sect system, he set an example. He had set up starboards in many places. As long as I make 6 steps in the starboard chessboard, I will become his personal disciple. Fan Yuan recalled as he followed his companions. They climbed to the peak together. There, he saw the famous starboard chessboard. The astrolabe chessboard was carved on a huge, flat boulder. On the rock surface, there were lines that cut horizontally, cut vertically, or inserted diagonally. Every time a breeze blew past, these lines would flash with traces of azure starlight. When Fan Yuan got closer, these starlight lines would pass through his eyes. It floated up in his mind. At the same time, his soul expenditure increased by dozens of times. Many of his companions stopped moving, some even fainted on the spot. Fan Yuan held his breath and concentrated. He finally got close to the rock. He slowly stretched out his palm and placed it on the rock's surface. There was a loud bang. His ears buzzed. He was hallucinating. Those traces of starlight lines. They suddenly expanded into many streets. And Fan Yuan's body was shining with starlight. He had already turned into a star chess piece. He stopped in the middle of these interweaving starlight paths starboard chessboard. Fan Yuan observed for a while, his forehead filled with cold sweat. He considered for a long time. He took a step hesitantly. At the next moment, his soul was thrown out of the dream realm, returning to his body. His soul was heavily injured. He made a wrong step. He lost the entire game. Fan Yuan's body shook. He was about to fall. This time, his soul was injured. It was even more serious than Feng Kim Huang's injury. He almost lost half his life. The second dream realm. It is 100 times more dangerous than the first. Fan Yuan's face flashed with shock, but he soon calmed down. However, I have already passed the first stage. My gains are huge. My wisdom path attainment has indeed reached master level. I still have plenty of time, no rush. I will use Guts Gu to recuperate before exploring. Just as Fan Yuan was recuperating, on the other side of the manifested dream realm, Feng Kim Hong had just finished recuperating. He opened his eyes and wanted to try again. Why did the dream realm shrink again? And it has shrunk by a lot, it is almost a third now. Feng Kim Huang's eyes were wide open. Fan Yuan passed the first stage. His gains were huge. The first stage of the manifested dream realm was gone forever. This portion of the dream realm had already turned into nutrients, nourishing Fan Yuan. Don't tell me someone got here first and succeeded? Feng Kim Huang's thoughts changed. He laughed lightly. How can that be? Mother used the sect's power to deduce. She confirmed that I am the only dream path immortal Gu in Central Continent. It seems that this dream realm is very special. It will fade with time. I need to hurry. Feng Kim Hong squinted, activating Dream Wings Immortal Gu. Dream Wings flapped, bringing her soul deep into the dream realm. Once she entered, Feng Kim Hong was overjoyed. This is clearly a deeper layer of the dream realm. Great, I don't have to face those damned wind-knocked grass anymore. At this moment, Feng Kim Hong was jumping around happily in the dream realm. But a moment later, Feng Kim Hong returned in defeat. Her broken soul returned to her body. Her face was pale as paper. The wind-knocked grass is gone, But there is an even more complicated astrolabe chessboard. She looked at the dream realm in front of her hatefully. The manifested dream realm had a solid form. It was shining with 7 beautiful colors. It was luxurious and mysterious. Anger and grievance filled her heart, but she had nowhere to vent it. Feng Kim Hong had gained many benefits in the dream realm. With Dream Wing's immortal goo in her hands, she had a feeling of dream realms are nothing more than this and underestimated the enemy. In all of history, she had never suffered such a huge setback. Facing this dream realm, she had already spent several days, she had suffered dozens of injuries, but she had no gains at all. Star constellation immortal venerable, I will remember you. Feng Kim Hong gritted her teeth. Her eyes rolled as she fainted on the spot, unable to endure her injuries. Time passed quickly, it was already the agreed time limit. All the Gu masters who entered the fragment worlds came out, returning to their respective sex Gu immortals to report. Soon, the immortals' gazes gathered on Fan Yuan and He Feng Yang. In this competition, Crane Gate took the lead. Not only did they get the meat, they did not even leave any soup for others. In such a situation, Fan Yuan did not want to stay for long. After completing the transaction with He Feng Yang, he left this valley with the dragonfish. Chapter 923. Who Immortal Blessed Land. Blood-colored light lingered in the underground cave. The faint blood-colored light came from the blood-colored Ganoderma forest growing in the cave. These blood-colored Shi trees were growing freely, they were all mutated from normal Shi trees. Originally, Shi trees were not suitable to grow in Who Immortal Blessed Land. But after the blood poison Tang earthly calamity, Who Immortal Blessed Land gained more blood path Dao marks, the entire blessed land's environment changed, it was very suitable for some blood path lifeforms to grow. Thus, the weak Shi trees instead mutated into blood Shi trees, they flourished in the underground cave, becoming extremely luxuriant. And previously, Who Immortal Blessed Land's boundless water chestnut flowers, poisonous blue degree grass, water chestnut grass, 6 divine grass, 7 treasure flowers, milk tea flowers, and others were all gone. Comparing the two situations, it was like the merciless world, the vicissitudes of life. Fan Yuan was sitting under a huge blood Shi tree. At this moment, he slowly opened his eyes, letting out a breath of turbid air. Earlier, when he was outside, he had used Xing Xiangzi's identity and vaguely familiar face to disguise himself. Right now, he was in Who Immortal Blessed Land, his own headquarters. He did not need to expend immortal essence to maintain his transformation path killer move. Fan Yuan was currently in his immortal zombie form. He had 8 arms, a green face, red eyes, he was 6 meters tall and had protruding fangs. Cold light flickered in the blood-red light. But at this moment, his eyes were shining with the deep light of wisdom. This light was the accumulation of time, it was the crystallization of time, it was very moving. It formed a sharp contrast with his fierce appearance. Thinking back to the meditation earlier, Fan Yuan let out a breath of turbid air again, he sighed softly. This time's harvest is too huge. It is truly too huge. He could not help but sigh at this point. Because in this dream realm exploration, Fan Yuan had actually reached Grand Master attainment level in both Star Path and Wisdom Path. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm not only allowed Fan Yuan's Wisdom Path attainment level to soar, it even raised his Star Path attainment level. This had greatly shocked Fan Yuan back then. Grand Master attainment level. What did that mean? Fan Yuan's past life and this life, 500 years of ups and downs. He was only a Grand Master in Blood Path and Strength Path. Among them, the Blood Path Grand Master was Fan Yuan's main path in his previous life. He had accumulated 500 years of experience in his previous life. As for Strength Path Grandmasters, they cultivated both in their previous life and in their current life. Therefore, with the foundation that he had accumulated in his previous life, in this life, he mainly benefited from the immortal ascension tribulation and the opportunity to seek guidance from the heaven and earth. Secondly, there was He Lolan's dream. And so on and so forth. This was the result of accumulation. Fan Yuan had spent all his effort in both his previous and current lives, and it took him 500 years to reach the Grandmaster realm. This time, he only explored star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm once. In less than half a month's time, he obtained Wisdom Path and Star Path Grandmaster realms. There seemed to be nothing in the Master realm. But Fan Yuan knew in his heart that the rewards were unimaginable. It could even be said, it was much more valuable than Hu Immortal Blessed Land. What we've gained this time will be for a period of time in the future. It will give me a huge boost, and I can directly break out of the predicament. Generally speaking, the law of development was accumulation, gradual development, continuous accumulation, gradual improvement, and finally, when the conditions were right, success would follow. However, a fortuitous encounter or a windfall would bring about explosive growth. They could directly jump over the current deadlock and save a lot of time. They could forcefully break through the current situation and achieve extraordinary results. Ever since his rebirth, Fan Yuan had blazed his way through thistles and thorns, advancing bravely and diligently. He had many harvests that were of great help to him, allowing him to break through his current predicament. Liquor worm, spring autumn cicada, blood skull goo, bone flesh unity, all-out effort goo, Hu Immortal Blessed Land of Three Kings Mountain, second aperture goo, becoming a strength path goo immortal, communicating with nature, wisdom goo. Apart from that, there were all sorts of miscellaneous improvements and gains, but none of them could be considered as breaking the stalemate. However, after this trip to the fragment world of the starry sky grotto heaven, Fan Yuan had gained another achievement, which was the dual master realm. Among them, Wisdom Goo might be a rank 9 immortal Goo, but it was only in agreement with Fan Yuan. It did not belong to Fan Yuan and could not be used to a high degree. On the other hand, attainment level was something that belonged to the Goo immortal. In Fan Yuan's opinion, the dual master realm was even more valuable than Wisdom Goo. Looking at the trajectory of my rebirth, this time's breakthrough could be said to be the greatest harvest. But the whole process was instead very easy, unprecedentedly easy. This made Fan Yuan sigh at the mysteriousness of life. Of course, there were also guesses. Was this harvest related to Connect Luck? Speaking of which, ever since Connect Luck, Fan Yuan's cultivation had been much smoother. The feeling of his attainment level rising, especially when both of them rose to Grandmaster realm, this feeling could be said to be indescribably wonderful and incomparable. Just like the previous Fan Yuan, when he looked out the window, he could only see a fake mountain, and the potholes on the fake mountain, as well as the grass and moss. Right now, Fan Yuan had ascended several steps and was looking from a high vantage point. He was looking down from a bird's eye view, observing the fake mountain that once occupied most of his vision. He found that the fake mountain now was as small as a pebble on his feet. He could see further, and his perception became deeper. Attainment level, this word was hard to describe. What was attainment level? Even in the mature Goo Master cultivation world, there were many different opinions on this, and it was hard to unify them. Fan Yuan's soul originated from Earth. This difference allowed him to have a different understanding of the word attainment level. The so-called attainment level is like solving math problems. Solving one math problem after another, and after answering correctly, accumulating experience, slowly obtaining the essence and comprehension, the attainment level will increase. With this attainment level, if I encounter similar math problems again, I can quickly solve them and get the correct answer. If I encounter a different math problem, I can comprehend it by analogy and solve it. Thus, some of the cultivation problems that Fan Yuan faced, because of his attainment level, were solved to varying degrees. For example, Fan Yuan's usage of Wisdom Goo was only superficial. His usage method was simple and crude. Now that he had Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment, he had many inspirations and ideas. He could try to add some supplementary Goo worms to make greater use of Wisdom Goo. Another example was modifying Goo recipes. A long time ago, Fan Yuan had tried to modify Memory Thought Goo, Star Thought Goo, and Malicious Thought Goo's recipes, but because of his low Wisdom Path attainment level, his attempts failed, and he encountered bottlenecks, unable to break through. After that, he successfully modified Star Thought Goo's recipe, but it was only by using Starlight Immortal Goo from top to bottom. It could not be considered his true ability. Now, Fan Yuan could clearly feel that he could modify these goo recipes. And he could modify them very well. From this point, Fan Yuan was even confident that he could recreate an incomplete inheritance. For example, the incomplete wisdom path inheritance that Fan Yuan obtained earlier contained memory thought goo, recall immortal goo's recipe, and several mortal killer moves. Fan Yuan could use his Grandmaster attainment level to deduce, recreate, and even restore this inheritance to a certain extent. Goo recipes could be modified. Killer moves could also be modified. Myriad self, vaguely familiar face, they were all within the range of his abilities. There were also battlefield killer moves that Fan Yuan had been searching for, but now, Fan Yuan had the foundation to create his own battlefield killer moves. Another example was the construction of Starform Blessed Land. Previously, Fan Yuan's plan required a lot of resources. Now that his Wisdom Path and Star Path attainment levels had both risen, he only needed to slightly optimize the construction plan. This would save him 300,000 Immortal Yuan stones worth of construction costs. And the effect of this optimization plan was even more ideal and outstanding than the previous plan. Expanding on that, the raising of hairy men, the 8 economic pillars, the use of Goo Immortal Souls, Gupai Blessed Lands ownership, all of these had new prospects. Attainment level increase. It was quite special. In other words, the increase in attainment level would bring about a comprehensive increase in all aspects. A Goo Master's cultivation would be renewed, they would have broad prospects, and their overall strength would rise sharply. Time passed quickly. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye in the 5 regions' time. 2 wills were entangled and fighting intensely. Fan Yuan's will had the upper hand, firmly suppressing Mo Yao's will. Fan Yuan's will had a huge advantage. It was almost like he was toying with Mo Yao's will. How can this be? How did your strength rise by so much? Mo Yao's will shouted in shock and anger. Before this, when Fan Yuan used the same amount of will to compete with Mo Yao's will in terms of pure will, they were evenly matched, he was even slightly weaker. But now, Fan Yuan's Wisdom Path attainment had reached Grandmaster level, he only used a third of his will and Mo Yao's will was screaming in fear. From the start of the battle, Fan Yuan was like a mountain, suppressing Mo Yao's will to the point where she could not turn the situation around. Earlier, I used Mo Yao's will as a target. I learned the technique of competing with her wills in battle. Right now, my vision was far above this will. Many techniques came into being naturally because of this. Mo Yao's will has already lost the qualifications to be my sparring partner. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan retracted his will. He finally placed all his attention on the battlefield killer move, 8 Doors Labyrinth. 10 days ago, Fan Yuan left Hu Immortal Blessed Land and came to Eastern Sea, working together with Shark Demon and the rest to explore Yulu Blessed Land. The former heavenly moat, 8 Doors Labyrinth, was already traceable in the eyes of the Wisdom Path Grandmaster Fan Yuan. Previously, Fan Yuan had thought that he needed Wisdom Path Immortal Goo Star Thought to have a chance of solving 8 Doors Labyrinth. But now, during the process of solving the battlefield killer move, he still had the time to be distracted and secretly spar with Mo Yao's will. And most importantly, after more than 10 days of dismantling in the Blessed Land, under Fan Yuan's lead, Shark Demon and the rest were finally about to solve 8 Doors Labyrinth. 8 Doors Labyrinth is about to be cleared. To think that this Xingxiang Zi had suddenly become so powerful. 8 Doors Labyrinth, is this battlefield killer move the final round of Yulu Blessed Land? The immortals were secretly excited. Boom! With a deafening sound, 8 Doors Labyrinth was completely solved by Fan Yuan. The true appearance of Yulu Blessed Land was shown to the immortals. Chapter 924. After breaking through the battlefield killer move 8 Doors Labyrinth, everyone's vision widened as they saw the true scene of Yulu Blessed Land. Only to see that the sky was filled with flowing lights that resembled silks of silk, or streams. Some were flowing slowly while others were rippling. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, purple, every type of flowing light had a bright color. All sorts of dazzling lights shone on everyone's faces. Fan Yuan, Shark Demon, and the rest did not speak. The mystical scene in front of them made them show expressions of excitement and amazement. This Yulu blessed land was very different from ordinary blessed lands. Ordinary blessed lands had sky and earth, grass and trees, mountains and rivers, flowers, birds, insects, and fish. But here, there was nothing. Yulu blessed land was very special. It was just a vast space without the concept of heaven and earth. There were no living beings, and there was no accumulation of resources for Gu immortals to cultivate. Maybe it is because of this special Yulu blessed land that it can create battlefield killer moves of different paths. Fan Yuan had a realization. Normally speaking, battlefield killer moves and blessed lands and grotto heavens conflicted. Very few Gu immortals would create battlefield killer moves in grotto heavens or blessed lands. Because battlefield killer moves used Gu worms to form down marks to create a temporary battlefield environment. And the foundation of a grotto heavens or blessed land was down marks. Different down marks conflicted with each other. When Langya blessed land was attacked by Qin Baixing and the rest, land spirit of Langya did not use a battlefield killer move to resist. That was because creating battlefield killer moves in grotto heavens or blessed lands. It was an act of internal strife that was asking for trouble. However, Yulu blessed land went against the common sense of cultivation. In Fan Yuan's case, in the process of attacking Yulu blessed land, he had experienced freezing rain, frozen earth, fighting soul battlefield, and 8 doors labyrinth, these 3 battlefield killer moves. These 3 were clearly immortal killer moves of different paths. Gu immortals would not normally be able to use any of them. They were used in immortal apertures. But in Yulu blessed land, not only were these 3 used, they did not conflict with the blessed land, they even seemed to complement each other. Fairy Yulu is Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's disciple. It is not strange for her immortal aperture blessed land to have such a phenomenon. Su Baiman stared ahead, after a while. He heaved a sigh of relief. Although we've lost a lot of resources. But if he could understand Fairy Yulu's technique, it will allow us to set up battlefield killer moves in our immortal apertures. It is a huge gain. Tai Bai Yinxing's eyes shined with bright light. Right at this time, a Gu immortal suddenly pointed at a direction and shouted, "Look, immortal Gu!" Everyone followed the direction of the Gu immortal's finger. Zhang Xian quickly turned his gaze over. There was indeed a Gu worm with a unique shape. The insect's body was long and slender, like a branch. Countless thin golden wings were fluttering on its body. The entire Gu worm was like a slender golden willow branch. This Gu worm quickly burrowed into the colorful flowing lights and disappeared. But at this moment, the aura of the immortal Gu was unmistakable. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but burn, and their breathing quickened, but they weren't too surprised. There were naturally immortal Gu left in Yulu blessed land. If there were no immortal Gu, how would they set up those battlefield killer moves earlier? Even though Yulu blessed land did not have any resources, there were so many battlefield killer moves, there were bound to be many immortal Gu. Shark Demon suddenly raised his head and laughed, his laughter breaking the silence. He was overjoyed. Even though most of the gains here had to be given to Zombie Alliance. But he was in charge of the strategy, he would get the largest share. He could get 1 or 2 immortal Gu from them. Besides that, after successfully taking down Yulu blessed land, he would get a huge amount of contribution points from Zombie Alliance. If he could find an immortal Gu that suited him, Shark Demon would definitely keep it for himself. This was the benefit of being in a favorable position. If he could find some mystical immortal Gu that could help Shark Demon and Su Bai Men get rid of their immortal zombie status and become living people again, that would be the best. Getting rid of immortal zombies and regaining life. Not only did Fan Yuan have this hope, Shark Demon and Su Bai Man were also working hard for it. Seeing Shark Demon laugh, the people around him congratulated him. Su Bai Man had a subtle smile on his face. After Shark Demon and Su Bai Man took the mission to take down Yulu blessed land, they had invested a huge amount, they had almost used up all their assets. Even though it could not be seen on the surface, Shark Demon and Su Bai Man felt immense pressure in their hearts. Now, they were finally seeing returns from their huge investment. As long as they obtained a rank 7 immortal goo, they would be able to recoup all their investment. Shark Demon and Subai-man were overjoyed. The burden in their hearts had been lifted. After Yulu blessed land has been conquered, everyone here will be rewarded. Not a single one of you will be missing, and according to your contributions, there will be no bias. Shark Demon said solemnly after he finished laughing. Everyone nodded. They did not want to arouse suspicion. They asked Shark Demon and Subai-man to take action. With such huge benefits in front of them, it was hard to guarantee that no goo immortal would do something rash. Shark Demon's words were both a consolation and a warning. His words were implicit, but everyone could hear them clearly. All right, everyone, just wait and see. Shark Demon did not hesitate. He immediately took action. With a thought, his body abruptly turned into a stream of water. The torrent pierced through the air, flying towards the golden willow branch-like immortal goo that had just appeared. Everyone watched as Shark Demon approached the immortal goo, but suddenly, there was a ripple in space. Shark Demon vanished. At the next moment, he appeared beside everyone with a stunned expression. What happened? Subai-man asked in bewilderment. Shark Demon shook his head, saying in an uncertain tone, There seems to be another battlefield killer move? Next, everyone tried one after another, but there was no breakthrough. It verified Shark Demon's guess. This is a space path battlefield killer move. Even though it has no offensive power, it is far more profound than the previous battlefield killer moves. Did you guys notice, every time we are transported back, we are always at our original location? Every inch of our original location. Nothing has changed. This scene, I'm afraid it's the legendary biding your time. The goo immortals discussed and came to a consensus. Battlefield killer move unmoving troops. This was the final battlefield killer move. It stopped everyone from advancing. This battlefield killer move had a huge origin. It was personally created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. An Immortal Venerable's creation was no small matter. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had a gentle and honest nature. He was different from the other 9 rank 9 goo immortals. He had a benevolent nature. He did not like to kill since young. He often subdued people with virtue, subduing them without fighting. Battlefield killer move unmoving troops. Once someone entered this formation, as long as they had battle intent or evil thoughts, they would be unable to move forward, unable to move an inch. Back then, before Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable became a rank 9 goo immortal, he used this move to subdue the famous rank 7 Sound Path goo immortal Gao Ming. That battle, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable stood still. He only used battlefield killer move unmoving troops. Gao Ming used all his methods and exerted all his strength, but he could not get close to Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. The result of this battle made the arrogant Gao Ming completely lose his temper. After that, he followed Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable and became his guard. Since it is related to thoughts, we might as well seal our minds and enter a state of no thoughts for now. Fang Yuan said. It was not difficult to enter a state of no thoughts. Goo immortals all had some wisdom path methods. Fang Yuan was currently disguised as 7-star child. He was a wisdom path goo immortal. But everyone's subsequent attempts still ended in failure. Some goo immortals' wisdom path methods were not outstanding. In the process of moving forward, their desires and emotions would be evoked, breaking the state of no thoughts. Only a few goo immortals, including Fang Yuan, they could enter a state of no thoughts for now. But here came the crucial problem. Since he had nothing to think about, why would he want to capture goo worms? Every movement of the body was caused by every thought and thought in the mind. Without these thoughts, the body would stop moving on the spot. In this situation, there was no need for the battlefield killer move to activate. The goo immortal would stop moving on the spot. Sigh. No wonder back then, goo immortal Gao Ming was dejected and willingly became a guard for the rank 7 Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. To break through such a barrier, it is very, very, very difficult. But Yulu blessed land is right in front of us, no doubt. This is the final line of defense. Unfortunately, we can only stop here. We can see it but not obtain it. maybe this is the intention of Fairy Yulu's arrangement. She purposely let us see hope, to draw out our thoughts and desires, to increase the difficulty of the battlefield killer move. If there is no other way, we can only retreat and ask for reinforcements. Subaiman suggested with a frown. Shark Demon looked ahead and did not speak. Previously, he had invited a Wisdom Path Gu immortal, but he lost an immortal Gu, thus he did not have a good impression of this suggestion. At the crucial moment, his own people were the most reliable. Shark Demon looked at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan had now joined Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. He could be considered one of them. Shark Demon asked, 7-star child, do you have any ideas? If you do, use them. Don't worry, you will definitely be rewarded. Fan Yuan smiled lightly. To break this battlefield killer move, it is both difficult and easy. Oh? What do you mean? Fan Yuan looked around, seeing that he had successfully attracted everyone's attention. He said slowly, everyone, don't be scared by the name of unmoving troops. Back then, Gao Ming lost because the battlefield killer move was controlled by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Right now, unmoving troops in front of us has no one controlling it. The difficulty of breaking it is like heaven and earth. That makes sense. Indeed. A battlefield killer move with a Gu Immortal controlling it can change the formation continuously and compensate for the damage. But a battlefield killer move without a Gu Immortal controlling it is like a dead object. Everyone felt hope and joy from Fan Yuan's words. But Fan Yuan's following words were like a bucket of cold water being poured on them. It is relatively easy to break a battlefield killer move without a person controlling it. But for me, it is extremely difficult to break this one. There is almost no hope of success. Everyone's expressions collapsed. They looked at Fan Yuan with unfriendly gazes. One of the Gu Immortals said in annoyance, 7-star child, you are talking nonsense. Just say that you can't do anything. But you are sparing us so much. Are you trying to make fun of us? Fan Yuan laughed heartily, looking at Shark Demon. Shark Demon had no expression on his face, but it could be guessed that his mood was not good. Fan Yuan stopped laughing. He bowed to Shark Demon and said solemnly, how can I make fun of you? I cannot make bricks without straw. If I can refine a Wisdom Path Immortal Gu, I have complete confidence in breaking the battlefield killer move unmoving troops. Chapter 925. Shark Sea, Undersea Palace. Delicacies were placed all over the table, the fragrance of wine permeated the air, and the lights were bright. At the banquet, Shark Demon and Subaiman were sitting at the main seats. They warmly welcomed the two Gu Immortals in the hall. These two Gu Immortals were none other than Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yinxing. Ever since they ran into a wall in Yulu Blessed Land, they knew there was no point in staying for long. Shark Demon and the rest wisely retreated. Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yinxing had intended to leave, but they were invited by Shark Demon and Subaiman. Speaking of which, this was the second time Fan Yuan was invited to Shark Demon's shark fishing banquet. After drinking a cup of wine, Shark Demon put down the cup and looked at Fan Yuan. He suddenly asked, Xingxiangzi, are you really so confident in unraveling unmoving troops? Fan Yuan thought, here it comes. Earlier, Shark Demon and Subaiman had been chatting with him, but he did not speak first. Shark Demon was impatient. He finally spoke first and got to the main topic. Immediately, Fan Yuan replied with a serious expression. Lord Shark Demon, you also know some details about me. I have inherited a complete wisdom path inheritance. Recently, I have comprehended many profundities and unraveled the 8 Doors Labyrinth battlefield killer move. But all along, I did not have a suitable wisdom path immortal Gu. My methods are limited and my strength is insufficient. If I can refine a wisdom path immortal Gu that I like, I can definitely unravel the unmanned unmoving troops. Beside him, Tai Bai Yinxing also added, I have known Brother Xingxiangzi for so many years. I know he is not a person who makes empty promises and exaggerates. Since he says he is confident, then he definitely has confidence. I can vouch for that. Subaiman was not satisfied with Tai Bai Yinxing's guarantee. She looked at the person involved, Fan Yuan, and asked, If you have a wisdom path immortal Gu, Can you guarantee that you can unravel that battlefield killer move? Fan Yuan, however, did not reply. Taking a step back in order to advance, he purposely smiled bitterly. How can I guarantee that? This was related to Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. He was one of the 10 supreme great experts in the long river of history. It would be normal if there was an accident. But for now, just the part that I have shown, if I had the help of a wisdom path Immortal Gu, I would not be able to do so. The chances of breaking it are quite high. Shark Demon and Subai Man looked at each other. In his heart, he was angry at Fan Yuan's slipperiness, but he was also tempted. There was no other way. They had suffered before. He had once paid a huge price to invite other Wisdom Path Gu immortals to help him. The result was not ideal, he even lost an immortal Gu. As for Xing Xiangzi, after all, they had worked together for so many times, and they knew quite a bit about each other. Most importantly, Fan Yuan had joined Eastern Sea's Zombie Alliance. He could be considered as one of them. Thus, Shark Demon and Su Baiman's first choice was Fan Yuan. But it was difficult to help Fan Yuan refine the Immortal Gu. The cost of refining Immortal Gu was very high, and the chances of success were too low. It depended on luck. If one's luck was good, they could succeed on the first try. Then everyone would be happy. However, such a situation was extremely rare. If one's luck was bad, there was a possibility of failure. At that time, even if a mountain of Immortal Yuan stones was piled up, they would only be squandered, there would be no gains. This was also the reason why most Gu immortals would rather capture wild Immortal Gu than refine Immortal Gu themselves. Immortal Gu refinement was difficult. In the current cultivation world, many rank 6 Gu immortals did not even have a single Immortal Gu, they could only use Mortal Gu to keep up appearances. Fan Yuan was an exception. He had many Immortal Gu. If it was exposed, no one might believe it. But he had rebirth, coincidences, a narrow escape from death, and under all kinds of harsh conditions, he had obtained so many Immortal Gu. Shark Demon and the rest did not know Fan Yuan's background, but they were well aware of Fan Yuan's intentions. Fan Yuan wanted to rely on Shark Demon and Su Baiman, using them to refine a Wisdom Path Immortal Gu for him. From Shark Demon and the rest's point of view, Fan Yuan could not afford this cost. He did not have the foundation to refine Immortal Gu, thus he turned his attention to them. If it were any other time, Shark Demon would definitely scoff and disdain. What a joke! How stupid would he be to help others refine Immortal Gu? But in this situation, Shark Demon insisted on asking Fan Yuan to help him unravel the battlefield killer move. Right now, Shark Demon was muttering this question in his mind: did Xing Xiangzi deceive him? Was he using this to threaten him? Even without the Immortal Gu, he had the ability to unravel this battlefield killer move? Fan Yuan saw Shark Demon's hesitation. He did not speak, he only drank his wine. Right now, the timing was perfect. Fan Yuan was filled with confidence. Earlier, the timing was not right, but now that Yulu Blessed Land was right in front of him, it was like a piece of juicy meat dangling in front of him. It stirred up Shark Demon's desire. It was a great help to Fan Yuan. As long as they broke through Motionless Army, Shark Demon and the rest would obtain hundreds of times more benefits than what they invested in. Of course, with Fan Yuan's personality, he had already thought of taking everything for himself. But he was not strong enough, he could not even beat Shark Demon. Shark Demon was a senior rank 7 immortal zombie. Even though Fan Yuan had rank 7 battle strength, he was not outstanding among rank 7 Gu immortals. However, this was already quite good. After all, Fan Yuan's cultivation level was only at the bottom of rank 6. Shark Demon could not pass this hurdle, not to mention Su Baiman and the other Gu immortals. As for the zombie alliance behind Shark Demon, there was no need to even mention it. To a colossal force like Zombie Alliance, Fan Yuan was just a rat. Fan Yuan was calm and rational, he knew his own limits. After assessing the situation, he decided to participate and get a share of the loot, trying to extract the greatest benefits for himself. When Fan Yuan drank his third cup of wine, Shark Demon and Su Baiman had already finished their discussion. They quickly came to a consensus. They decided to sponsor Fan Yuan and help him refine Wisdom Path Immortal Gu. Even if Fan Yuan pretended to threaten them, they would accept it. They did not even want Fan Yuan to swear an oath or use Gu worms to probe his true strength. Shark Demon and Su Bai Man were not fools. Other than attacking Yilu Blessed Land, they were at the most crucial juncture. They could not afford any mistakes and needed Fan Yuan's help. The two of them had another layer of meaning. That was to befriend Fan Yuan. After all, Fan Yuan's Wisdom Path potential was completely worth their investment. Wisdom Path Gu Immortals were rare. The friendship of Wisdom Path Gu Immortals was extremely precious. But just as Shark Demon was about to agree, suddenly, a change occurred. The vast sea water shook intensely. There was a thunderous explosion. The endless chaotic sea currents surged towards the underwater palace. Next, there was a blinding light. Fire shot down from the sea surface. It had an earth-shattering might. It directly landed on Shark Demon's underwater palace. Rumble! There was a loud sound. The magnificent underwater palace shone with the radiance of a defensive Gu formation. The radiance lasted for less than a breath of time before it was torn apart by the fire. In an instant, rocks and bricks flew everywhere. The palace turned into ruins. The fire was still burning and could not be extinguished even by the seawater. The pleasant banquet earlier was completely ruined. Boundless seawater surged over. All the decorations in the banquet were washed away, and Fan Yuan and the others were quickly drowned. But the four of them were Gu Immortals. They had no problem surviving in the depths of the sea. Shark Demon was an immortal zombie. He did not need to breathe in the sea. He was stunned for a moment before he suddenly stood up and raised his head to look at the sea in the sky. He shouted furiously, "How dare you! Who dares to attack my Shark Demon sea area?" Su Bai Man also stood beside Shark Demon, also looking up. His expression was dark. Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yinxing looked at each other, feeling very puzzled. Shark Demon had extraordinary strength, and with Su Bai Man by his side, he could advance and retreat at will. This group was already very difficult to deal with, and most importantly, they had Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance as their backing. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance was the headquarters of the 5 regions zombie alliances. It had great strength. It was a huge force, surpassing even super clans. It could be called the overlord of Eastern Sea's cultivation world. Who was it that directly attacked Shark Demon of Zombie Alliance? Ha! Shark Demon had just shouted when a voice resounded in everyone's ears. "This is just a small appetizer. I will not only tear down your palace, I will also beat the two of you until you can't even stand up." The tone was extremely arrogant and domineering, and from the voice, it was a female immortal. "It's her?" Su Bai Man was the first to hear the voice. His eyes opened wide, revealing a shocked and solemn expression. A bright red figure descended from the sky, descending into the sea and pressing towards the 4 people at the bottom of the sea. Fan Yuan raised his head and saw that this female immortal was descending at an extremely fast speed. Her whole body was burning with raging flames. The flames flickered in the water. As for the female immortal's true appearance, it was hidden in the flames and could not be seen clearly. "This surging aura, a rank 8 Gu immortal!" Tai Bai Yinxing cried out involuntarily. Fan Yuan squinted, adding in his mind, "More accurately speaking, this is a rank 8 female immortal zombie." Immediately after, Shark Demon shouted and exposed the female immortal's identity. "Blazing Heaven Demoness, have you gone mad? You dare to attack your own people in Zombie Alliance? You are challenging the authority of Zombie Alliance. You will definitely be punished severely." Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fan Yuan's eyes brightened. He had heard of this name before. In fact, it was already very well known. Blazing Heaven Demoness, rank 8 Gu immortal from Northern Plains, she was the leader of the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch. When Fan Yuan infiltrated Northern Plains, he had heard other Zombie Alliance members talking about or discussing her. They all praised and admired Blazing Heaven Demoness' fierce battle strength, as well as her domineering style. To think that he would meet this person in such a manner. Blazing Heaven Demoness, who was shrouded in flames, raised her head and laughed loudly. Shark Demon, don't make things up. The matter between us is an internal conflict between Zombie Alliance members. Speak! What is your intention in stealing this old mother's immortal materials? Subiman was just about to reprimand Blazing Heaven Demonis, but Blazing Heaven Demonis was the first to accuse him. He could not help but be shocked. Shark Demon shouted. Bullshit! When did I steal your immortal material? If you want to frame me, find a more reliable reason. These days I have been working hard for Zombie Alliance and attacking Ulu Blessed Land. Where would I have the time to steal your immortal material? You are purely looking for trouble. Blazing Heaven Demonis was not flustered, she was instead full of confidence, as she laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, I naturally brought a witness and material evidence this time. Shark Demon, you cannot deny it. Chapter 926. On the sea and under the sea, the two sides confronted each other. The atmosphere was very tense. Greater than or equal to 4 a moment ago, Fan Yuan, Shark Demon, and the rest were still chatting happily. But at the next moment they were attacked. Shark Demon's underwater palace was turned into ruins. As the saying goes, a person sits at home, but disaster comes from the sky. Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing looked at each other, the latter transmitted. Blazing Heaven Demonis is a rank 8 great expert, we cannot match her. Fan Yuan nodded inconspicuously. He understood Tai Bai Yunxing's meaning, he wanted to wait and see. At the level of Gu Immortals, the higher the rank, the greater the gap. Even if Fan Yuan, Tai Bai Yunxing, Shark Demon, and Su Bai Men worked together and cooperated with sincerity, disregarding sacrifices, they might not be able to last more than a few rounds against Blazing Heaven Demonis. This was an absolutely strong enemy. Basically, rank 8 Gu Immortals could only be resisted by rank 8s. Shark Demon also knew this, thus, even if his base was destroyed, he did not dare to fight Blazing Heaven Demonis head-on. According to Shark Demon's temper, if his lair was raided, he would have long since risen in revolt. But the one in front of him was Blazing Heaven Demonis, a rank 8 Gu Immortal. Thus, no matter how bad Shark Demon's temper was, he had to hold it in. He knew that he was not a rank 8 Gu Immortal's match. The best way to resolve this situation was to use Zombie Alliance's rules to negotiate. Blazing Heaven Demonis had already violated Zombie Alliance's rules. How could she let her own people cause trouble for her own people? Such wanton attacks, she was simply treating Zombie Alliance like nothing. But Blazing Heaven Demonis showed a confident smile. Shark Demon, isn't it easy to get evidence? Budan, come out! Blazing Heaven Demonis shouted again. Gu Immortal Budan came out from behind Blazing Heaven Demonis. He stood out. He lowered his head with a bitter expression. He bowed deeply. Lord Shark Demon, Lord Su Bai Man, I have no choice. Seeing Budan, Shark Demon's face darkened. His wife, Su Bai Man, harumphed coldly too. She had some guesses about the sky-scorching Demonis plan. As expected, at the next moment, everyone heard Blazing Heaven Demonis scolding. Shark Demon, Su Bai Man, you two instructed Budan to steal my rank 8 immortal material, medicinal ice. I was cultivating in seclusion, and due to my carelessness, I actually let you get away with it. Today, I'm here to seek justice. As it turned out, Budan had been living a miserable life. Although he was a living person, he had fallen to the point of joining Zombie Alliance. Prior to this, the Blazing Heaven Demonis had forcefully taken over his private waters. Fan Yuan entered Eastern Sea. Using the identity of Xingxiang Zi, he joined Shark Demon's group to attack Ulu Blessed Land. Budan was a half-baked Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. He did not have much ability. He was plotted against by Fan Yuan. To protect his position, he bribed Su Bai Man and offered the rank 8 immortal material, medicinal ice, in exchange for Su Bai Man's good words. But Budan was too weak in the end. Shark Demon gradually distanced himself from him. Budan had no way out. He tried to use Zombie Alliance to pressure Blazing Heaven Demonis, so that she could return his private sea area. However, he was only rank 6. Blazing Heaven Demonis was a rank 8 great expert, the number 1 leader of Zombie Alliance's Northern Plains branch. She was a proper higher-up. Even though Zombie Alliance received Budan's complaints and requests for help, they mainly tried to stall for time. How could they offend the powerful Blazing Heaven Demoness for a mere Budan? Because of this, Budan's situation became even more miserable, until Fan Yuan unraveled the 8 Doors Labyrinth battlefield killer move, causing a huge breakthrough in the attack on Yulu Blessed Land. Shark Demon's attack on Yulu Blessed Land had always been a huge matter. Seeing that Yulu Blessed Land was about to be taken down, the huge benefits attracted Blazing Heaven Demoness greed. Even though Blazing Heaven Demoness had incredible cultivation level and battle strength, she could not forcefully take the fruits of victory in Yulu Blessed Land. After all, this was Eastern Sea, not Northern Plains. This was Zombie Alliance's headquarters, not her Northern Plains branch. Since she was a member of Zombie Alliance, she could not break the rules. Thus, she sent a message to Budan, pretending that she wanted to return his private sea area and give him some compensation. Budan had no fixed abode and was wandering from place to place. When he received this news, he was naturally overjoyed. But when he hurried back, he was forced by Blazing Heaven Demoness to frame Shark Demon and Subaiman. Budan did not dare to offend Blazing Heaven Demoness, so of course he did not dare to offend Shark Demon and Subaiman either. He cried out in his heart that he had been tricked, and it was too late for regrets. But now that he had fallen into Blazing Heaven Demoness' hands, he had no choice. Eventually, he was placed under house arrest by Blazing Heaven Demoness. She brought him along to attack Shark Demon's underwater palace. Shark Demon's gaze moved from Budan to Blazing Heaven Demoness. He knew that Budan was only a minor character, he was not the key. This kind of framing could not be investigated. Shark Demon suppressed the surging anger in his heart, and said to Blazing Heaven Demoness with a cold smile, "Blazing Heaven Demoness, if you want to pluck the fruits, just say it. Why is there a need to implicate innocent people?" Subaiman also raised her voice. "Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness, you are a rank 8 great expert after all, isn't it a little too unsightly for you to behave like this?" Blazing Heaven Demoness laughed loudly. She naturally knew that this excuse was not tenable. But it did not matter. She only needed a layer of skin, an excuse. This excuse was only used to fool Zombie Alliance. It could not force Shark Demon and his wife to submit. To force Shark Demon and his wife to submit, what was needed was not an excuse, but strength. Therefore, she had come here personally this time, burning with fighting spirit, and had taken the initiative to find trouble. Ha! Blazing Heaven Demoness' laughter gradually stopped. Her eyes shined with bright light as she looked at the bottom of the sea, saying, 3 moves. What? Subaiman was surprised. I will deal with you in 3 moves. If you can block 3 moves from me, I will pretend that I was never here. Blazing Heaven Demoness said solemnly. Shark Demon and Subaiman looked at each other. The former let out a breath of turbid air and agreed. All right. Then let the 4 of us have a taste of your skills. Blazing Heaven Demoness' agreement of 3 moves gave Shark Demon some hope. Of course, the most fundamental reason was that the situation was against him. He had to agree, even if he did not want to. The weak did not have the right to choose. Tai Bai Yinxing frowned slightly. He did not want to make a move, but Shark Demon was crafty. With one sentence, he included him and Fan Yuan on his side, standing against Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fan Yuan was indifferent. His expression did not change. Subaiman transmitted to them. Sirs, if we can survive this today, we will owe you a favor. As for the reward, we will definitely give it to you. We will ensure that you will be satisfied. We hope that you can support us fully. Don't worry, we will do our best. Fan Yuan replied secretly. Actually, he had already made up his mind, he only needed to put on an act. This was a dangerous and disadvantageous thing. Only an idiot would do it. Subaiman nodded towards Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yinxing, gratitude flashing past his eyes. I am a wisdom path Gu immortal, while Tai Bai Yinxing specializes in healing. Even if we make a difficult performance later, we will have sufficient reasons. Fan Yuan walked forward, standing together with Shark Demon and Subaiman, looking up at blazing heaven Demoness. Tai Bai Yinxing sighed inwardly, following beside Fan Yuan. Blazing heaven Demoness smiled lightly, showing an indifferent expression. She stretched out her palm, opening her fingers. Whoosh! A soft sound could be heard. An orange-yellow flame suddenly rose from her palm. Blazing heaven Demoness moved her fingers, kneading the orange-yellow flame. This orange-yellow flame was extraordinary. It was extremely flexible. Blazing heaven Demoness kneaded it. It felt like she was kneading a meatball. After a few breaths of time, the orange-yellow flame was kneading. It gradually formed into the shape of a little bird. Blazing heaven Demoness opened her palm. The little flame leaped out from the center of her palm. Next, it flapped its wings and chirped, circling around blazing heaven Demoness, chirping happily. Blazing heaven Demoness played with the little fire bird. She did not attack, as if she had forgotten the agreement of 3 moves. But be it Shark Demon, Su Baiman, Fan Yuan, or Tai Bai Yinxing, their expressions were extremely ugly. This little fire bird looked cute and lively, but in the eyes of these 4 Gu immortals, it contained terrifying power. Once it was unleashed, it would definitely shake the heavens and earth. Not to mention the underwater palace, even the entire shark sea, the countless living creatures, and the vast expanse of seawater would be completely wiped out by the attack. A rank 8 Gu immortal was not someone rank 6 or 7 could resist. The agreement of 3 moves was just a joke. Just this first move, Shark Demon and the others had no confidence in taking it. Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness, I wonder what this move of yours is called. After a moment of silence, Shark Demon spoke. He was in low spirits, his voice was slightly hoarse. Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled lightly. Hundreds of years ago, I was not careful in my cultivation, anger attacked my heart, and I almost lost my life. When I was resting, I had an inspiration and created this rank 8 killer move. I named it Angry Bird. Angry Bird? This joking name caused Shark Demon to be stunned, and at the same time, a trace of bitterness appeared in his heart. Undeniably, Blazing Heaven Demoness did this on purpose. She wanted to display her strength and force Shark Demon and the others to lower their heads. This method was very crude, but Blazing Heaven Demoness had a domineering aura and was straightforward, and most importantly, her cultivation level and battle strength made it very effective. This was just the first move, but Fan Yuan and the others had already lost their will to fight. But Shark Demon was still persevering. He said to the 3 beside him, "You 3 retreat for now, I will deal with this first move." Before Fan Yuan and the others could reply, Shark Demon took a step forward, saying loudly, "What a good Angry Bird move. Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness, please." Blazing Heaven Demoness was stunned. She squinted and said in a doubtful tone, "Are you sure you want to take this move? Let's retreat." Su Baiman's eyes shined with brilliance as he said to Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yinxing. Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yinxing were very surprised. Blazing Heaven Demoness' killer move was extremely powerful. Even if the 4 of them worked together, there was no hope. But now, Shark Demon was taking the initiative to fight. He was alone and did not need anyone's help, but his wife, Su Baiman, had so much confidence in him. What was he relying on? "All right, I want to see where your courage comes from." Blazing Heaven Demoness hesitated no longer. With a thought, the fire bird pierced through the water and flew towards Shark Demon. But just as it entered the sea, a powerful aura surged. It was able to resist Blazing Heaven Demoness. Shark Demon revealed a smile as if his plan had succeeded. Chapter 927. The aura was vast and surging. Everyone's gazes were attracted. The tide surged along with the aura. Countless currents were generated, like countless giant serpents, moving swiftly on the bottom of the sea in groups. Whirlpools of undercurrents formed at the same time, increasing in number and increasing in number. Very soon, there were hundreds and thousands of dangerous undercurrent whirlpools, covering the nearby sea. "This is..." Tai Bai Yinxing exclaimed in shock. "Immemorial desolate beast!" Fan Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance as he spat out the truth. "Ordinary wild beasts, 100 beast kings, 1,000 beast kings, myriad beast kings, beast emperors, desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts, immemorial desolate beasts. Among them, immemorial desolate beasts were powerful existences that could match rank 8 Gu immortals. Shark Demon and Su Baiman's gazes shone as they stared at the center of the aura. There, the immemorial desolate beast figure was gradually appearing. The enemy's situation was unclear. Blazing Heaven Demoness could not help but slow down her attacks. She willed and recalled the small fire bird back to her side. The tides rose and fell, the waves surged. The sea was filled with dangerous winds and fierce waves, while the undercurrents moved rapidly under the sea. After a few breaths of time, the mysterious immemorial desolate beast finally revealed its true appearance. This powerful primordial desolate beast was unexpectedly small in size. It was so small that it was only the size of an ordinary person's finger. This was a shark. It was very small and cute. It was about the size of an adult's index finger. Its whole body was shining with silver radiance. This radiance was not dazzling. Instead, it was warm like water, like silk, gently wrapping around the little shark's body. Such a powerful aura, but its main body is like this. Tai Bai Yinxing sighed with a strange expression. But facing Blazing Heaven Demoness, the little shark showed a solemn expression. The little shark did not care about Fang Yuan, Shark Demon, and the others behind it. The moment it appeared, it stared at Blazing Heaven Demoness with intense hostility. Shark Demon let out a breath of turbid air and transmitted his voice to Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yinxing. My plan succeeded by luck. Don't underestimate this little shark. It is a one-finger flow shark. This is a one-finger flow shark? Tai Bai Yinxing was surprised. His complexion changed, and his eyes revealed obvious astonishment. Ordinary Gu immortals did not understand one-finger flow shark. But as a time-path Gu immortal, Tai Bai Yinxing, he had long heard of his great name. In fact, all time-path Gu immortals basically knew a mantra: one-finger flow shark, instant of beauty. Providence is merciless. One-finger flow shark occupied the top position of the mnemonic chant. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was famous. It was a rank 8 desolate beast. He had an abundance of time-path Tao marks, thus he could swim in the river of time with his body. This one-finger flow shark normally hides in the river of time and doesn't reveal its true body. Because of an accident, the two of us were lucky enough to discover its traces. Later, we asked for this sea area from Zombie Alliance's headquarters, and finally created Shark Sea. Shark Demon continued to explain to Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yinxing. Blazing Heaven Demoness suddenly laughed lightly. So that's how it is. No wonder the two of you exchanged for the enslavement path Grandmaster 180 slaves and mortal killer move from Zombie Alliance's headquarters. It was for the sake of using this enslavement path method to subdue this one-finger flow shark. Enslavement path had always been about the upper enslaving the lower. For example, when Fan Yuan was in Northern Plains, he used Wolf King Chang Shanyin's identity to participate in the Imperial Court contest. During this period, he used Myriad Beast King, Thousand Beast King, and others to indirectly control the wolf army. After all, his sole foundation was limited. Enslavement path Gu masters could not bring all wild beasts under their direct control. The larger the scale of the beast group, the weaker the enslavement path Gu masters' control, and the greater the burden on the soul, making it harder for them to perform exquisite control. But this was not absolute. Gu were the essence of heaven and earth, while man was the spirit of all living beings. Man's intelligence was undoubtedly the leader of all living beings. In the long history of Gu cultivation, there had once been such an enslavement path grandmaster. His early years were full of ups and downs. He was born as a slave and had a low status. He used every opportunity and every risk to continuously grow, finally climbing to the peak of his life. He was 180 slaves. A genius of a generation. Ordinary enslavement path would have the upper enslaving the lower. But he did the exact opposite, subduing the upper. This was not without reason. For example, the emperor was the ruler of the world, he had power over life and death, he was high above. But sometimes, the people were united, the emperor would also be bound by the will of the people, and would have no choice but to do things that went against his will. Facing blazing heaven demoness guess, Shark Demon nodded and frankly admitted. You guessed correctly, that is indeed the case. I have been managing the shark group in this sea area because I wanted to use the shark group to subdue the one-finger flow shark. Unfortunately, my enslavement path attainment level is insufficient, and I do not have the immortal goo to form the killer move lower subduing the upper, so I have not succeeded until now. Hearing this, Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxin could not help but glance at each other. Shark Demon's goal was huge, and his ambition was not small. He was only a rank 7 immortal zombie, but he wanted to subdue an immemorial desolate beast. Sure enough, none of those who could become goo immortals were simple. If he really succeeded, then with such a subordinate, Shark Demon would be equivalent to half a rank 8 goo immortal. His status would rise with the tide, and fame and benefits would come rolling in. At the current stage, although he had not succeeded, he had some results. At least, after this one-finger flow shark appeared, it did not even look at Shark Demon's side, and instead directed its hatred and anger towards blazing heaven demoness. Shark Demon continued. Moreover, this one-finger flow shark is not only an immemorial desolate beast, it also has several time path immortal goo in its body. He said this to make blazing heaven demoness retreat in the face of difficulties. This could not be considered exposing information. The one-finger flow shark's body was brimming with the aura of immortal goo without concealment. Even Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxin could clearly sense it, not to mention the rank 8 immortal zombie blazing heaven demoness. It is said that there are countless time path goo worms living in the river of time. The one-finger flow shark can freely travel in the river of time. It is not strange that it has an immortal goo now. Tai Bai Yunxin softly muttered in Fan Yuan's ears. Fan Yuan thought of Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance. To obtain Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance, he had to go deep into the river of time. Maybe he could rely on the one-finger flow shark's ability? One-finger flow shark was extremely rare. It was likely that even in the river of time, it was also not common. In short, this was a huge fortuitous encounter that could only be encountered and not sought. No wonder Shark Demon and Su Bai Man spared no expense and spent countless time and energy to obtain the one-finger flow shark. Ha! Shark Demon's words made blazing heaven demoness laugh loudly. Now that you mention it, my desire to make a move has become even stronger. Shark Demon, you want to rely on external force to make me retreat? Win without a fight? Hee hee, wishful thinking. As soon as she finished speaking, blazing heaven demoness pointed with her finger. The small fire bird perched on her shoulder suddenly moved, aiming at Shark Demon's position. It pounced down. It's here! Shark Demon, Fan Yuan and the other two felt a chill in their hearts, their bodies tensed up and they were on full alert. The small fire bird seemed harmless, but its power was vast and extraordinary. However, in the blink of an eye, the one-finger flow shark suddenly moved, turning into a silver firefly as it pounced forward. Both were extremely fast, in the blink of an eye. They had already collided in the sea. There was no sound and no explosion. At the moment of impact, a strange thing happened. The two sides that were flying at extreme speeds suddenly came to a stop. From extreme speed to extreme stillness, in that instant, the one-finger flow shark and the small fire bird seemed to have become a painting on a pattern. Such a change made the spectators feel that it was very sudden. Soon after, Fan Yuan and the others saw the one-finger flow shark slowly move, the tip of its small nose lightly touching the body of the small fire bird. Then, the one-finger flow shark made a very elegant leap, its whole body stepping over the small fire bird, and continued to fly forward. In the blink of an eye, the effect of stillness disappeared. The speed of the one-finger flow shark and the small fire bird had already returned to their previous speed. But the former had already passed over the small fire bird, and was heading straight for blazing heaven demoness. The small fire bird carried the one-finger flow shark on its back, and pounced towards Shark Demon and the others. Shark Demon and Su Bai Man had already been on guard for a long time. Seeing the small fire bird approaching, they held their breath and gritted their teeth, wanting to resist. Fan Yuan was almost about to retreat, but right at this time, the small fire bird suddenly flapped its wings and drew an arc, changing its direction, turning around and chasing after the one-finger flow shark. Such nimbleness! Shark Demon avoided this confrontation, but turned pale with shock. This small fire bird is simply like moving one's arm, moving according to one's thoughts. It seems it is not a simple fire path killer move, it definitely has wisdom path methods mixed in. Fan Yuan analyzed at lightning speed in his mind. That scene just now should be the activation of a certain time path immortal goo on the one-finger flow shark. The immortal goo causes the flow of time within a certain range to become extremely slow. It seems like the two have turned from extremely fast to almost static, but in fact, their speed has never changed. Tai Bai Yinshin quickly said. Su Baimen immediately nodded in agreement. Not only that. Afterwards, the one-finger flow shark used the tip of its nose to touch the body of the small fire bird, and at that moment, the immortal goo's aura changed. It should be the activation of the second time path immortal goo, but the effect is unknown. Just as he finished speaking, the effect appeared. Blazing Heaven Demoness expression suddenly changed, because the small fire bird that was chasing after the one-finger flow shark suddenly exploded. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded throughout heaven and earth. Flames were accompanied by surging air waves, fiercely erupting in all directions. In an instant, a vast area of seawater was evaporated, and countless living beings lost their lives on the spot. The whole sea surface was blasted into a hemispherical crater. When the small fire bird exploded, it was already about to fly out of the sea. But the bottom of the crater actually touched the sand and mud at the bottom of the deep sea. Soon after, the surrounding seawater filled in, and the crater was no longer empty. Swoosh! Waves surged, and huge waves rose up on the sea surface. The bottom of the sea rumbled, and the vision became extremely poor, becoming unrecognizable. Fan Yuan and the others were also in a sorry state, and had no choice but to fly out of the sea, hovering in the sky far away, continuing to watch the battle. The one-finger flow shark was like a silver arrow, shooting straight towards the Blazing Heaven Demoness face. Blazing Heaven Demoness expression froze. How could she dare to take it head-on? Humans were the spirit of all living beings, this saying was not false, but in terms of strength, recovery, speed and so on, humans were not outstanding among all living beings. Even if they became goo immortals, they often could not compare to desolate beasts. Chapter 928. The one-finger flow shark flew over. Blazing Heaven Demoness was not a strength path goo immortal, but a fire path goo immortal. She knew she could not resist it. She had abundant battle experience. The sacrifice of the fire bird was very valuable. Fan Yuan and the others could see a lot of information. Blazing Heaven Demoness was no exception. Fire path killer move. 5-finger flame chain. In an instant, Blazing Heaven Demoness had already made the wisest choice. Her figure flew back and at the same time, her right palm opened, her 5 fingers turning into 5 thin and long flames, like whips or chains, twisting towards the one-finger flow shark. The 5 flame chains were just about to wrap around the one-finger flow shark when the previous scene happened again. Around the body of the one-finger flow shark, time suddenly became extremely slow. As a time-path desolate beast, the one-finger flow shark relied on its abnormal adaptability, as well as its own deep time-path Dao marks, but it was not restricted much. The 5 flame chains intertwined. But the one-finger flow shark moved its nimble body and swam through the small gaps. Using an inconceivable posture, it successfully got rid of all of them. Next, it caught up to Blazing Heaven Demoness and directly pierced through her forehead. The small shark body pierced through Blazing Heaven Demoness' head like a silver arrow. Success? Su Baiman was pleasantly surprised. Shark Demon's eyes shone with ominous light. He could not help but become restless. Although the immortal zombie body did not have the fatal weakness of ordinary goo immortals, it still had its drawbacks. The mind was one of them. Immortal zombies' thinking speed was very slow, so they had to rely on wisdom path goo worms to generate thoughts in their minds. To assist in thinking. Blazing Heaven Demoness' head was pierced. Although it was not fatal, it was still a heavy injury. If the four of us take the chance to attack. Shark Demon had such a thought as the one-finger flow shark turned around and shot back. It once again pierced through Blazing Heaven Demoness' chest. Aeon fire burned, and in the blink of an eye, the holes on Blazing Heaven Demoness' forehead and chest were restored to normal. Seeing this scene, Fan Yuan was speechless. Such a powerful killer move, it can actually recover so quickly. Blazing Heaven Demoness clutched her chest and stared fixedly at the one-finger flow shark. She had suffered a heavy injury. At this moment, he smiled and said, "Ha, interesting. So there are 3 time path immortal goo, 1 immortal goo can slow down time, 1 immortal goo can accelerate time, and 1 immortal goo can change my perception of time." Even though she did not know what the time path immortal goo was or what its limit was, Blazing Heaven Demoness had a rough guess. Before, when the one-finger flow shark collided with the fire bird and escaped from the 5-finger flame chain, it used its first time path immortal goo to delay time. As for accelerating time, he used the tip of his nose to poke the little fiery bird. The small flaming bird could not be maintained for a long time. After a part of it was hit by the one-finger flow shark, the time became faster, reaching the point of disintegration. Following that, the explosion of this point triggered the explosion of the other parts of the flaming bird. In the end, the stable structure of the flaming bird was destroyed, causing the flaming bird to self-destruct, which almost dried up the sea within a radius of 10 miles. Finally, the finger flow shark pierced Blazing Heaven Demoness' forehead and chest. It used the time path immortal goo to affect Blazing Heaven Demoness' sense of time, causing her to be unable to dodge in time. Only then did he fall for it. Shark Demon could not help but frown, feeling something was amiss. There were indeed only 3 immortal goo auras on the one-finger flow shark. After a few rounds, Blazing Heaven Demoness had already probed the details of the one-finger flow shark. All of this showed that this rank 8 goo immortal had extremely high attainment in battle. At the same time, it also showed that immortal goo were inferior to immortal killer moves. Goo worms only had one effect: if an immortal goo was used alone, it would often be seen through. But using an immortal killer move was different. The combination of countless goo worms not only concealed the core immortal goo, but also made it hard for the opponent to deal with it. Just as Shark Demon expected, in the following battle, Blazing Heaven Demoness changed her tactics. She split into 5 to 6 clones, each vivid and lifelike. The one-finger flow shark was exhausted. It seemed to be attacking fiercely, but it was actually being played around by these clones. A wild beast is a wild beast after all, it lacks intelligence. If it had an investigative immortal goo, it might have been able to see through it, but unfortunately, this battle seems to have been decided. Blazing Heaven Demoness has already taken the initiative. Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing transmitted secretly, analyzing the battle situation. It could be said that the battle had already lost its suspense at this point. For the one-finger flow shark, the only real chance was in the first few rounds. If Blazing Heaven Demoness had not figured out the details, the one-finger flow shark might have been able to kill her with a flurry of punches. But now that Blazing Heaven Demoness had probed the details, she changed her tactics and immediately reversed the battle situation. Unless there was an external force disrupting the situation, there were no more variables in this battle. Right now, there are only 2 external forces, Shark Demon and Subai Man. But do they really have the courage to harden their hearts and deal with a rank 8 great expert? Fan Yuan looked at the immortal zombie couple, and saw their hesitant gazes. He could not help but shake his head inwardly. The real opportunity was the instant Blazing Heaven Demoness' mind was pierced. But Shark Demon had already lost his chance. Although he was known as a demon, he lacked the adventurous spirit to disregard his own safety. Maybe he had joined Zombie Alliance for too long, he had lost the courage to fight alone. Or maybe he had a family to worry about. Shark Demon and Subai Man were both like this. As external reinforcements, it was even more impossible for Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing to stand out. While communicating, Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing had already decided to act according to the situation and find a chance to retreat. The two of you, please lend us a hand. We are unable to distinguish Blazing Heaven Demoness clone. If you have the means, please help the one-finger flow shark see through the falsehood and point out the location of Blazing Heaven Demoness' true body. This way, there will be a turning point in today's situation. At this time, Su Bai Man suddenly transmitted his voice with sincerity. At the same time, Shark Demon added, "If you can make a contribution, we will reward you handsomely. We will not go back on our word." Fan Yuan did not even think about it. He smiled bitterly and refused. "Lord Su Bai Man thinks too highly of us. Both of you have rank 7 cultivation. You are Gu immortals with rich methods and deep foundations. We can only look up to you. You two have no way. What methods do we have?" Tai Bai Yunxing also shook his head. "I am only skilled in healing. I am unable to help with this kind of investigation matter." Su Bai Man did not speak. Shark Demon looked at Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing gloomily with an unhappy expression. Fan Yuan snorted inwardly, feeling disdain towards Shark Demon and Su Bai Man. In all fairness, Blazing Heaven Demoness methods. It was not that there was no hope of finding her. But Shark Demon and Su Bai Man did not make a move. It was because the other party was a rank 8 great expert. Once they helped the one-finger flow shark, they would definitely provoke Blazing Heaven Demoness anger and counterattack. Shark Demon and Su Bai Man were wary of Blazing Heaven Demoness and did not want to make a move personally. They wanted to leave some leeway, thus they wanted to use Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing as cannon fodder. How could Fan Yuan be stupid enough to be used by others like this? Therefore, his reply had a deeper meaning. Both sides were sensible people. Shark Demon and Su Bai Man saw that Fan Yuan had seen through them. They did not try to persuade him anymore. Now it seems that the truly terrifying one is still Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fan Yuan gazed at the distant battlefield, unconcealable fear in his expression. Rumor has it that Blazing Heaven Demoness had a great killer move called Blazing Heaven. In the past, she fought with the rank 8 great expert Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu in Northern Plains, seizing the sovereignty of a certain immemorial 9 heavens fragment world, but failed on the verge of success. Blazing Heaven Demoness flew into a rage out of humiliation and activated her killer move Blazing Heaven, directly incinerating the entire fragment world. All living beings perished, resulting in a great sin of slaughter. If I can't get it, don't even think about getting it. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu's painstaking plans were all for naught in the end. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance had already belonged to the righteous path. Blazing Heaven Demoness actions were definitely demonic. Thus, after incinerating the immemorial 9 heavens fragment world, the righteous path was angered. In the end, Blazing Heaven Demoness withstood the pressure and was fearless. She even said that if anyone made a ruckus again, she would burn down their blessed land. Since she could even burn an immemorial 9 heavens fragment world, burning down a blessed land was clearly an easy matter. The righteous path shouted, but at once they realized that they could do nothing to this arrogant Blazing Heaven Demoness. At rank 8, one's might could shake an area. If they really cast aside their pride and grace and carried out despicable sneak attacks and harassment, any force would feel a huge headache. Helpless. Even if the other party was an immortal zombie, she was still a rank 8 great expert. Although her battle strength could not be compared to ordinary rank 8s, she was not to be underestimated and could not be forced. If they forced her too much, Blazing Heaven Demoness would have to play around. The Righteous Path forces had huge businesses. They had many branches and branches. They were the ones who suffered losses. Those with a bottom line were afraid of those without a bottom line. Those who followed rules were afraid of those who did not follow rules. After this matter, Blazing Heaven Demoness became famous in Northern Plains. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance raised their heads and no one could bully them. Only when Blazing Heaven Demoness left Northern Plains and went to Eastern Sea to search for fortuitous encounters did Northern Plains Zombie Alliance fall back into a predicament. One could say that Blazing Heaven Demoness alone brought Northern Plains Zombie Alliance into a prosperous and glorious era. Right now, Blazing Heaven Demoness did not even use her signature killer move against the one-finger flow shark. She was clearly doing it with ease, and her battle strength was unfathomable. What made Fan Yuan even more suspicious was that Blazing Heaven Demoness seemed to be purposely using a clone tactic to lure Shark Demon and the rest to attack, so that she could find an excuse to cause trouble. Although Shark Demon did not fall for it, Blazing Heaven Demoness relied on this plan to divide Fan Yuan and Shark Demon. One-finger flow shark was an immemorial desolate beast that also had 3-time path immortal goo. Blazing Heaven Demoness not only dealt with it with ease, she even successfully schemed against Shark Demon, Fan Yuan and the rest who were at the edge of the battlefield. From this, it could be seen that Blazing Heaven Demoness had outstanding battle strength and deep wisdom. This kind of enemy was precisely the most difficult to deal with. In other words, goo immortals who could slowly climb from rank 1 to rank 8 realm were absolutely not stupid. They were all true experts with both wisdom and battle strength. As the battle progressed, Shark Demon and Su Baiman's expressions became increasingly gloomy. Early at the start of the battle, they had secretly used their methods to send a request for reinforcements to Zombie Alliance's headquarters. But now, the battle had gone on for so long, those who should have rushed over had already arrived. In the end, no reinforcements appeared. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not come here rashly, she had already made preparations beforehand. This made Shark Demon and Su Baiman's request for help ineffective. They were left alone and helpless. Shark Demon could even guess that Blazing Heaven Demoness had already reached an agreement with the higher-ups of Zombie Alliance's headquarters on the distribution of benefits. At once, Shark Demon and Su Baiman's hearts sank to rock bottom. Their fighting spirit became lower and lower, the anger in their chests gradually extinguished, revealing a bone-chilling cold. Big fish eat small fish eat shrimps. This was the norm in the goo cultivation world. Shark Demon and his wife, who had always played the role of big fish, were reduced to small fish that were being devoured by Blazing Heaven Demoness. Rank 8. How could they resist her? Moreover, Blazing Heaven Demoness not only had such strength, she also had the corresponding wisdom. To Shark Demon and Su Baiman, there was simply no hope of struggling. Sigh. Shark Demon let out a long sigh. He suddenly lowered his head. That's enough, Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness, please stop. We are not talented enough. For the sake of Zombie Alliance, it is better to let you lead the attack on Yulu Blessed Land. Shark Demon, it is good that you know when to advance and when to retreat. Blazing Heaven Demoness' laughter could be heard in the sky above the battlefield. Her laughter had just ended when the fake bodies of the demonesses on the battlefield turned into flames and burned to nothingness. Without a target to attack, the one-finger flow shark stared blankly on the spot, not knowing what to do. Shark Demon sighed again. He pursed his lips and let out a whimpering sound. The one-finger flow shark was appeased. It lightly swung its tail and dived into the sea, quickly disappearing. Evidently, it had returned to the River of Time. Shark Demon's move caused outsiders like Fan Yuan to be secretly shocked. The degree of Shark Demon's influence on the one-finger flow shark was already quite obvious. In time, Shark Demon might really be able to control this rank 8 desolate beast. At that time, the 3-time path immortal goo on the one-finger flow shark would naturally fall into Shark Demon's hands. Blazing Heaven Demoness revealed her true body. She took a deep glance at Shark Demon before turning her gaze towards Fan Yuan. You are Xingxiangzi? That is me. Chapter 929. Hearing Blazing Heaven Demoness recruit him in such a domineering manner, Fan Yuan was not angry. In fact, he was quite happy. Shark Demon and Su Baiman had worked so hard to take down Yulu Blessed Land, they were about to succeed, but Blazing Heaven Demoness forcefully took them in. It was truly pitiful. Shark Demon and Su Baiman had put in so much effort this time, most of their assets had been lost. This time, Blazing Heaven Demoness had taken the fruits of their labor. It could be said that they had suffered great losses. They had lost everything. In the 500 years of his previous life, Shark Demon and Su Baiman died. Shark Sea was invaded by others. Maybe this was related? But Fan Yuan was not disgusted by Blazing Heaven Demoness' actions. He also did not sympathize with Shark Demon and Su Baiman's situation. If he had Blazing Heaven Demoness cultivation level, Fan Yuan might have gone even more overboard. Big fish eating small fish, this was the norm in the cultivation world. It was naked, bloody, cold, and cruel. But actually, those who were older and had more experience would understand that this norm could be applied to every corner of nature. Even before Fan Yuan transmigrated, the human society on Earth was like this. When benefits were involved, there would be internal strife, brothers falling out. These situations were too common. It was just that they had an extra layer of skin, it made them look dignified. In fact, there were many people who looked dignified on the surface, but were extremely despicable behind the scenes. But this was not a mistake. Survival and reproduction were the nature of all life forms. It was just that Blazing Heaven Demoness forceful interference caused a huge change to Fan Yuan's original plan. Blazing Heaven Demoness has high cultivation level, she is shrewd and calculative, she is 100 times harder to deal with than Shark Demon and Su Baiman. But she has a huge family. Maybe she can help me refine Star Thought Immortal Goo. There is also another benefit. Getting close to her will give me a higher chance of returning to Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. I can enter the Earth Trench and obtain that treasure. A breath of time. Fan Yuan had already thought it through. As soon as the Blazing Heaven Demoness finished speaking, Fan Yuan immediately cupped his hands and laughed bitterly. I dare not disobey the Blazing Heaven Demoness orders. However, I have my own difficulties. Earlier, I mentioned to Lord Shark Demon that to unravel the final layer of the battlefield killer move, I need to refine a rank 6 Wisdom Path Immortal Goo. Shark Demon snorted coldly. The speed at which Fan Yuan defected was a little too fast. Su Baiman was even more resentful. This Xing Xiangzi is usually elegant and dignified, but he turns out to be a spineless coward. Groveling and groveling, losing all poise, without a single shred of integrity. Fan Yuan couldn't care less about what the two of them were thinking. They had already been eliminated. Instead, Fan Yuan, who joined halfway, stayed. Seeing Fan Yuan's fixed gaze, Blazing Heaven Demoness rubbed her chin, showing a profound smile. You want to refine an immortal goo? He, this is easy. I will help you. Northern Plains, Luopa Valley. Another earth-shattering battle took place. It slowly ended. As the battlefield, Luopa Valley was in a mess, rocks were everywhere, it was like an earthquake. It was ravaged by tornadoes again. A group of Central Continent Goo immortals had different injuries, their gazes were all focused in front of them. On Feng Jioga's body. Admiration, wariness, bewilderment, deep, solemn, and complex emotions. All sorts of emotions. Feng Jioga won again. His opponent, Qin Baisheng, is strong. He cannot resist Feng Jioga's fierce attacks. This is the 7th consecutive victory. Qin Baisheng is completely suppressed by Feng Jioga. This is the 100 days battle. After 100 days, we are finally seeing the end. The truth is, Qin Baisheng is extremely strong, but unfortunately, he met the even stronger Feng Jioga. Counting the time, from the time Central Continent's group arrived at Luopa Valley and attacked, but ended up facing the stubborn defense of Shadow Sex Qin Baisheng, more than 3 months had passed. 100 days battle. This was a genuine 100-day battle. Under normal circumstances, battles between Goo immortals rarely lasted for so long. In terms of scale, more than 10 Goo immortals from Central Continent and Northern Plains were all elite experts. It could be said that in the past 1,000 years, there had never been such an intense battle in the 5 regions. If it was announced, it would cause an uproar in the world, countless people would pay attention to it. But unfortunately, be it the Central Continent Goo immortals who were secretly investigating, or the shady Shadow sect, they did not want to expose it. Thus, this great battle that should have shaken the 5 regions continued quietly from beginning to end. Regarding this point, both sides had a tacit understanding. Since the 100 days battle started, the crucial characters had always been Feng Jioga and Qin Baisheng. Initially, the two fought to a draw, the battle was in a deadlock. Qin Baisheng, who had the terrain advantage and used the battlefield killer move Trillion Slaughterfield, had a slight advantage. However, the more Feng Jioge fought, the stronger he became, and he displayed astonishing talent. Both sides gradually evened out, and Feng Jioge slowly expanded his advantage. Finally, in the last few days, Feng Jioge fought intensely for a long time. His battle strength rose to a new level, and he finally defeated Qin Baixing. Defeating him once or twice was nothing. But 7 consecutive battles were enough to prove that Feng Jioge had a firm upper hand. Shadow sects groups slowly retreated to the deepest part of Luopa Valley. Don't chase a cornered enemy. Feng Jioge stood proudly at the front, watching the enemies disappear into the valley as he said calmly. His expression was haggard, there were more than 10 injuries on his body, and blood was dripping from the corners of his mouth and eyebrows. His brimming Gu immortal aura had also weakened to the lowest point. However, none of this could conceal the brilliance in his eyes. Every time he fought with Qin Baixing, it was extremely difficult and dangerous. But it was precisely because of this difficulty, it was like a rock, that the beautiful jade that was Feng Jioge became even more sparkling and translucent. Ever since Feng Jioge joined the Spirit Affinity House, it was rare for him to encounter such an intense battle. Spirit Affinity House was one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Feng Jioge had a high status and a great reputation, no one would find trouble with him. This continuous 100 days of battle would make other Gu immortals feel pain and difficulty, but Feng Jioge felt the excitement that he had not felt for a long time. This made him feel like he had returned to the exciting life of the demonic path. But he still felt a trace of regret. Demonic path, fighting with all my strength, what a pity. I can't go back to those passionate days. The current Feng Jioge. He was a man with a family, he could not take risks easily. Moreover, there were the Gu immortals behind him. They were from the other 9 great ancient sects, their thoughts were hard to predict. If Feng Jioge really got heavily injured, it was hard to say how they would react. Feng Jioge remembered the advice of his beloved wife, Bai Qing, before she left. After all, Feng Jioge had slaughtered everyone in the past, causing Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects to lose all their face. After joining Spirit Affinity House, he had been suppressing the other ancient sects for a long time. He could not even turn the tables. The other immortals listened to Feng Jioge's words. After the 100 days of battle, Feng Jioge's reputation had already been deeply engraved in the hearts of the Central Continent group. Cough, cough. Qin Baixing retreated into the valley, coughing non-stop. His face was pale as paper. Every time he coughed, he would vomit a mouthful of blood. Your injuries are getting worse and worse. Fairy Jianyu, who was supporting him, had a face full of worry. She frowned deeply. Feng Jioge is too despicable. He Lang Zi, who had lost an arm, shouted in anger. He is fighting Lord Qin Baixing alone on the surface, but he is actually relying on his numbers. He is attacking from the side, threatening our defenses and forcing Lord Qin Baixing to be distracted. If not for that, Lord Qin, how could you lose consecutively? Qin Baixing said solemnly. No need to say anything, the winner takes all. A loss is a loss, there is no need to find a reason. This Feng Jioge is truly a genius. Relying on his own talent, he created a sound path killer move and got to where he is now. Even as an enemy, I admire him greatly. Relying on his own advantage, meticulously planning and creating an advantage, this is the way of battle. If he did not use it, I would look down on him instead. Saying so, Qin Baixing coughed again, spitting out a large amount of warm blood. He breathed weakly as he looked around. After the 100 days' battle, only Hui Fengzi, He Langzi, Jianyu, He Qing, and the mysterious black-robed Gu immortal were left. They originally had Shui Songzi, but when attacking Langya Blessed Land, he was killed by Fan Yuan. After retreating from Langya Blessed Land, 2 hairy man Gu immortals joined them. Both were killed by Central Continent's Gu immortals in the 100 days battle. But Central Continent's Gu immortals suffered greater losses. Ancient Soul Sect's Old Oracle and the 2 Gu immortals from Spirit Butterfly Valley and Combat Immortal Sect were already dead. How could they take advantage of Qin Baixing? Even the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent would suffer huge losses. But at this point in the battle, the most crucial core member, the cornerstone of the group, Qin Baixing, was already heavily injured and unable to return. Luopa Valley's geographical advantage was also gradually being offset. The remaining 5 Gu immortals were all aware that the outcome of the 100 Days battle was already decided. They were the losers. Qin Baixing focused. Even though we lost, we did not lose the overall situation. On Feng Jiuji's side, he wasn't completely united. In the end, he couldn't fight me wholeheartedly, which allowed me to stall for time. After the last night, the nurturing immortal Gu in the valley will be completed. Tomorrow, the 5 of you will break out of the encirclement. I will stall the Central Continent people. Lord Qin Baisheng. The immortals were shocked. Qin Baisheng actually chose to do this. He was courting death. This was hard to understand. Putting themselves in their shoes, if it were Hui Fengzi, He Qing, or He Langzi, they would only take care of themselves when facing death. Why would they sacrifice themselves to save others? Or was this a trap? Hui Fengzi, He Qing, and He Langzi had dark thoughts. They looked at the other 3 discreetly. Qin Baixing, Jian Yu, and the mysterious black-robed Gu immortal were the true core of Shadow Sect. And the 3 of them were external reinforcements. There was an indescribable silence. Everyone walked to their resting spot. Let's do this. Take this time to rest. Tomorrow, whether we succeed or not will depend on your performance. Qin Baixing waved his hand weakly, dispersing everyone. He Qing, Hui Fengzi, and He Langzi, however, had heavy emotions. Their gazes were uncertain. The 3 walked together. They decided to rest together tonight, to prevent the Shadow Sect members from betraying them. But late at night, the 3 were suddenly summoned by Qin Baixing. Chapter 930. In the middle of the night, inside Luopa Valley, Qin Baixing and the other immortals gathered together. Qin Baixing handed an immortal Gu to the mysterious black-robed Gu immortal. This immortal Gu is very crucial. I will entrust it to you. The black-robed Gu immortal nodded. He was mysterious and unfathomable. Even until now, no Gu immortals outside of Shadow Sect had seen his true appearance. They only knew that he had outstanding battle strength, at rank 7 upper stage. Qin Baixing turned around, instructing Jiang Yu solemnly. I can die, you can also die. But he is related to the Great Plan, we cannot lose him. Fairy Jiang Yu had a solemn expression. I can only guarantee that before I die, he will not perish. He Qing and the rest heard this and were shocked. They were speechless. What kind of organization was this Shadow Sect? It could make these Gu immortals disregard their personal losses. Even if they had to sacrifice their lives, they had to complete the organization's mission. Even super forces and clans could not make Gu immortals so loyal. This was truly an unimaginable matter. A moment later, in the silent Luopa Valley, there was a thunderous sound. Boom! The intense sound waves shook the entire valley. At the same time, there was a sharp warning. Enemy attack! Fairy Ling Mei, who had given the warning, retreated continuously. In front of her, Jian Yu, Hui Fengzi, He Langzi, He Qing, and the mysterious black-robed Gu immortal were attacking together. The enemies were so powerful, Fairy Ling Mei did not dare to fight them head-on. She only had one thought in her mind, that was to escape. Fairy Ling Mei came from Heaven's Ending Manor. She and Fairy Ao Shui had rank 7 Crescent Moon Gu. When the two worked together, they could use Peerless Crescent Moon Slash. Peerless Crescent Moon Slash was extremely powerful. It was one of Heaven's Envy Manor's signature killer moves. Fairy Ling Mei and Fairy Ao Shui were inseparable from each other. But at this moment, because Central Continent had limited manpower, and they had to seal off Luopa Valley, Ling Mei and Ao Shui were not together. They were not together. Shadow Sect's group suddenly broke out of the encirclement. Fairy Ling Mei was caught off guard. Fighting alone, he fell into a dangerous situation where his life was on the line. Kill her! The 5 Gu immortals led by Fairy Jiang Yu were filled with killing intent. Their eyes were bloodshot. The attacks were extremely fierce. Even though Fairy Ling Mei was graceful and had a peerlessly beautiful appearance, even though the beauty was frightened, she did not receive any pity from the 5 Gu immortals. The killing move in his hand became more urgent. He wanted to kill Fairy Ling Mei before he stopped. At the juncture of life and death, Fairy Ling Mei resolutely sacrificed an immortal Gu. After 3 breaths of time. Using this chance, Fairy Ling Mei activated the Gu formation. Her delicate body vanished amidst the storm. In the next moment, he appeared in the distance. Phew! Hu! Whoosh! Fairy Ling Mei gasped for breath. Her face was pale. She finally escaped with her life. Her face was full of lingering fear, and her back was drenched in cold sweat. That was close, so close. It was a matter of life and death. It is all thanks to this Gu formation. Fairy Ling Mei was inwardly grateful. This Gu formation was created by Gu immortal Hong Qiming after spending a lot of effort. Hong Qiming was from the Wind Cloud Manor. The latter was one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. It was famous for its Gu formations. Gu formations were inferior to killer moves in that they could not be activated instantly. If they took too long to set up, they could not be used widely in intense battles. However, once they were set up, they had a huge advantage. They were often faster than killer moves, and had less expenditure. Because of this, Fairy Ling Mei was able to keep her life. Seeing that Fairy Ling Mei had escaped, Fairy Jiangyu sighed to herself. The other 4 Gu immortals were also filled with regret. During the 100 Days battle, Fairy Ling Mei and Fairy Ao Shui combined their powers and used Peerless Crescent Moon Slash. They posed a huge threat to Shadow Sect's side. Almost every Gu immortal was injured by this move, with varying degrees of injuries. Unfortunately, Shadow Sect's side had the terrain advantage. In the end, their Gu formations were destroyed by Central Continent's side. Now that Central Continent's Gu immortals had set up the Gu formation, the surroundings of Luopa Valley belonged to them. Since we cannot kill them, we will continue to break out. Fairy Jiangyu shouted. She was very straightforward and decisive. Ling Mei retreated. Central Continent's defensive line had a gap. Breaking out needed to be fast. The opportunity was fleeting. Ling Mei, are you all right? Fairy Ao Shui's white dress fluttered in the wind. She seemed to be moving slowly but was actually coming to help. Her face was filled with anger. You can't leave your life behind. Shen Jinqi shouted. Isn't it too late to leave now? Bu Fei Yan sneered. Even though Fairy Ao Shui and Fairy Ling Mei were separated, their defensive positions were the closest, thus they could arrive at the first moment. As for Qin Jinqi and Bu Fei Yan, they could arrive at the same time as Fairy Ao Shui. It was purely because of their shocking speed. Jinqi of the 9 heavens, one flying smoke, damn it! He Qing gritted his teeth, feeling immense pressure. Qin Jinqi and Bu Fei Yan were the 2 most famous flying grandmasters in Central Continent's Gu immortal world. Jinqi of the 9 heavens referred to myriad dragon dogs Qin Jinqi, while one flying smoke referred to heavenly lotus sect's Bu Fei Yan. Jian Yu and the other 3 Gu immortals broke out of the encirclement. They were most afraid of these pursuers who specialized in speed. Seeing the 3 approaching, the 4 Shadow Sect immortals did not greet them. They only focused on breaking out of the encirclement. At this time, a wall of light appeared, blocking the 4 Shadow Sect immortals. It was the activation of a Gu formation. This was the work of Wind Cloud Manor's Hong Qiming. Even though Hong Qiming had not arrived, his voice could be heard through the Gu formation. Lord Feng Jioga has already predicted that you will break out of the encirclement. If you don't surrender now, you might be able to live. The moment he said that, a powerful aura soared up like a flying dragon, rapidly approaching them. This aura was grand and vast. The 4 Shadow Sect immortals were already familiar with it. It was Feng Jioga's aura. They were all drenched in cold sweat. Panic was written all over their faces. After the 100 Days battle, the 5 Shadow Sect immortals knew that even if they worked together, they were not Feng Jioga's match. Were they going to fail in breaking out of the encirclement? Just as the 5 immortals were feeling despair, a golden arrow shot over, piercing the wall of light that blocked their way. Far away, Hong Qiming's body shook intensely. As if he was struck by lightning, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. He was heavily injured. The one who used the golden arrow was Qin Baixing. How could he watch the 5 immortals fail in breaking out of the encirclement? Right now, he forcefully used his injured body to face Ling Mei, Ao Shui, Chen Jinqi, and Bufei Yan. The 4 Central Continent immortals arrived quickly, but they also lost quickly. Not only did they lose, they were utterly defeated. Like Feng Jioge, Qin Baixing was not someone the other Central Continent Gu immortals could resist. Qin Baixing did not kill the 4 Central Continent immortals, he let them leave. His attention was mainly on Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge's gaze was like a torch. He had already inspected Qin Baixing's injuries. He had an elegant demeanor, as he laughed heartily. Everyone seems to be in a hurry. It is not appropriate to leave without saying goodbye. If you want to leave, you should at least listen to my farewell song, right? Immortal Killer Move, Green Jade Song. The 5 Shadow Sect immortals quickly retreated. Someone screamed in pain. Someone snorted. Green Jade Song's power was profound. The 5 immortals were more or less hit by it. Wherever they were hit, their bodies would turn into jade, and the jade would spread to the surroundings. The 5 immortals were decisive. They immediately attacked ruthlessly, smashing and digging out the flesh and blood on their bodies that were hit. At once, blood flowed everywhere. Immortal Killer Move, Soul Suppression. At the next moment, Qin Baixing attacked. A powerful Soul Path Killer Move. He targeted Feng Jioge's face and pressed down. Feng Jioge's expression changed. He quickly blocked. Qin Baixing had 2 trump cards. One was Soul Path Killer Move Soul Suppression, the other was Sword Path Killer Move 5-Finger Fist Heart Sword. Once used, ordinary Gu immortals would not be able to resist it. Feng Jioge had 3 trump cards. First was Heaven and Earth Song, second was Green Jade Song, and third was Submission Song. It was not vast power. It was profound and extraordinary. Feng Jioge's attention was diverted. The Green Jade Song slowed down. The pressure on the 5 Shadow Sect immortals decreased. They ran for some distance. Qin Baixing used a Metal Path Killer Move again. Numerous golden chains wrapped around Feng Jioge's limbs, binding him up from the back. Feng Jioge was not flustered. After the 100 days battle, the two already knew each other's abilities. Qin Baixing's Metal Path Killer Move was ineffective against Feng Jioge. These golden chains were very effective against Chen Jinqi and the rest. But as long as Feng Jioge moved slightly, he could shatter them in a breath's time. But at this time, Qin Baixing showed a strange smile. "I will let you see the true secret of Luo Pavali." Saying so, he used the technique to activate a certain arrangement. Several colorless lights shot out of the valley. One of them hit Feng Jioge. "This is..." Feng Jioge shattered the golden chains on his body, but because of this, he was delayed. He was hit by the light and could not move. The power of Space Path. How could there be such a powerful force? Not far away, the 2 fairies, Ling Mei and Ao Shui, were also hit by the light. Their expressions changed, and they exclaimed. As for Chen Jinqi and Bufei Yan, their speed was extremely fast, and they dodged the light. Qin Baixing didn't care about the 2 of them. His main goal was to hold back Feng Jioge. Now, this goal was more than half achieved. "Don't struggle. This strange light is harmless." Feng Jioge suddenly came to a realization and reminded him. Ling Mei and Ao Shui were bewildered. In the next moment, they saw Feng Jioge giving up resisting. His body was sucked into the mystical light and dragged into the depths of Luopa Valley. Qin Baixing's smile grew even wider. He actually took the initiative to crash into another streak of light, and was also dragged into the valley. Ling Mei and Ao Shui looked at each other, clenched their teeth, and decided to believe in Feng Jioge. They also gave up resisting and jumped into the valley. This change was out of everyone's expectations. After being dazed for a moment, Chen Jinqi was the first to react. He roared and pounced at the 5 Shadow Sect immortals. "Leave them here first!" This was undoubtedly a wise decision. Seeing that they were about to break out, the 5 Shadow Sect immortals were being restrained by Chen Jinqi and Bufei Yan. Next, Hong Chi-ming, Kenan Lao-jun, and Old Man Tian Long arrived one after another. An intense battle erupted. One side desperately tried to break out, while the other side risked their lives to stop them. "Ah, someone save me!" He Qing shouted. He was the weakest. He was struck down by a killer move and left the group. "Ignore him, protect the main target, and continue to break out!" Fairy Jianyu shouted. She heartlessly abandoned He Qing and protected the mysterious black-robed Gu immortal. At the same time, in the depths of Luopa Valley, in a strange space. "Where is this?" Ao Shui and Ling Mei looked around in bewilderment. Chapter 931. In this mystical space, the light was gentle, there were no mountains or rivers, there was no wind or land, it was completely empty. "That is right." Feng Jioge had just said that when Qin Baixing, who was standing in front of him, looked at the three central continent immortals, showing a deep smile. "If not for thieving heaven demon Venerable's arrangements, how could I have lured you here?" Indeed. Even though Qin Baixing was strong, he felt troubled against a character like Feng Jioge, who had not appeared in 1,000 years. Especially when Qin Baixing's two trump cards were not used to trap the enemy, they were only focused on killing the enemy. To temporarily trap Feng Jioge, they could only activate Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's arrangements. "Is this really Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance?" Fairy Ling Mei's tone carried a trace of excitement. Since ancient times, in the long history of Gu cultivation, there had been countless geniuses and heroes. If these people were said to be the stars in the sky, shining brightly, then the 10 rank 9 Gu immortals were like suns, dazzling and unparalleled. Every generation of venerables, be they immortal venerables or demon venerables, they were the number one of their generation, sweeping through the world, undefeatable. Among them, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was a legend. He was skilled in Space Path and had unparalleled thieving skills. He also cultivated Transformation Path and was proficient in disguise. Before he reached rank 9, he had already changed his appearance and used all kinds of identities to achieve his unspeakable goals. He even caused chaos in the world. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was also related to Long Hair Ancestor. The failure in refining Space Escape Immortal Gu became Long Hair Ancestor's obsession after his death. This had already become a legend that had been passed down for thousands of years. The inheritance of such a person was actually right in front of them. Even the two fairies, Ling Mei and Ao Shui. Their hearts were ice cold, they could not help but feel excited. Their hearts were burning with passion. But Feng Jioge immediately poured cold water on them. "Don't even think about it. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance is not something you can touch." Ling Mei and Ao Shui's expressions changed. Right. There was still Feng Jioge and Qin Baixing here. How could Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance fall into their hands? For a moment, Ling Mei and Ao Shui were disappointed. Feng Jioge's back was facing them as he stood in front. At this moment, he seemed to have sensed the two immortals' feelings and said, "You two misunderstood. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance had an extremely strict inheritance condition. You won't fit. I'm also not suitable, and I'm afraid Brother Qin also has no chance of inheriting it." Ling Mei and Ao Shui were astonished. One of them asked, "There's a saying behind this?" Qin Baixing laughed loudly. "Brother Feng knows a lot about Thieving Heaven true inheritance. It seems that the rumors are true. Spirit Affinity House has indeed obtained a true inheritance of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. They have been researching it, but there was no result." Feng Jioge's eyes shined with brilliance as he stared at Qin Baixing, admitting, "To think that Brother Qin has lived in Northern Plains for so long. But the intelligence about Chongzhou State was so clear." "That's right, because our sect has a Thieving Heaven true inheritance. After many years of research, we had some results." Ao Shui and Ling Mei looked at each other. Still unwilling, Ling Mei asked for guidance. "May I ask Lord Feng Jioge, what are the conditions for inheritance? Who knows, we might really be able to achieve it." Feng Jioge's gaze was fixed on Qin Baixing. He did not dare to be careless. He said, "Do you know Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's origin? He is not someone from the 5 regions. He is from beyond heaven, an otherworldly demon. So, the inheritance he left behind only had one requirement for the inheritor, that was that the inheritor must be someone from beyond heaven. Of course I am not, and it is even more impossible for Brother Qin. If he was, he would have already inherited this inheritance. Why would he wait until now? Are the two of you? Before Ling Mei and Ao Shui could reply, Qin Baixing waved his sleeves and smiled coldly, denying it. Impossible! None of the Gu immortals in the 100 Days battle are otherworldly demons. Otherwise, why would I have brought you all here? Otherworldly demon? Are there really otherworldly demons? I have never seen one in my entire life. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable is actually an otherworldly demon. Ling Mei and Ao Shui were both shocked. Feng Jioge nodded. Although otherworldly demons are rare, they exist. Since they come from beyond heaven, then there must be a whole new world outside of the 5 regions and 9 heavens. It is a pity that no one has explored the world outside of heaven. Ling Mei and Ao Shui looked at each other, saying, Other than the 5 regions, are there really other worlds outside of heaven? Even if we can't meet the conditions for the inheritance is dead, while the people are alive. Could it be that with Lord Feng Jioji's power, he can't forcefully break through it? They did not give up in the end. This was Thieving Heaven's true inheritance, after all. You eat the meat and I drink the soup. The 2 female immortals did not want the bigger share, they only wanted a share. Qin Baixing chuckled coldly. Wishful thinking. Back then, even Giant Sun Immortal, who became rank 9, had to return empty-handed after encountering Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. Not only did he not obtain it, he even suffered a double loss, his face was covered in dust. Thus, Giant Sun Immortal is especially fearful of otherworldly demons. You want to get a share of such a true inheritance? There is actually such a thing? This is too exaggerated. Giant Sun Immortal is also a rank 9 Gu Immortal. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable is already dead, but he actually cannot even deal with the true inheritance. Ling Mei and Ao Shui stared with wide eyes, half believing and half doubting. Feng Jioge did not refute them, he explained. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable space path attainment is unfathomable, it is beyond everyone's imagination. There is a saying, he is an otherworldly demon. Once he becomes a space path Gu Immortal, he will have special space path Dao marks. These Dao marks originate from the world outside of heaven, they are completely new and unfamiliar to the 5 regions and 9 heavens. The space we are in now looks ordinary, but it has already transcended the world outside, it is not in the 5 regions and 9 heavens. Giant Sun Immortal wanted to obtain the true inheritance wholeheartedly. He was afraid of harming the innocent, thus he failed and suffered a setback, unable to do anything for his entire life. Ling Mei and Ao Shui gasped repeatedly. Compared to Feng Jioge and Qin Baixing, the 2 of them were still too young. This was the first time they had heard of such secrets involving venerables. At once, Ling Mei and Ao Shui felt like their horizons had been broadened. But soon, they became nervous and worried. Even Giant Sun Immortal has no way of dealing with this strange space. Then how do we get out? Don't worry about this. As long as we do not move, we can stay here for 30 minutes and be transported out. Feng Jioge replied confidently. If it were other Gu immortals who fell into this strange space, they would have to use methods to probe it. If that was the case, it would be terrible. The time they were trapped here, it would be even longer. But Spirit Affinity House had a Thieving Heaven true inheritance, and Feng Jioge was a higher-up of Spirit Affinity House. He knew the correct way to leave this place. But at this time, Qin Baixing raised his head and laughed. Feng Jioge, since I trapped you here, how can I let you leave? Just stay here for me. Saying so, Qin Baixing was about to attack. A powerful aura soared to the sky. Ling Mei and Ao Shui felt like they were facing a great enemy. Feng Jioge quickly said, Don't attack. This space is so close, yet worlds apart. It looks very close, but we are actually very far apart. We are actually very far apart. The other party wants to lure you to attack. Once you attack, it will cause a change in this space. whoever attacks will be targeted. The stronger the attack, the more terrifying the backlash, and the longer you will be trapped. Do not fall into the other party's trap. Feng Jioge knew about thieving heaven's true inheritance in detail. He knew the terror of this strange space, thus even someone as proud and powerful as him did not dare to act rashly. Ling Mei and Ao Shui chose to believe in Feng Jioge. They restrained their impulses and did not attack. But Qin Baixing revealed a strange smile. Brother Feng is very confident. It is a pity that your sex research on thieving heaven's true inheritance is not deep enough. I don't know what I will do next. How will you face it? He spoke confidently while activating the goo worms on his body, his aura surging. He finally reached the peak. What is he doing? Feng Jioge had a bad feeling. He was on full alert. His gaze was like lightning as he stared at Qin Baixing. But at the next moment, Qin Baixing's action was out of the three Central Continent immortals' expectations. They heard Qin Baixing's loud voice. After 54 tribulations, tribulation clouds still cover the sky. The soul light in my chest oppresses all living beings, the sword chi in my fists roams northern plains. 400 years have passed, how can I give birth to a new face without death? Abandoning this broken body for a cool breeze, sweeping through the heavens to restore light years. His voice was clear as he recited slowly, his expression was calm as water. His gaze revealed a trace of anticipation towards the future. After reciting this poem, he smiled at Feng Jioge. Next, he slowly closed his eyes, no longer breathing. Feng Jioge frowned. Even during the 100 Days battle, he had never shown such an expression. Because Qin Baixing actually ended his own life at this moment. At the next moment, a cool breeze blew from Qin Baixing's body. Behind Feng Jioge, Ling Mei and Ao Shui's expressions changed, their voices were trembling from fear as they shouted, "Winds of assimilation." It turned out that in order to stall Feng Jioge's group, Qin Baixing gave up his life and sacrificed himself. His method was ruthless, he directly destroyed his immortal aperture. Once the immortal aperture was destroyed and there was no other immortal aperture to hold it, the winds of assimilation would naturally appear. The winds of assimilation were no small matter. Wherever the wind blew, it would assimilate everything. Even rank 8 goo immortals had to avoid it. In this mystical true inheritance space, if one used 5-finger fist, heart, sword, or heaven and earth song, it would at most be like throwing a huge rock into a calm lake. However, at this moment, the winds of assimilation began to blow. Although it appeared to be a gentle breeze, the entire strange space began to shake violently. It was as if the entire lake was boiling. Layers of translucent ripples rapidly appeared in the space, unending. Feng Jioge had a solemn expression. Facing such a decisive attack from Qin Baixing, he had to use all his strength to deal with it. If he was careless, he would die. Behind him, Ling Mei and Ao Shui had already activated their goo worms, protecting their bodies tightly. Even Feng Jioge had to use his immortal goo, they were even more so. Leaving the mystical space would be a problem for later. They had to get through this huge crisis first. Otherwise, there was no point in talking about it. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.